The 2022 CDL season is at its half point.
The key lives on!
Over the season, our teams have been battling it out against each other for CDL points and prize money. Let's take a look back at how it's been going so far. The year began with our kickoff classic, where our teams met for the first time to play in front of a live crowd in Texas at the Esports Stadium Arlington.
Can he come around the corner in time? And you bet he will!
After a fierce battle between all 12 teams, the Toronto Ultra squared off against Seattle Surge in the finals and came out on top in a 3-1 victory against a formidable foe.
Toronto Ultra, your kickoff classic champions.
We then moved on to 3 weeks of online qualifiers for Major 1. Where each week told a different story and led to some big surprises throughout its course.
There's one player in charge. A seam! It's still going! Oh my god, a seam!
Major 1 brought us back to Texas, where our teams got an opportunity to prove that their power rankings were no mistake.
Look for a second as well! They're trying to hold on to this one. They get it! Pirates Legion!
After 4 days of strenuous battles, the final stage was set, with OpTic Texas taking on the undisputed 2021 champs, Atlanta Faze. The hometown team was able to summon the Green Wall and use their energy to win the first major of the year.
And it's Dashi! In front of a sold-out crowd on their home ground. OpTic Texas have done it.
We returned for another 3 weeks of online qualifiers for Major 2.
Well, Mac is killing everything in sight.
And the narrative was no different than last time.
The 1v1 and the sniper is there!
We then traveled to Minnesota for Major 2.
He just got incinerated!
Where the world was able to witness the LA Guerrillas become champions and prove that dreams do come true when you put in the work.
It's history in the making. One way or another, we cannot believe it. It is truly a miracle in Minnesota as the Los Angeles Guerrillas. They've bested Faze.
From historic wins
They're able to win it. I got no idea. It's Mutineers in. It's Mutineers.
to Cinderella stories.
He's down. The dream is still alive. Cinderella is going to that elimination final.
Here at the halfway mark, we've learned that anything is possible in the Call of Duty League. Welcome to the Call of Duty League Pro-Am Classic. It's pros versus amateurs.
Sim versus Krim, and he's got the clutch.
All 12 CDL teams are locked and loaded.
Oh my God, inside.
Ready to square off alongside the top 4 Challengers squads.
Okay, what in the hell? Oh my God.
You know the drill. If you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best.
Standing with 2 more, and it is a massacre.
And the amateur players are hungry to prove they belong at the top tier of competitive Call of Duty.
He's breaking down doors. He stepped on 2.
But the pros, they're ready to send these challengers packing.
Leading to lobby. Captain O'Mario challenges.
Who will have the grit to make it all the way through our intense group play and into the high-stakes single elimination bracket?
Scrap looking for a break. They're trying to lock things up, but Scrap swaps to the pistol for the double.
We're about to find out.
And he keeps on moving.
And the body shots from Wardy, the confidence coming through.
Wee Man with the reaction.
This is day 1 of the Call of Duty League Pro-Am Classic. Let's get it on.
Oh boy, and it felt like it was a long time coming. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Call of Duty League, and we're at the halfway point right now. Day by day, game by game, and major after major, we've all been discussing who's the best team in the CDL, and apparently we don't have a clear-cut answer yet because we were in Minnesota, we saw LAG pull off the impossible, right? The amazing Cinderella story, and they won the event. But also still, there's some other big names that are trying to get to the top of the board. You have Atlanta Faze, OpTic Texas, and this time around, things are going to be a little bit more different because we're remixing the bracket, and 4 groups that we have for this event. We have amateur teams trying to show the world that they belong along with the best of the best in the CDL, and I can't wait. And to break it all down, I'm the host. How's it going? We got Ali, we got Nameless, and Nameless, it's been a long time, man. It seems like I haven't seen you since last year. That was a long break, man.
Listen, the fans have been patient. We've been patient. The players have been in the lab, but we are back, and boy, do we have something incredible in store for you guys this weekend. It is going to be amazing. Sort of, jumping into the time machine, taking it back to the round robin with the amateur teams coming up to play against the pros. And what do we see at the last tournament? These Challengers players, they got it. So it's going to be lit.
You got that right. And looking at the Belong Arena, by the way, it looks really fun. It's like old school throwback MLG days. I love the open bracket vibes, right? And Ali, I'm expecting some craziness happening. Trash talk, big gameplay, all around.
Yeah, like Anthony said, it's like a blast from the past. Some of my first introductions into the gaming scene was Challengers teams, amateur teams coming up and kind of showing these pro players what they're made of. Like one of the first full sales of all time I ever saw was Black Ops 4. It was Team Singularity going on main stage against the pro team. So I'm really hoping to see something exciting like that this time around.
Hopefully we see history be made this weekend, but also over at the Belong Arena now. The arena looks good, right? But you know who looks even better? It's going to be my man Slacked. He's over there. Slacked, first things first. How's it going? I miss you. And what are the vibes like over there right now?
I'll tell you what, Veli, the vibes are crazy here. I was sitting here talking to some of the pro players in the back, and I was just like, we haven't felt like this since about 2015, right? You got these amateur teams, some of these newly formed rosters coming up, and I can't wait to kind of let it all unfold here in the Belong Gaming Arena here in Columbus. I'm super excited just to kind of experiment it firsthand. Behind us, we got the main stage, and followed up by Charlie and Delta, where some of these other side station matches will be going on throughout the entirety of the weekend. All these guys are just getting ready for their games today. And we got some bangers underway. I really can't wait. I mean, all these guys, like some new faces here. We got Silly and Fire 40 making kind of their debut back into the Pro-Am and into the CDL League. So it's going to be really exciting to watch, and I really can't wait for it to start.
Slack, thanks for taking us through the arena. And I got to ask you, as somebody who was around back then, this sort of feels like an intimate 2011, 2012 setting. Everybody's so close. What's the vibe like? Are you expecting these guys to get loud, to start to talk some trash?
Yeah, man, I can't lie, Nameless. I'm really hoping that some people will get loud. It's a little bit different. I heard some of these guys don't have maybe the soundproof canceling headphones, so it may get rowdy in here. I don't know if any pro players have had a lot of trash talk go down, so I can't wait for it to start.
I'm gonna tell you now, coming from Gears of War and also being in the CDL right now, I'm expecting trash talk and everything because the players are basically face to face, right?
Absolutely, man. You got to get loud, right? You got to instill that fear into your opponents. And we know some of the players that are coming up from these Challengers team, they have that fire. We know Scrappy. Everybody's seen the clip right now. If you haven't, go check out the Reddit. I'm sure it's there somewhere. These guys get loud, and that can get in the heads of some of these pros.
I literally witnessed it live. I remember sitting there watching Toronto, NA, and EU going against each other. I had main stage on YouTube on my phone. I was sitting there, all of a sudden I look up and I see Scrappy Stamp, and he's like, oh, the EU players are so bad. And I'm like, dude, you have two of them sitting next to you. But I respect it, and I'm definitely watching out for him to stand up in his chair.
You got that right. Hopefully players start to, make some noise over there. But also, us being back is going to be big for the simple fact that out there at Major 2 in Minnesota, shout out to the ROKKR, by the way, for throwing such a phenomenal event. Yo, Ali, we couldn't have even guessed what the storyline was going to be for that event, okay? OpTic losing early. You got Florida showing off in a big way. But most importantly, Spark came in from Challengers and won the event with LAG.
Yeah, and now he's still on the LAG roster, so there's big hopes for this team heading into this. Unfortunately, we did have to say goodbye to the Volk, but we're still saying hello to Spark heading into this, and he's going to be going against Challenger teams now in the Pro-Am, who he has already had to play against, right? So that also might give them a bit of an edge heading into the Pro-Am, because these are players that he is going to be familiar with.
And at the end of the day, I mean, it even shows AMs worldwide that, hey, you can step into the CL and win an event, right?
Yeah, now they realize they're not just good enough to be in the league, that they can come in and win. Spart also got MVP. He played out of his mind. And LAG, I mean, what a historic run. Everybody stepped it up. I mean, there was questions about Hook, if he could be consistent again, and he did it throughout this tournament. Slasher was the guy that we were calling the X Factor at one point. He stepped up. The whole team played fantastic. So LAG, were they in a honeymoon period? Well, they beat all the teams that were in the top four. They smoked everybody, and they won 5-2 in the finals. So I guess we'll see, answer those final questions here in this tournament, but I'm expecting them to pick up right where they left off.
You got that right. They deserve that win because it seemed that's the route, man. I'm happy he got paid. But let's also take a look at the groups to see how things are going to unfold over the weekend. And looking at these groups right now, the talk is going to be all about which one of these AM teams have a chance of making it out. And Ali, looking at Group D right now, I'm feeling like Ultra Academy and NA actually has a really good chance.
Oh, that's the gauntlet. That's the blender down there in Group D. I mean, you got LAG who won the event. You have Boston Breach that placed third. Paris Legion has been kind of putting people on the edge of their seat. And Toronto Ultra Academy NA, that is going to be the team that won your NA Open for the Minnesota ROKKR event. So that's going to be the open bracket team to really look out for.
And when it comes to Ultra Academy NA, Nameless, the simple fact is, I mean, they're the best challengers team right now. The team has been going crazy, but the thing is also, you've seen Hixie in the CDL, and Hixie even went crazy. This team definitely has potential to make noise and make it.
Yeah, I mean, Hixie popped in with an SMG and played so good for the Toronto Ultra. And then you look at the rest of this roster, like Scrappy, he has the most buzz right now of any Challengers player, despite only having one cup win in that Minnesota Open win, right? It was a big LAN win, though, right? So it holds a lot of weight when it comes to the Challengers players. So I'm excited to see him go up against some of the pro teams. And then a player like Mohawk, who won the Cold War finals, like he has experience. He played with Spark, played with players like Saints. These guys have experience. And then to round out the roster, you have Vikul, who played fantastic as well at the Minnesota Open. So this is the team that most of the players are looking at as like their biggest and toughest competition coming up from Challengers. So they do have a lot of pressure going into this tournament.
You're right, and a lot of pressure for sure, because now we have AMs in the mix and a whole lot of money to go around, and they have a chance to really stuff their pockets, right? Because the prize pool for the Pro-Am Classic is $250,000. And Ali, you just came back from a local LAN, and with first place looking like $100K, this is just gonna be pretty nice.
If you saw me on Twitter, you know you absolutely did not, but I promise you that prize pool is nothing compared to the $100,000 up for grab for first place.
Yes, and for those of you at home, this is going to be a treat, right? Because if you love Call of Duty, we're giving you just about everything. Throughout this 4-day event, days 1 and 2, we're going to have group play where the 4 groups of 4 teams will all play each other. But check this out. The top 2 teams from each group will advance to the single elimination bracket. And with the bracket being single elimination, Nameless, there's no room for error at all, man. These teams cannot slip up.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, days 1 and 2, you have that group play, right? So there is a little bit of margin for error there. You can sort of get acclimated with your team, but once you get to that single elimination bracket, you have to perform. You lose and you're out. And, you know, we talked about a lot of different formats back in the day for Call of Duty, and this is one that I really like because, especially for the viewer, like, it is elite when it gets to that single elim bracket. And also, like, in the round robin, you have opportunities to put yourself in a good spot. So it's going to be amazing by the time we get to Saturday and the pressure's at its highest.
You got that right. You just can't lose. I can't wait to hear the excuses. But also, if you're a Call of Duty fan, this is going to be an absolute treat, okay? We don't just have 1 stream, not 2 streams. We have 4 streams, so make sure you check them all out. If you're a fan of football, think of this as the red zone of the CDL, right? Now, if you want to go ahead and check out your favorite team, it might be on the Delta stream or also the C stream. Hey, it's all up to you. Or if you're just a baller and you have multiple monitors, you can put them all up there. So, Ali, everybody can pretty much get their fix.
I mean, I'm going to be getting my fix in the green room, Belly. We're going to have the multi-stream up, and I'm going to be seeing every single match going on at once. I mean, here's the schedule across the board. That Bravo match, immediately you can watch one of the open bracket teams go up against arguably one of the best teams in the game, OpTic Texas, right?
Yeah, I can't wait to see that happen. But OpTic Texas versus Toronto Ultra actually looks kind of spicy as well. But, ladies and gentlemen, for the mainstream, the Alpha stream, make sure you check us out. We're kicking things off with Atlanta Faze versus the Seattle Surge, the rematch. I can't wait for it. The second game is going to have a lot of implications about how NYSL is going to look after their latest team change as they face off against the LA Thieves. But to end things off, we have OpTic Texas versus Florida Mutineers, and this is going to be another rematch as well. I love Florida, Nameless.
Yeah, Florida looked great. Dave Patty's the most confident player I've ever seen in my life. I mean, we saw Awakening have a big tournament, and Florida's who knocked OpTic Texas out at the last major, right? So OpTic's trying to come in here and get this W, and then I'm also intrigued to see how Illy plays coming off of that injury, to see if he's able to bounce back. I know all of us were ready to see Jordan General play, but now Illy's bounced back in, playing through it, so big shout out to him, and I hope he plays well.
Let's see if OpTic can come back from that disappointing finish that they had in Minnesota. But also, ladies and gentlemen, just know that the CDL loves you. We love you guys a lot. And because of that, we're going to give you a Heartsuit charm. In order to get it, just make sure you pull out your cell phone right now and scan that QR code on the right side of your screen. Now, if you do that, you will sign up for the Call of Duty League newsletter. Well, you'll basically just be in the know for everything that happens in the Call of Duty esports ecosystem. You do not want to miss out at all. But this pre-show definitely goes on, because coming up next, we're going to talk about the roster changes that has been sweeping the league so far. There's been so much. I think this has been the biggest one so far this stage, and we'll catch you guys on the other side of this break.
I mean, technically his team is slowed down, but still leading to Lobby.
It's one of the best storylines that we've seen in all of esports in a long time.
Hey there, what's up everybody? Chance here, and I gotta say, I am still baffled by the Stage 2 major that we just had. We just watched the Los Angeles Guerrillas with a sub win the entire thing in a loser's bracket run that I don't think we will ever see again in Call of Duty history. It was Spark, the MVP, the Volk Master himself, that came into the squad and really locked it down. But outside of that sheer insanity, now it is my job to make sense of that madness and rank all 12 of our teams. You did a great job last time, Ali, but here are my Major 2 power rankings for the 2022 season. At number 12, Ferris Legion. With only 2 series wins on this year and a quick 3-1 loss at Major 2, it would be hard to justify any other placing. Coming in at number 11, Minnesota ROKKR. After a disappointing result at their own home event, they failed to show any improvements from the qualifying stage, leaving them just above Paris, but that's pretty much it. Sitting at number 10, Toronto Ultra. Incredibly surprising to have them this low after their Cold War year, but being 2-18 in their last 20 hard points played, the 2-3-5 can only get them so far. At number 9, this seems to be a fitting place to have NYSL. After picking up Paul X, they have wins over Paris, Minnesota, and Toronto, earning their place above them, but ultimately they fell short to the LA Thieves at the major, so they fit snugly in between. Placing at number 8, Los Angeles Thieves. After a disastrous Stage 2 qualifying performance where winning an S&D seemed nigh impossible, they managed to perform well enough, completing a reverse sweep against NYSL. Then they stayed on the reverse sweep theme with a loss to OpTic Texas, but in my mind, they rebounded well enough to dodge the bottom 4 for now. Falling to number 7, we have the London Royal Ravens. Possibly the most difficult team to place in the power rankings. At the end of the major, they only managed to win a map against Paris Legion, suffering 2 3-0 losses to both Los Angeles Guerrillas and Florida. I expect these guys to bounce back, but getting back to that top 3 form might be a bit out of reach. Coming in at number 6, the Miracle Men of Major 2, the Los Angeles Guerrillas. To be honest, after their absurd win, I have no idea what this team will even be going forward or where Spart will end up. Put them at first, put them in 12th, but whatever you do, don't count them out. These guys can win. In the 5th spot of fuzziness, the Florida Mutineers. Another squad that has some wiggle room in the middle of the pack, but for me, now that they have shown a wider map pool and secured a top 4 placing, they have proven without question they are stronger than the so-called experts originally thought. Starting off our top 4, the Boston Breach. They had an impressive 4-1 performance throughout the Stage 2 qualifying and a team best 3rd place finish at the major bracket. These guys have been improving non-stop through the year, but have yet to firmly beat the teams at the very top. But holy if they continue this trend of improvement, who knows what this year holds. My boldest pick for this list at number 3, the Seattle Surge. With a 3-0 win over OpTic in a down-to-the-wire Game 5 with Faze, these guys are potentially the new kings of Bow Cage. It's a bold call to put them this high, but the way I see it, they got robbed with Matt getting sick on stage. I saw flashes of greatness where, honestly, they could have won the entire thing, so I'm placing my bet and moving them into the top 3. In at number 2, the Atlanta Faze. They have the 2nd best map record, the 2nd best series record, and an almost guaranteed spot in the finals. There is no doubt that this is a top 2 squad, but in my mind, there is one team standing in their way of becoming the best in Call of Duty Vanguard. Holding on to our number 1 spot, OpTic Texas. Look, I know they got caught. I know they will have nightmares about Gavutu, but on paper, it is still a team that is filled to the brim with talent and has the deepest map pool in the league. In spite of their recent performances, at the end of the day, they have a 3-0 record against Faze with an 11-4 map count. When it comes down to a best of 9 in the grand finals with their map pool, they have to be considered the best in the game. There we go, our definitive Major 2 power rankings list. It was not an easy one, that is to be sure. Feel free to roast me in the comments, let me know how I did. Yell at me if that's what needs to happen. But most importantly, make sure you hit subscribe to stay up to date on all that CDL content.
All right, shout out to Chance right there with the power rankings. And Ali, I'm actually loving the fact that he put Seattle so high up.
No, we were right there with him. I was like, love that out of you, Chance, because I know he wasn't a Seattle believer in the beginning, but we're slowly making that overturn.
You got that right. Put some respect on your name, baby. But taking a look at the Belong Arena, the action is going to take place very soon. But right now, we're going to discuss all of the roster changes that's been happening. So if you're wondering who got on what team and who's currently riding the bench, you're in the right spot. And speaking of which, looking at Chance's power rankings, seeing star-studded teams such as Los Angeles Thieves all the way at the bottom is absolutely crazy, right? But one of the other teams that were joining them were the Minnesota ROKKR, and they actually made a very difficult team change.
Yeah, they made a very difficult one, but they needed to make a change, right? They have been playing great. They got last at the last tournament, and that was their own major where they needed to perform in front of their fans. And it's just tough that it's Major Maniac, man. It's one that you hate to see go. He's so consistent, so disciplined. The composure is always there. Like, he knows what needs to be done on the map. But, you know, their fact remains the same, that the Minnesota ROKKR, their pace is way too slow on the map. So, you know, they get rid of one of their slower players, and they bring in a guy like Havoc, who's incredibly aggressive. He's been having a lot of success in challengers. We heard what the coach said. They went over it for 30 hours. They talked to everybody. It was unanimous what they wanted to do. And seeing how Attach played in the new role with the AR, he had like a 1.7, averaged 700 more damage than Major Maniac with an AR and hard points. So maybe you move him to main AR, get that more aggression, they get better. All this is just us hypothesizing. We'll see how it plays out in this tournament, but I'm sure we'll learn right away.
Real soon.
I think this is also a big proving ground for Havoc, right? Because he was on that Texas Nation team that was literally winning everything, and then they had to Minnesota, and then they didn't even qualify, right? They didn't even make it into the top 4 teams to make it into the Pro-Am, but the entire roster has now been picked apart, right? Because now Kismet is getting on board with NYSL in place of Neptune as well. So I think for both of them, this is a big proving ground.
You're right. And also, shout out to Brian Sain for giving us all the information on that. But NYSL made yet another team change. And, Ali, it seems like they make a team change every day, right? I mean, this time around, Neptune is going to go right back to the bench. And now we're here.
I'm getting whiplash, Felly. I'm getting whiplash from all the decision-making NYSL is taking. They were the first team to make a roster change at the beginning of the season. It didn't really go the way that they hoped. They put Neptune back on the roster. Everything still isn't working out. And then they drop Clay, and they bring in Paul X. And now, again, Neptune is gone. Kismet is brought in, and we're waiting for something to click, right? I truly thought the sub-duo of Neptune and Hydra was doing perfectly fine, but we've all seen Prim's tweets, his videos, and what he thought about the mental overall for this team. And obviously, if that wasn't working, bring in a similar player in Kismet. Hopefully, he'll play the same, but get better mentally across the board.
Yeah, I mean, I think, you know, in terms of skill ceiling, I would say Neptune probably has a little bit of a higher ceiling than Kismet. But in terms of team dynamic, we know what Kismet is like. Like, this guy puts it all out there. He works very hard. And we've seen the tweets. We saw Paul X subtweeting Neptune. We saw Neptune tweeting about how he feels like they're just throwing the blame at him. So there's some disconnect there between the 3 guys on New York and Neptune. It was not going to work out. So bringing in a guy like Kismet, who's a great search and destroy player, looking at Neptune, dropped a .82 in search and destroy. There is some spots where there's going to be immediate improvement for the New York team. So I'm hoping Kismet can come in there, listen to these guys, and sort of fit their mold, because they were improving, even with Neptune on the team and them not getting along. So I'm expecting this team to continue.
Yeah, Neptune wasn't getting along with the team, so now he has to get along with the bench. And good luck to NYSL on this roster change. But also, shout out to London Royal Ravens, who's been having a really good year, right? But the thing is, Gizmo is going to have to take some time out due to personal issues. Gizmo, we love you. We miss you, man. Can't wait to see you back in the CDL. But replacing him will be Harry. And, Ali, hopefully this change can put London back in the conversation of being a top 3 team.
Yeah, and of course, we all hope for Gizmo to get better. So much love sent out to him. As, you know, we've already known he's had a rough year to start when it comes to London Royal Ravens, but they were still performing well, right? So Harry has some big shoes to fill, and the likes of Gizmo kind of fighting for that Rookie of the Year, right? He was one of those standout flex players at the beginning of the season, so Harry's going to have to help fill that role for the London Royal Ravens.
Right now, also, last but not least, a change that was looking scary for OpTic Texas for a second. We had news the other day that General was going to sub in for Illy due to a thumb injury, right? But we actually got word yesterday, late yesterday, that Illy will actually be taking place in the Pro-Am Classic. And this gives OpTic another chance to really redeem themselves for what we saw in Major 2.
I know, thank God, man. I'm so so happy that Illy's going to be playing for this team. He's their in-game leader at times. They have a lot of faith in him as a player. He comes up clutch in so many different search and destroy moments, right? Like, this is an OpTic team that we want to see more of. They won the first tournament, did not have a great showing at Major 2, and they've had quite some time to figure it all out. We can all pinpoint the exact moment where we thought that they messed up, and it was the map pool that they played in their first series versus Seattle at Major 2. You know, Coach Rambo and Sender, they went in the back like, okay, guys, regain. We ain't going to do that again. We're going to come correct this time. So they have their full team. I'm expecting Illy to pop off as well.
Dude, they're fine. They got Dashy and Shotzi. Like, this team is going to be stacked. But speaking of which, they also have Coach Rambo Ray. We have a soundbite from him about what's been going on. Let's go ahead and give it a listen.
He saw a doctor on Monday. There was a lot of reassuring talk, and really the antibiotics that he's been taking have been running their course and really helping him heal to the extent where he feels capable of playing. Just so everyone's understanding, we very much kind of discussed with Inder about, like, you take the time you need. It's really up to you when you feel ready to play, and he feels ready to play. So Illy will be competing today.
I have to admit, I was really worried about Illy getting subbed out just because we saw what a difference it made at the beginning of the season when OpTic were struggling, and they were like, we have no in-game leader. Everybody's trying to talk, make play calls all at once. And Scump said, you know, at one point we all just kind of sat down and was like, let Inder make the calls. And right after that, boom, they win their own home major. They're arguably the best team in the game. So I was really worried that they were going to lose Illy for the Pro-Am, but I'm glad he's feeling better and hope to see him perform.
And hopefully OpTic pops off today, because that first game that they have against Florida is not going to be easy. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time, because coming up right now is a break, but on the other side of that, we're going to see the first matchup of the day from the CDL Pro-Am Classic. We have the Seattle Surge facing off against the Atlanta Faze. If you guys know about the history between these two teams, you definitely don't want to miss it. We'll catch you on the other side to kick off this amazing event. We'll see you soon.
Shot when the camera's up. But this one you gon' have to duck. Tell me about your lifestyle, really. We've been on the road to the tank go empty. I'ma keep going to the Lord, come give me. If you wanted me to stop, then you can't come with me. Thinking you the best, silly. We about to put it in your chest, really. And I don't think you really want problems. Think you know the outcome. Really fuck around, dog. You thinking you getting me? Is you kidding me? Ripping everything I got to get in the vicinity.
Welcome to the Call of Duty League Pro-Am Classic. It's pros versus amateurs.
Sim versus Krim, and he's got the clutch.
All 12 CDL teams are locked and loaded.
Oh my God, inside!
Ready to square off alongside the top 4 challengers squads.
Okay, what in the hell? Oh my God!
You know the drill. If you want to be the best, you've got to beat the best.
Standing with 2 more, and it is a massacre.
And the amateur players are hungry to prove they belong at the top tier of competitive Call of Duty.
He's breaking down doors. He snaps on 2.
But the pros, they're ready to send these challengers packing.
Leading to speed. Captain Warriors into the sky.
Who will have the grit to make it all the way through our intense group play and into the high-stakes single elimination bracket?
Scrap looking for a break. They're trying to lock things up, but Scrap swaps to the pistol for the double.
We're about to find out.
And he keeps on moving.
And the body shots from Wardy, the confidence coming through.
Wee Man with the reaction.
This is day 1 of the Call of Duty League Pro-Am Classic. Let's get it on.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, all of you beautiful people out there. Okay, so this matchup right here, let's set the tone for just a second. At the beginning of the year, we always called this like a David versus Goliath matchup, right? Like, you know, the Titans versus, you know, the up-and-comers. Now, Seattle Surge, no longer up-and-comers, okay? They've proven that they can beat the best in the CDL, but the question is, can they be consistent and can Max stay healthy? But they're going against one of the Titans, one of the greatest out there, the Atlanta Faze and Ali. They're not currently, well, I wouldn't call them the best team in the league right now, but I would definitely honestly say they're the most consistent, and hopefully they can make some noise this event because they need it.
Healthy or not, Mac is frying. But I will say this, Atlanta Faze is also frying. Second team overall from both majors. And again, like consistency, right? Yes. And they haven't even hit their peak, right? We've talked about Abizi's been struggling to really find his groove in this game. Sim seeming to have found his as of recently, and RCDs has been pretty lights out. Cellium doing what Cellium always does, right? But again, it has yet to be that big win. It has yet to be that dominance that we have set that bar for this Atlanta Faze team. So we had a big break, right? We had a couple weeks for them to take time off, figure out what needs to change. What's the problem? Why can't they finish and close all of this out? Berlin S&D might be a little bit of their boogeyman, and it is going to be in this series against Seattle Surge. But again, we don't know what to expect.
You got that right. And, with that time off, this team, they've got second place at both of the majors so far. But one of the biggest factors of that is the simple fact that one of their most aggressive players, which is going to be Abizi, has had off and on games. And the question is, as we get into our game field keys of victory, is can Abizi keep up at a consistent high level to help out the rest of his teammates? Because if that happens to work out, this is going to be simply fantastic. And Nameless, I think Atlanta Faze should really try to make a statement against Seattle in their first game.
Absolutely. I think they need to make a statement here. They've had a lot of time to go into the lab and get better. There's another control map, brand new map. This is a team that can learn the game faster than almost anybody, right? So if they can pick up that Berlin, it could be huge for them. On the flip side of that, for Seattle Surge, there's been a map that has been tough for them all season long. It's been Gavutu in hardpoint. It's been Gavutu in control. So now that they have Berlin, it could be good for them as well. So we're going to learn a lot here. Finally getting to see Berlin control. And I heard you touch on Abizi. I think he's been solid throughout this game, except for that finals. He was making some terrible plays in the finals versus LAG. And then when it comes to Search and Destroy, this is a team that has been excellent at that game mode across these last few years. Well, we're seeing them in these final series losing Search and Destroy. You can see that's our first game field key to victory. Get back to elite S&D form. Went 3-4 at Major 2 in S&D, 8-3 in Respawn, right? They've been working on some of their maps in Respawn, namely Gavutu Control, where they've been looking fantastic in Gavutu Hardpoint. But Search and Destroy, they need to get that back to elite form to win a tournament. And then rotational gunfights critical versus Seattle. Seattle's second in rotation win percentage this season. We saw what they've been able to do with Mac, how aggressive he is. Pred found his form, so you're going to have to be on point there, going up against those guys. And then nail your S&D post plant. Seattle retaking 53% of the time in neutral situations. At times, they'll let you plant the bomb, and they'll take the 4v4 retake, and they're damn good at it. So got to be prepared for that.
All right, so there you go for the Atlanta Faze, and the game field keys of victory. This team is just top to bottom. They're just full of all-stars. They're all phenomenal. And if things start clicking all on the same level and they fire off on all cylinders, I don't think there's anybody out there that could really stop them. I mean, shout out to OpTic. That's going to be a really good matchup if they all reach their peak. But Atlanta, they're going to have to bring it because the team that they're facing against on your screen right now, the Seattle Surge. And last time we saw them on the main stage, Nameless, Mac was sick. We called it a flu game, right? And the thing was, going into that matchup, we were like, okay, who's going to step up now that Mac isn't doing so well? But then when we saw the gameplay happen, it was like, all right, who's going to step up to help out Mac?
Yeah, it was Mac who stepped up and started playing so well. I mean, even despite being sick, unfortunately ended up having to sit out. And, Chance talked about in his power ranking video, like, they were looking so good. They looked like they could have won the tournament. Like, legitimately, this is a Seattle team that looked absolutely incredible. So we don't know truly what they're capable of yet, if they can win or not, because they really were making that run. And it was Mac who was popping off for this squad. Pred found consistency as well. We talked to him a little bit after the event at the casino, and he was like, man, we felt so comfortable. I was feeling the most comfortable I've ever felt, and they've been working very hard. So with a month of time to practice, we'll see how they're looking here.
And with the game field keys victory, Allie, what you got for us?
Bounce back from tough end to major, too. I mean, so the biggest thing about this, of course, is Mac was sick, right? But he still popped off in that series. I will defend to the end of my days that first Tuscan hardpoint against Atlanta Faze. Pred had streaks when it first started. That unfortunate reset, though, nobody ever wins the reset. And then, of course, Mac had to sit out when they got sent down to losers. Classic subs in. Unfortunately, they fall to LAG, who end up winning the entire tournament. And so the next one is going to be Sib to bring back the hot slang. 1.8 KD during Major 2 qualifiers. That's 7th overall. We've seen what Sib is capable of doing, right? We've seen him simply take over a map on his own. So we're waiting to find that little bit of consistency out of him and figure out Gavutu hardpoint woes. 0-4 this season, and obviously that's going to be their auto ban going up against Atlanta Faze. So we won't unfortunately see that in this series, but it's been a very long break as well. So we can see Seattle Surge has possibly opened up their map pool in the time off.
If Sib, aka Dante, gets back to his hot slaying ways, listen, this Seattle team was going to be something different. And by the way, Major 2 was like the best that we've ever seen Pred, really. And for him to come out of Challengers and APAC, come to NA and do work like this, that guy is special. But it's going to be time for talent picks. And I know you guys on Reddit, Twitter go hard for these, so good luck. I'm going to rock with the upset vote. It's not even an upset anymore.
I don't even know if it's an upset
Seattle
anymore.
Surge has Atlanta's number, and I think that Seattle's going to run away with it. Allie, I would like to think that I know you well enough to pick Seattle.
You're not even going to ask me at this point. I'm going to be going with Seattle Surge. I truly think this is one of the only teams in CL that really match up with Atlanta Faze.
Yes, Nameless. Now, you already know when it comes to me and Allie with our takes. We're going to roll with Seattle. Who do you feel like is going to run away with this win?
I mean, I can't pick anybody but Faze. Faze, I think they're going to take the series, although their matches versus Seattle have just been wild throughout this entire season. Honestly, it's like a 50-50 call, but I tend to lead more towards Faze. Their respawn looks too good at Major 2.
Well, this is Faze's chance to show that they could beat just anybody out there, and I know they are tired of getting second place, especially with Simp on that team. That guy doesn't settle for anything less than first. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and get this event underway. For the first matchup of the day, we have the Seattle Surge facing off against the Atlanta Faze, and the CDL Prime Classic starts now.
We're back.
Are we ready? Let's get this show on the road. Otis Elliott, who fights Sue right off the rim, makes it 3. Taken down 1-5-1. Last man standing. Oh! It's real early. Busy waiting to pounce. There's the next. Give him the last point for him. Waiting for his to find, and there it is. Look at the mini-map Faze are in. It's the guts. It's the glory. It's the championship for Faze. Either way, accuracy. 10 seconds. He gotta go. He's gotta fly. Will he get the kill? No. Accuracy stays alive. Players off the point. Max staying alive as long as he can. What a beautiful flank this could be. The second. Oh, God, the round's gone. They are. Brent has an opportunity. There's the first. There's the second. Turns on. And still, if fire works out, do you get any more? Yeah, he can. It's 5. The Young Guns in round 11. And they go back. Can he come down the corner in time? And you bet we will. That's it.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It's good to be back. We're ready to rock and roll of our first match of the day here. The Pro-Am, Miles and Chance taking through map number 1 here on Alpha. Alpha Bravo Charlie Delta running all week long. It's going to be a lot of fun. Chance, there's a lot of smells in the air. It's all that old school vibe. You know what I'm saying? We're bringing it here in the Belong Arenas in Columbus. Mate, how you doing? It's been a while. I haven't spoken to you in forever, it feels like.
I mean, yeah, you know, a little bit too long of a break, at least for my taste, but the event that we get to kick off after the break is, I mean, one of the most unique we've ever had in Call of Duty history. Like, obviously, like, back in the CDL days, we had open events all the time, and like, that was always fun and exciting to see the AM teams match up, and now it's almost like more experimental because it's been so many years. Now it's like we get to see the true test of like these CDL teams, like with the coaching staff that they bring, with the guaranteed salaries for the players, like all these beneficial things for the teams at the top. Can that separate them further, or will there be upset potential? As in Call of Duty, there almost always is.
Always, Chance. I mean, we wouldn't have it any other way, mate. But yeah, we've got a lot of games to get through this week. Again, all 4 streams running full time, bringing you all the action. Again, our friends over at Clutch 2G as well, bringing the action there on Charlie and Delta. But as you can see, friends, we've got ourselves Atlanta Faze, Seattle Surge to kick things off. This should be a real treat. The desk has had their way with each other and shared some information. And Chance, I can't lie, bro. I think this is gonna be a spicy start to the day.
Yeah, I mean, like, the spirit/curse of Nikki D seemingly has lived on through the Seattle team. No matter what the roster is, they have matched up incredibly well against Atlanta Faze. I think in the past 3 matchups they have, they're up 2-1, like beat him at the kickoff classic, knocked him out. Obviously took the L at the stage 2 major, but that's while Mac is getting sick. And for me, my 2 cents, one of the most interesting things that happened at that major was the game Mac had while he was sick on the Bocage hardpoint.
That was the first loss Atlanta actually took on that map. They now have banned that for this series. So like Atlanta's best map, they get rid of on their own, and that gets a Berlin hardpoint in the mix. I think that is a massive opportunity for Seattle, but obviously the desk has talked about it. These teams have been back in the lab. I assume Atlanta has been hammering home their Berlins to work on their hardpoint, and obviously the new control map that is in as well. So I think FaZe might have something special cooked up, but as far as the maps goes, I think Seattle have set themselves up perfectly.
Well, we'll see. Indeed, these teams have both had a lot of time in the lab, of course, since Major number 2. We'll have a look at our maps and modes. The series ahead of us, and friends, we've got a trick for you. That Berlin Control, map number 3. First time we'll be seeing it played here in the CDL, and it should be a fun one. Tuscan Desert Siege, back-to-back Berlins, and of course the Tuscan Game 5. We have to go the distance. Here in the pools to start things off. Pool A, let's get it going though, Chance. Tuscan hardpoint to get things started. Another good map there for FaZe, but how are we feeling overall in the series? Again, it seemingly feels like 2 brand new teams born anew in this sort of break we've had between Major 2.
Well, I will say it'll be very important for Seattle to get off to a hot start because, like, based on the maps, I give a slight edge to Atlanta on the Tuscan Hardpoint. I give a decent edge to them on the Desert Siege, and I know the Berlin Control is definitely like a massive question mark, but FaZe are 2-0 against Seattle in the Control game mode. Granted, both of those are Gavutus, so I know Seattle's going to be happy for the mix-up, but I think Nameless is, like, correct with his analysis that FaZe is, like, the quickest team to, like, learn how to play some of these maps. So I think FaZe are going to be a heavy threat early on, but the deeper the series goes, the better the odds get for Seattle. I mean, they're 2-0 against Atlanta on the Tuscan and the Berlin Hardpoint. FaZe have only ever played it twice. They're 1-1 on the map. The loss they had, it was Seattle. They took them down in pretty dominant fashion. So front half for Atlanta, back half for Seattle in my mind, and I think maybe the Tuscan Hardpoint might actually be the closest map we have.
We'll see. We'll see. As they're going to cross the other side of the screen, just over here, friends, right there, you can see the rest of those guys getting ready. Serious game faces across the board there for Seattle Surge. Final moments of parting wisdom coming out of Coach Crowder on the other side for Atlanta FaZe. But man, I can't lie, Charles. I'm a little jelly, mate. I'd love to be in the Belong Arena right now, hearing it. We've been talking about this in the green room. Like, this is that old school feel. This is a very much an intimate event. There's no crowd. It's just everyone in a single room, really bringing the noise. It's going to get very sweaty in there. Trash talk's going to be great. I hope we can catch some of it. And I think I can see a wild Pristini out there as well. So vibes are high as we now get into our first map of a first series. And Chance, you called it. We'll see that Tuscan Hardpoint be a very interesting start for both teams. First half of the series, Atlanta. Second half of the series, Seattle. But we'll see if we go the distance. RC's looks pretty chill, mate. You know what I mean? He's big chilling right now. Enjoying himself a lot. 2 players, though, we're going to be keeping an eye on again. Selim and Mac when it comes to those hardpoint top performers. Mac may have had the flu game, mate, but Selim, he's been different all year long.
Yeah, so I mean, his stats will be almost the exact same no matter like what team he's playing against. Selim is truly built differently in a game that is built for him. So Selim, that is the expectation that he will have a strong series no matter what. Specifically, though, against Atlanta FaZe, Mac is the only player on Seattle that has a positive KD against this team, but he has performed incredibly well. We obviously saw it at the Major 2, and he's the guy that stepped up for the team. So Mac is absolutely the threat. I do agree with the keys to victory, though, that I think Civ, has to be right there with them in the slang category. I mean, almost in all honesty, just to deal with Cell. And I'd say for flip side on FaZe, Simp has been really the only player to truly struggle in this head-to-head matchup. I think he's got somewhere in the ballpark of like a 0.88, 0.89 overall. Certainly not accustomed to having those stats, and I think Simp will be hungry to bounce back.
Yeah, indeed, Simp, a player who we saw explode onto the CDL 2022 season at Kickoff Classic, of course, on the Seattle Surge roster, and man alive, when he hit hard. He took the world by storm alongside his teammate Pred, and ever since then, it's been a little bit hit and miss. We haven't quite seen that same return of form. They took a major dip when it came to Major 1, and of course, Major 2, the potential was there, mate. You had him in the power ranking still well up there, and I think that's a very good shout. And again, Pred on your screen there, the Thunder from Down Under, comes all the way from Australia, has been turning heads since he joined the CDL's private streams, doing great as well. Man seems to be enjoying himself over here in the US of A, and he's been doing Seattle proud. Charles, what do you think really happened in Seattle, that roster? I mean, again, opening start to the season, super strong, favorites coming into a lot of things, second place Kickoff Classic. After that, kind of fell apart. In your opinion, why?
I think Seattle were like one of the first teams to sort of like crack the code of the game. I think Pret is one of the first guys early on at the kickoff classic, like on your Gavutu's controls. He is the long route super flank man, and he was doing it time and time again, always aggressive on the flanks. And I think at a certain point, teams were like, okay, that is going to be the Seattle play style. They make that adjustment, and that's where we saw the dip. And then obviously Seattle had the opportunity to respond to how like the times were changing and get back in the mix. So I don't know. I have him very high in the power rankings. I will say, as far as power rankings go, it needs to be a tier list almost instead of like a 1 through 12, just because of how competitive this is. Because even for this series, I could realistically seeing it be like, a game 5, round 11 barn burner, or it could be an Atlanta Faze 3-0. Like, there really is no telling at this point of the year.
No, not at all. And again, here at the Pro-Am, a very different look for our first event back after the break, but it's going to be a fun one indeed, friends. We can guarantee you a wild week of Call of Duty action indeed. So here we go, though, friends. The Belong Arena's about to get stinky. It's the Passion Pit. A very different rebrand, I would say, is about to get going once again. I like to face Seattle Surge map number 1, Tuscan Hardpoint, as they starting to get a little bit rowdy. Looks like the boys are almost ready to get going. I mean, unless they're already in the game, I'd be very surprised if that were the case. But still shooting bots, it looks like. I was excited, and Simp's not even holding his controller. So, Chance, I think we're not quite ready to go. But at the same time, mate, the spice is there. And it's just interesting. We've got a real opportunity here again. The overarching story here of the Prime is certainly that we've never really got to see what it looks like when the amateur teams goes up against the pros. Are the pros going to crumble under the pressure? Is this going to be a grand sweeping embarrassment for all of them? And we find that the amateur Call of Duty players this whole time were truly gods among men? Or is it going to be the other way and the pros just the pros and that's that? We'll find out though, because we're answering a lot of questions this week, friends. Reddit is about to literally its pants. I'm glad I got to that button quick because this could get crazy, man. I'm not kidding, bro. I'm not. This could be the most cataclysmic event in COD history, depending on what happens. We could be seeing the most brutal rostermania ever recorded in human history.
No, I think roster mania in like the old school sense of like the term is like kind of dead, just because like it used to just literally be the Wild West. So I don't know if you'd be extreme, maybe by CDL standards, roster mania for sure. Because I mean, if you get upset by an AM team, like Toronto, like has what, 2 academy teams in mix. If your academy team outperforms your actual team, I mean, it very quickly just could be like, well, I don't know, man, maybe just throw those 4 players in the mix. Like if there's an upset at any point, I mean, you just have to pay more attention to the AM teams. It would just be, I mean, a dagger to guys that have invested so much to lose to some AM. So it'd be incredible. And the trash talk, can you imagine? Like even a guy like Vortex, who's been winning everything in the AM scene, that has been consistently overlooked when it comes to actually getting picked up as top talent. If he actually just proves himself beating the top teams, like I would go crazy if I was him. Maybe he'll be, classier, more respectful than myself, but I just, it is a long time coming for some of these players to be able to prove themselves. Now the stage is here.
I like the sound of that. Well, speaking of folks who are classy and have proved themselves, let's get to the desk involved here where we deal with a very slight technical issue.
Hey, guys.
You call me classy. I feel special.
Hey, Belly, of course you're classy. Look at that shirt. You look magnificent. What are you talking about?
Only today, man. I feel pretty today. I like the flowers. But by the way, shout out to you guys. I love you guys a lot. But guess what? We got a little delay as the players. Go ahead and get things together for this first matchup. So basically,
they're nervous. Is what it is.
Oh, they're nervous.
Shook. You heard that conversation Miles and Chance were having about the AM players? I'm telling you, they're shook, dude.
Mac was about to throw
Some of them are.
Something. It's crazy. Nerves are rocking. But you know what? While we fill some time for a little bit, Ali, speaking of, open brackets, lands, and even amateurs, you just went to a land event.
Ali, we saw you popping off and screaming.
Ali was going crazy. But wait, guys, guess what? Ali actually beat a celebrity the other day. You know that guy that was popping off on Twitter at that land event?
Listen, my most memorable moment may have not been the screaming videos. That was not me, by the way. That was Kat. That was not Ali. We don't talk about her. But yes. I will say, we were down 0-4 in a bouquet, Justin D, and we went 6 in a row to send them home. So, I mean, I think that's fairly typical.
Hey, that's typical.
That's typical.
Respect.
It's typical. Why didn't we go, man?
I don't know.
Why didn't you tell us about it?
Too busy getting ready for this.
I was too nervous. I couldn't have you stand behind me.
Pockets, carry me. Be my hard carry.
Next time.
This guy hasn't been doing local in 10 years, and he's like, I would have ran that. I don't get.
Easily. But as we wait for the game to go ahead and get started, let's go ahead and talk about the groups for just a second. If we can get a graphic up, that'd be really helpful. So looking at all the groups, okay, it's been universally said that Group D is going to have the most static, right? We got,
I would say Group C is just as staticky as Group D. Yeah, just because of the level of play between those teams. I have it down right here. I mean, it's Royal Ravens, Thieves, Subliners, and Team War. We saw War, what they were able to do. They have some players who've done a lot in challenges over the last couple of years. But, looking at Royal Ravens, they're coming in with a new player, right? So that's a different dynamic for them, and it's fairly recent where they had that revelation. And then also LA Thieves, they've been struggling tremendously. And the New York Subliners team that's been in turmoil for weeks as well. So there's a lot of opportunity there for the amateur team to make some waves. And that's basically how I'm basing which is the group of death. Like, which group can an amateur team make an impact? And I think Group C, there's a lot of opportunity for Team War to beat a lot of those teams.
Right. I'm going to get a soundbite from both of you on this one, okay? So, yes, this is a Prime Classic, so we're here to see, okay, can the AM teams hang out with the pro teams, who's going to win, yada, yada, yada. But me personally, with all the roster changes that Miles was gassing up, right? Look at teams like Toronto Ultra and the LA Thieves. Now, the question is, can they get back to their old ways? And is this like their final chance before we move forward? We are at the halfway point. They need points for champs.
No doubt. I mean, looking at Toronto Ultra, like, what is it, 2 and 18 in the last 20 hard points? Like, it is time. Like, even if you don't make it out of groups here, it is time to make a change. And for Toronto Ultra, they put themselves in such a precarious spot. Like, look at their group. Seattle Surge and Atlanta Faze. Like, that is tough. Like, you're putting yourself in these tough situations because you're not performing and you're not making a change. It's like, I don't know what to do in that camp. Like, I don't even know which player you would get rid of. Like, it's been Cammy who's been underperforming for this team really overall statistically, but he's also like the player who has an insane ceiling, who was their best player last year for majority of the year. So they have an insanely tough decision to make. And then also, what if one of these academy teams makes a run at this tournament? They have 8 different players to pick from. So Ultra, I mean, so much pressure on this starting lineup to perform in this tournament, Belly.
You got that right. I don't even think they're the only team we're really keeping our eyes out for. Allie, what are your thoughts when it comes to teams like Toronto Ultra, Los Angeles Thieves, or even New York Subliners? Paris Legion, too. Okay?
You had a lot of time. You had an entire month to figure out your woes, to get it together, to get on top of scrims, and now this is your time to show it to everybody. And Toronto Ultra definitely have kind of like the hardest pool match when it comes into this, because they have to instantly prove themselves against some of the top teams, top 4 teams in the game. But when I'm looking at open bracket teams, I have to look at Team War. The reason I'm looking at Team War is because Singularity, for me, feels like it builds players to get thrown up to the CDL. Kleenex and Inside made their way through Singularity, proved themselves, brought up to the pro time. Now there was Maple and Denza that have also been on Team Singularity. Now they're on Team War, heading into our top 4 Pro-Am. So now I think that those are going to be the 2 players to really watch out for. I know we talk a lot about the 2 Toronto Academy teams, but I feel like we shouldn't count Team War out either.
No, you definitely can't. So Slack is over at the Belong Arena right now with Slack. By the way, Kickoff Classic was amazing. I loved having you on the desk, man. But my question to you right now, and be real with me, okay? Be genuine. Do you think any of these AM teams have the sauce to make it forward into the single elimination bracket? And if so, which ones or which players do you really have your eyes on?
I'm going to be honest, Veli. I looked at all the pools, and I kind of broke it down team by team, and I watched the Minnesota Open event for the AM teams, and I wasn't too impressed with some of the teams, I can't lie. I think the best team that potentially has a shot at making a run in this tournament would be Toronto Academy NA. I think they have a good pool to do so, with Paris being one of the bottom teams in the league, followed up by Boston, and I think they could get a win here, maybe against the champs LAG as well. So who knows? It's going to be an exciting event to watch, and I can't wait for it to get underway.
I love it. And here at the halfway point, I mean, it's pretty much been the story of the underdogs for the last 2 months, right? Because we had a month of just chilling for a second. So one of the major questions is, Nameless is for you as well. Teams like the Florida Mutineers, the middle of the pack teams, or even teams like Minnesota ROKKR, do you really think we're going to see more surprises from this event from teams on that level?
Well, I think for Florida, what we saw was great gameplay. I don't even think it would be surprised if they continued to play well. Everybody became very comfortable. It was Awakening who was really like popping off statistically, regardless of how they were playing over the last couple of months. But, we saw Dave Patty step it up, especially in the respawns. Like, this guy was lighting it up, and everybody just played so good. But, other teams, talking about New York, this is a team that I'm very worried about still. Like, was it a lateral move picking up Kismet? I'm hoping that their search and destroy gets better. Paul has still been balling out regardless, right, for this team. So New York, this is a team that they have to answer a lot of questions, or will we see another change?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to kick things off. It's time to send this over to Miles and Chance. Fellas, take it away.
It's finally time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get into it, mate. I cannot wait. First map of the day. Here we go, the Pro-Am. This is Group A, ladies and gentlemen. We're starting things off with a bang. CDL Surge, Atlanta Faze, Tuscan Hardpoint. Let's get it, Chance.
Things I'm looking for real quick. We talked about it briefly for the keys to victory. Seattle, one of the best, if not the best, rotational team in the game. Their P2 to P3 on this map is spectacular, and I think Arcades might actually be the route man for the team. So Arcades always a player on the minimap you want to keep your eye on.
A little of a slow start, though, from Seattle Surge here. Yet to really get going. Celium doing what he can there on point. Pred enters the fray very quickly over to Arcades once again. Can't get too much more out of this fight. You got a nice start here from Atlanta Faze. 30 seconds down in the open hardpoint. And Faze found himself that sweet time. But Pred, though, starting to find the kills, heat things up. Still his team retaining spawns for the right-hand side of the map, Chance. And it's not a bad start whatsoever for Faze. They've retained the hardpoint.
And Abizi found the angle. Well, he shoots his gun, and there's still 12 seconds for Seattle to go and hunt him down, but that is also a massive amount of scrap time that Faze is able to get right off the opening break. And you see Seattle maybe just happy and willing to actually give up those back spawns, or maybe Abizi just the man that's taking it straight out of their hands. But either way, already a 25-point bump. Seattle looking to make things happen on P2.
P2's up. Column's all theirs for now. Here comes the hit from behind from Cell, trying to lead the charge. 3 members of Faze now through the back lines here of Tuscan. Forward they go under the cover of gunfire. Straight into the fray. Stuns are out. You'd name it. It's all exploding around them. Accuracy, the lone man up on point, but the Seattle Surge line now holding this one down. We could see a lead change unless Cell can get in there. No, big work out of Pred once again. Running circles right now around Atlanta Faze. Finding those kills. The man's on a 6. Make it a 7. Finally dropped in the end, but a good bit of work though. Here comes Faze though, back straight into it. Seattle Surge lead for a brief moment. The time now going the way of Faze.
Yeah, in a very dicey moment, right? How much do you want to really fight for this scrap time? Because 17 seconds is quite a bit of time, or maybe Sib will just wait for the kills to fall in his lap. And by the way, here's the rotations. The final 10 seconds over to Seattle. And Seattle had the edge on these gunfights, but Pred, unfortunately for him, he's got the MP40, not the auto, so he has to play his life inside of fire and wait for the regroup to happen. Can't even win the first one. Faze, they get the rotation nice and secure. Admittedly, though, still down by 10.
Still down by a bit for now. P3's up. Fountains are not an easy hard point to break into. We'll see how it goes, though. Here comes Accuracy. He's in. First kill on Cell. That's an opening now. Through the front comes Mac as well. Here comes the pinch. Nice shots out of Mac. A second, though, not to be had. Arsty's 5 spree continues. Over to Sib as the rest of the squad now pouring onto the point. It's Accuracy and Sib right now trying to hold this one down together. Mac making his way through mid-map now. Pred's trying to help out. Arsty's once again. Great read. 7 spree right now for him. It's 10-4 overall with 25 left on third.
Yeah, talk about making the best of a bad situation, by the way, right? Accuracy gets through, gets rid of Selim in that back head glitch spot, and, well, Faze, they just flip that bully switch and pick up a couple more. Abizi takes 2 to the grave with them, and you can already see Arcades. He was going on a massive tear. He's already got those streaks, and he wants that scrap time, too. Faze went into that hill down by 10. Now they've built themselves a nice little 20-point lead, on top of the fact that they have been out-rotating Seattle. And if Seattle's not winning those rotations, they have absolutely struggled.
Next up, hardpoint. It's going to be inside church. Cell trying to stay alive. No hope there. Seattle Surge have got themselves a couple of players in point. Mac has the back covered. Mid-maps all Accuracy for now. You've got Sib doing the work alone there on point. And here comes Abizi. Slips the net. Dives straight on in. Causes a little bit of damage, but no more kills to be had. Over to Arsty's now. Running the MP40. Can't get any more. Pred, good work to hold the line down again. 30+ seconds now remaining here on church. And Faze have managed to get a couple of feet in. For how long can they hold it? Pred, smooth moves through the front door. Here comes Arsty's once again. And he's actually being held back. So there we go. Great work out of Seattle. This is good time.
And I gotta say, RCD is running the MP40. I mean, he has pulled it out in very particular situations, like round 11s and search and destroy. But obviously, Faze, I don't know how much we've actually talked about it. The, quote, roster move that they have made is switching RCDs and Celium, like the main AR to flex switch. And I mean, really, for Celium, I don't think it changes his gameplay too much. But obviously, we're seeing it for Alec. Just the MP40 in hand, maybe just for a couple particular hills. But whatever the case may be, 11 to his name, having a strong game, back to the auto and back ripping heads.
Yeah, I mean, for one of the players who's been historically one of the greatest ARs around, he's looking fine in the flex. 13-9 overall. Versatile player indeed. Over to Sim, a man who can also do it all. And it's the bunny hops from Sib who's going to end the run there. 91 points all tied up. Even Stevens. Seattle Surge with a slight lead as 3 players now stacked up on point. Abizi unable to get any more out of that. Simp now flying forward. Also, check the nade spots. That's what we want to be seeing these kills come from. Simp and Cell managed to break the hard point. All theirs. Time now going the way of Faze.
You definitely fight this if you're Seattle. At least send one or two players to look for the errant kills. While the first one, Mac, is going to fall. Over at Old, though, Pred is still trying to fight for that scrap, and on rotation, it looks like Faze will get there first, but P5 time. I mean, you can push this with even just a few seconds left on the clock, so even Celian goes for that chow just for those final few ticks, and as far as that rotation goes, again, Faze got there first, and it looks like they're picking up the kills along the way as Abizi and Arcides taking their place in the feed. Back towards P1 we go. Atlanta, they got the lead. They got the time.
Indeed, a very even matchup so far for both teams as we now come towards our second set of hardpoint. And there we go. Big shots out of Simp Nice 2. Sib straight on the point. He now goes, checks every possible corner. A team nade from Max going to help out there for now. Cell wins a big one. Open hard point for now. No one in control. Faze with an opportunity to make their way forward, but Pred, he could be the saving grace right now for Surge. No. Great hold again from Surge. Sorry from Atlanta Faze. A Surge unable to break in. That's good time, but Max now back on point.
Yeah, they're really just trying to strip away some time and make this not a money hill. This is where Faze actually probably had their best hill right off the rip effectively, and well, you're at least able to strip away enough time to keep this over towards a close game. You get back over P2, and you see how much more aggressive Pred was in towards P5, right? Last time Abizi was able to like find that gap and flip those spawns. Seattle say not this time. They're down by 30. They're at a point where you can't really afford to make too many more mistakes, and it will be nice and secure trying to set up on P2, but here comes that glide.
It's going to make things very difficult indeed. Should at least get one from Arcides there. Accuracy brought down. The rest of the team cleaned up now. And Pred, last man up now for Surge, close to point. Finding a couple out of this. 16-12 overall, trying to find the kills. Good job out of his teammates now, clearing the space. You've got 20 seconds now to try to pull back the lead. Good timing once again from Pred as he runs circles now around Faze on Tuscan. Hard point to a Surge. 30 seconds remaining here on second.
And Faze were taking that really slow, by the way. Sip was just hanging out over towards P5, but maybe they're just waiting for all four to make that hit. And, well, they're flying through, trying to make that break. Back up, pop around the plat, can only take an extra one. And there you go, Faze. Nice and patient to at least get that break and maybe fight for that scrap as well. Honestly, a big gunfight. Sip eventually gets taken down, but at least Seattle don't get this scrap because Faze in the middle of actually winning that rotation over towards P3. Now, another big moment for them because last time accuracy, he found the gap to get through, and now selling all the pressure in the world, hit from every angle, taken care of. And Seattle make the rotation happen. They found the break to foul.
That's decisive, but Abizi's now here in position to try to make something. Mac has overextended. Will Abizi catch him out? He does. This could be huge. Abizi may have just turned hands here now in the hard point. Over by third. Accuracy winning big one. Forward he goes. Seattle Surge trying to flood the point. Here comes two of them. Sib and Mac making their way forward now. Up to Arcides. Wins a big one, but no. Trades are there. Can Mac stay alive? He does. That is huge out of Mac Melts. Now, how much time can you garner for Seattle? This is huge. Once again, trades keep coming through, Chance. 3 in a row for Mac. It's trying to go big.
I mean, Faze, if they try to turn this hill into a dogfight, though, they will fight this for the final few seconds, but maybe that'll be the clearance. And another team kill, by the way, coming through with nades for Atlanta. It's at least the second that I've seen, so a little bit sloppiness there, and 1 HP on that rotation is all that Pred is going to need. Now, admittedly, those squad spawns right on point. Pred screaming those callouts. Yo, everybody's here.
I'm glad you brought up callouts. I'd love to now quickly go for a listen-in with Seattle Surge.
He's going arches. I'm coming to time. Back off, back Eddie, Sim. So, D1. What's weak? I'm taking the rap. Okay. D1 chop me down. Nice. Stay left. Yeah, I'm waiting. Underbroken, half health. I'm looking for him. I'm hitting P5. He's still there. You needed me. He could be well now. Underbroken, top church. Who's top church? Stay down. Kill underbroken. Right side beat down. Underbroken. Nothing top church. Right side beat down dead. Nice. I'm hitting front door. Go. Nothing front door. I don't see him back there. I have your deal. Back right. Nice. I'm rotating. I'm for the door. That's him. Keep on down. I don't see them. They flipped up. They're not back out. They're all mid. No, they spawn P2 still. Alex here. They spawn P2, okay. Yeah, they could've got back alley dead. I'm playing plat. 2 on plat. I got one. Alex got me shit on. Nice, Mac. I saw plat. Where do you go? Top church stairs.
Oh my god.
Top church. Just kill me, bro. Top church. I'm trying to hold plat side. He's top church.
Mackenzie Melts making a mixtape right now. Finds himself a few more kills. 33 and 23 overall chance. Seattle Surge springing to life here in the next set.
And they are the best P5 team on Tuscan, by the way, in the game. It's not by a massive amount, but they can make things happen on the rotation. They were clean over towards the dogfight in the point, also clean. Ooh. Quick to recognize the spawns, and Sib is there for the kills. They are constantly trying to push out both sides, but Faze finally able to make that break and take accuracy down. And turn this into a predictable fight. It is a very close game, but this is the biggest lead Seattle has had this entire map.
Again, you called this one to be a very close one at the start of the series, and so far, so good. Less than 20 seconds remaining here in P5. The rotational gunfights are going down. aBeZy loses it to Mac. Mac has been sensational so far here on Tuscan. 35 kills to his name. The second set, well, third set now, is going to be all done and started now for Surge. They're in position for this next one. Has to be a decent breakout of Faze. This could be huge to start the series off this way for Seattle Surge. Here comes the hit.
And they're taking the long routes, by the way. They are literally trying to time this 4-man attack on all sides. Selling the first one is striking for Seattle. How many directions do you have to look? Because here comes aBeZy on the other pinch. It is a clean 4-man white. Faze get the break in. They didn't know it at first, but they do have those spawns to do as well.
aBeZy smokes him, another massive kill. Now Cell on a 5 spree. Looking to find himself some streaks. Also, Mac's going to be there. The kill does come through finally. One more to be had. We could see the lead change here. We could see the victory here. Seattle Surge have got to go big. And again, a slower hit now through mid-map. Cell's got this one covered. This next kill will be streaks if he can get it. No, aBeZy! Oh my word. What an opener, the 360. No, Sim onto the point. There's no chance now. You have to get going as Mac gets gunned. Dropped immediately. 10 seconds for the win. You could see the win here.
But yeah, Faze, they just have to send one player on the rotation, but they could still win it on this time. Or maybe the tick won't go through, but just look how far Seattle is away from this hill. aBeZy collecting the victory on new. Atlanta Faze get it done off the back on one of the best rotations to P1 we have seen this year.
Oh, and it's a frustrating look across the faces of Seattle Surge there. They knew they had that game, and man, you got to put it down to Faze. Chance that last break on P1 in the third set, as clean as you like. And yeah, they took a couple of extra seconds to set it up, but man, that set play, sublime stuff out of them. They absolutely nailed it. And we've actually got a look at Ultra Academy EU and OpTic Texas score so far. So a little bit of updates across the board there, friends. The starting stats, that hardpoint Kavutu, let me tell you, friends. Dashy, 21 and 15. Love that. Rafi had a tough one there, 8 and 22. But hey, we'll see how that one goes. Ladies and gentlemen, though, what an opener. Seattle Surge, Atlanta Faze. Look across the highlights here, Chance, and mate, we'll be going over that set play, that final break, the game-winning break for some time to come.
I mean, I'd say very back and forth game, like minimal mistakes that I think, each team had maybe one on a key rotation or like letting a guy through to flank those spawns. But realistically, again, we saw Faze taking their time on the 4-man break, but there's a moment after that where aBeZy was bottom church. Pred wins a gunfight top church above him on one of like aBeZy's teammates, and somehow down low, like I was looking at it on the minimap, aBeZy put like 3 players on skates and made sure to really secure that game. So not just the rotation, but the world stars as well. I don't know exactly how much we'll be able to catch in that highlights, but either way, just a nice victory lap I'd say Atlanta was able to make.
A good call as well from Nameless on the desk actually about aBeZy's individual performance. At the Major 2 finals, let's face it, he was not the aBeZy we all know and have seen for many years now. He was very, very much underperforming, some tough decisions being made there. But here, we really brought the gunny, managed to find some key moments there. And again, 2-piece after 2-piece. Here was the final few seconds going through. And again, he's the guy on screen now, number 6. He manages to get himself up to the P2. The single second they required, glorious stuff out of them. But as far as Atlanta Faze goes, I mean, not tremendously positive across the board. Chance no one could quite keep up with Mac, but they really brought the goods when it mattered there. 250 to 224. Map 1 Tuscan is done. Off to Desert Siege we now ship ourselves.
And it also has to be pointed out, right? Accuracy 13 and 32. I know he's collecting a decent chunk of hill time, but against a team like Atlanta, that really is just not going to cut it. I mean, literally, if he just wins an extra maybe 5 or 6 gunfights in key moments, Seattle win that game. Honestly, without too much of a sweat. So they really did just get bullied out. I mean, even a map like Tuscan, the fight for the scrap time is constant. Faze constantly applying that pressure and just stripping away an extra few seconds on pretty much every single hill. But that is at least map number 1. It was close the last time those guys played it. It was close once again, but Atlanta Faze win the Tuscan both times. Now you go to a Desert Siege where Seattle 0-2 on this map. Admittedly, not a ton of experience. And yes, they've been in the lab for the past month. So maybe they have some sort of game plan, but Faze, it has almost been their bread and butter. 5-2 on the map. Selim is going to know where like almost every player is at all times. Like I think he had one of the most bonker KDs on this map, like especially towards the start of the year. I mean, literally just like a guaranteed kill or 2 every single round Selim plays. So good luck trying to deal with him on Desert Siege.
We'll see if the luck is on the side of Seattle Surge now. They could have done with a little bit more there in that last one, but hey, a nice opener again for the series, an exciting one indeed. Pool A, friends, if you're just joining us, and don't forget, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta streams running all week long as well. But here on Alpha, we're still playing Seattle Surge Atlanta Faze. Map number 2, though, Desert Siege now on its way, and Chance called it. Selim's going to be something to deal with on this map. He's going to be something indeed. But Chance, let's walk through some stats here in chat. What will be coming up here? And again, when it comes to this map, Selim's the big man in Hardpoint. He's the big man in Search and Destroy as well.
Yep, nope, Selim, I mean, this is the expectation. He is pretty much the guarantee. I mean, one of what, maybe 2 or 3 players like in the entire league that you almost know for a fact will perform almost every single map, every single series. And I mean, his stats would be nutty. Decent on the kills per round, doing a decent chunk of work for like the percent of team kills. And the fact that, I mean, the 1.3 KD, he's finding these kills, rarely dying. He'll be locking down the B side of the map on defense from the back tower spot. And even if you know what he's going to do, does not mean it's easy to stop, but maybe Pred can find some of those sneaky first bloods, have a nice little battle against a BZ and try to make something happen. But again, we talked about it earlier, right? Atlanta Faze, in my mind, they have that edge early on. Desert Siege will be no different.
Well, if they can retain the edge, that's one thing. Now they've got themselves a 1-map lead here in the series against their good old rivals, the Seattle Surge. Will the spirit of Nicky D find place here in the Belong Arena in Columbus? Spook out them Faze fans. We'll find out, though. Desert Siege now on its way. Search and Destroy. Here we go. 1st to 6. We'll see if Faze can press the advantage. 3-man hit through mid. Might be sprawling out towards A, but it's going to be a BZ over by Trains.
And again, if you are fast enough on this attack, I mean, you could just make Mac effectively useless on that bottom side of the map if you are quick about it. And Faze certainly attempting to apply this pressure. You see that bomb is creeping up towards the site, but accuracy waiting for that time, and he has some awareness, but now he knows for a fact, but it doesn't matter if BZ strikes for the first blood and bomb goes down.
And that stun tells you everything you need to know now for Faze. Sib's going to be coming through the back. It's a single hit now from Seattle Surge, all of them coming through the back side of the map. And look at that, Simps hit Deddy, and he is on a flank. The man's about to feast. Here he goes. Eyes on at least one. Will he check the corner for the second? He does. That's the kill. Here comes Simp. This is the 2v2 situation, 25 on the clock. Sib wins a big one. Arsty's now in the 1v1. There's the shots, and Sib clutches up, nails 2 kills, and that's the defuse.
And that is also Atlanta Faze just dropping the ball a little bit. I mean, they had the flank called out. Simp was probably screaming to his teammates, but Sib just able to push forward, find a couple kills, and win that engagement towards the end. He was more ready for Arsty's than Arsty's was for him, and that is not a bad one to get, right? Bomb goes down quick, you get first blooded, and you got the flank rolling through, and you still find a way to clutch that round. Surge, happy for that bounce back.
Round 2 on its way. And for those wondering, again, there are games taking place all over the arena right now here in Belong in Columbus. See a Wild Slacked out there roaming the streets as well. In the round 2, we dive, though. Heavy mid-map presence now from Seattle Surge. They've left the bomb, though.
Who needs it?
Who needs the bomb when you're potentially going to kill everyone? Well, it's going to Sib, who's going to have to backtrack for it. Here comes a heavy hit from Faze, though. Aggressive indeed. Arcee's in and out. Abizi, though, does get left behind there, and he'll be taken to the afterlife now. Ferried across as Arcee's managed to level the playing field. 3v3 right now. Now 2v3 as another one drops. Big kill out of Selim.
Oh, yeah, Pred, maybe a little bit too aggressive. You find the first blood, and I mean, something LAG did at the last tournament. They get the first bloods. They instantly group up as a squad and make no mistakes, but this time, Surge, maybe get punished or maybe just keep finding these interesting timings. Mac, this should be a guaranteed kill at some point.
He does. Well, he did have Deddy. He popped that one. He's still in from behind. Faze have fanned out across the map and they're managing to get themselves information all over the place. Big kill out of Mac. There comes the bomb plant now. A good old 2v2. Sib still on the run from that first round. Can he find any more kills? Arsty's at great range now, coming down towards the A-bomb site. He saw him. Here comes Sib. Cell, last man left alive. Sib's done it again. Can he find the 1v1 here as well?
I mean, Selim, obviously a player that can clutch. He is the Terminator in these moments. He lives and breathes the 1v2s, but as soon as you get away with your life just for a moment, you just have to go and reposition, take the time to reload your guns, and got to go and hunt these players down. Seattle Surge again. This time it was a 2 versus 3 that they were able to clutch. In spite of the fact that I was thinking Pred maybe threw away his life, but they're taking care of business so far in these early rounds, and maybe taking advantage of an Atlanta Faze who, granted, 5-2 on this map, but something that was mentioned in the keys to victory. It was, what, 3-4 in their S&Ds at Major 2, which is obviously a little bit lackluster for a team that is ordinarily dominant in the game mode. And in my mind, that is 2 back-to-back rounds where Atlanta Faze, at least at some point in the round, had a clear-cut edge, but could not find a way to close.
No. And Selim was given absolutely nothing there by Surge to work with. Saving grace at the very least, you do manage to stop the spree of Sib. He was on 3-0 before being brought down there, so no worry about streaks going forward. But here we go. A fast hit now from Faze in on towards B. Defending Seattle Surge team, they will be in position to at least get eyes on this. And once again, Mac, that far right-hand side of the map should have eyes on if they do go for it. First blood goes to accuracy. Faze now still with a bomb in hand.
And Faze, I think, coordinated nades just to get this top control. But question is about the timing. Arcitys, of course, with the SMG is, we might come to learn, might be his new favorite gun. Able to strike back. Sid, though, he's got the jump on Simp. Free kill for him. Loves that piece of candy. They clutched a 3 versus 4 last time after the bomb got planted. Now they have the man advantage.
Accuracy's nade doesn't land. Doesn't get any information out of this one. Sells on the flanks. Could get very ugly quickly. That's the start. 2v2 now. Retake situation. Seattle Surge got to go fast. Got to go big now. Try to stop this bomb from detonating. Less than 30 seconds now to work within the 2v2.
And I think right now, Seattle, I mean, they were expecting someone to be on the full flank, so they are going a little bit slow. And Mac hoping the kill falls in his lap, and there it is. Now you got a 2 versus 1. Not a ton of time on the clock, but you spot out Arcitys. You know he's in the middle building, and should be a free kill, or the trade should be in. And there it is. Sib in the nick of time, getting the job done. And again, Seattle finding a way to clutch. And Sib again, maybe the hero, man. He has been involved in all 3. Seattle taking him to task on the siege.
Things are starting to look up. We might have even caught a smirk there out of Pred for a moment, but it is strictly business still for Seattle Surge. You're not out of the woods just yet, or dare I say, out of the desert. We've still got a few more rounds to win. In the background, Minnesota ROKKR there. Excited to see how they perform later on with Havoc also. Don't forget, friends, matches happening all over the place here in the Call of Duty world. But for now, back to Desert Siege. I'll be leaving that bomb once again from Seattle Surge. They obviously know something we don't. Hello, Sib. Opening snipe mixes the game up in a big way, and that's a nice first blood.
Question is, how good is your nade coordination? Arcitys hits his, and there's the landing from Simp. He sticks it, but in the meantime, Sib got what? First blood when he's playing on the top side of the minimap over by trains. He then rotates all the way to the bottom and gets a pick on Selly, who overplays over towards B. So Sib right now simply doing it all. Cheeky little spot from Pred, and it does not pay out. Arcitys ready for it, but so is Sib. Looking for the ace, and the hit marker shuts it down, but Mac might have the instant trade. That player's one shot. Maybe for a moment, or maybe a lifeline for Simp, walking away with 1 HP, but now he's tagged up, spotted, looking to be hunted down.
You have to finish the job on Simp. You got to kill him when you get the chance, and that is the second opportunity that Max had. Takes it, and we almost saw a ridiculous ace out of Sib. Those 3 snipes were a delight, and he hits the kneecap of Simp on the jump. Beautiful work, all in all, out of Seattle Surge. Tremendous turnaround from Sib. I was giving him a bit of flack at the start of the series, again, saying that he has been a little lackluster since the start of the season. And all of a sudden, your boy is back in it. Seattle Surge looking good here on Desert Siege.
I also just love how aggressive Sib was on the map, right? Because he's finding picks on literally both of the outskirts, but then he's playing nice and aggressive over towards B to find the kills. Speaking of aggressive, here's the first blood. There is the second. Seattle Surge looking to just outright dominate this game as they are now poised to go up 5-0 off the back of the kids, man. Mac and Sid, that old duo, putting in serious work.
Simp's got himself a sniper on the other side of the map, but he's going to have to do something real special with a minute now on the clock. Seattle Surge find themselves in a 4v2. Easy pickings potentially for them. And now for Selim and Simp. Slow things down. Try to find a pick. That rifle of Simp's. A storied weapon in the hands of that little legend. We'll see if he can find a couple here. But again, it's pistols at dawn now, making his way forward. 40 seconds on the clock.
Keep in mind, I mean, Simp is obviously disgusting with a sniper rifle, but now he's in a 1 versus 4 instantly and gets taken down. And I was just getting ready to say, I mean, Simp hasn't exactly put on a highlight reel this year with a sniper. I mean, certainly he has been like clean with it, but not the level of domination we saw over towards Black Ops 4. And on the flip side, at least that one round, we saw that level of domination with Sib. And this was something I was excited to watch from him, like from the start of the year. I think it was on the flank. Maybe Zuma was talking about it. Of Sib will play aggressive with the sniper. He will hunt you down, get up in your face, and truly be a playmaker with it rather than just like the standard post up somewhere and pray for a kill. And while Sib showing off the sniper, Atlanta trying to show off the nades, but nothing connects for the moment. You see where they land, but now accuracy just takes that spot over.
He slow hit that spot, so he dodged the nade for now. And again, that's just seeing it fly through the air at that height. Nice opening blood. Accuracy takes care of Cell. Watch out for that player on the close bomb site, though. Again, you have to worry about it. I believe it's Abizi. And here he comes. He's 1 and 5 so far. Looking to get another one here. Bomb quick recovered. Abizi knows that's not going to be anywhere near him for now. But that's 50 seconds on the clock to work with. Here he goes. Abizi right into it. Springs into action. Catches one. In and out he flies. 3v3.
Yeah, and there was no cover, so that is as free as a kill is going to get. The bomb's still hanging out towards the middle of the map while Sib is working his way up towards A. But Seattle... they're praying for another pick, but Abizi, I think he might be able to find this timing. At the very least, he has got a clean flank and in the middle of the map, Mac there to take Arcitys down.
Depends on how long he takes, though, as Abizi's now going the scenic route. He's going all the way. Simp now on the other side of the map is polar opposite at this point in time, and Abizi, here comes the one. Plays it very smart indeed. The second player on the bomb site. Mac wins the gunfight, though. 1v2. Wow. Here goes the hit now from Simp. If you can make something happen here, this would be huge. Pistols out. A big shot. 10 seconds left in the game before the bomb gets planted. Now here comes Mac. And it's Simp. No! Oh, Mac wins 2 essential gunfights. And that was a big one to win indeed. Phoenix coming out of nowhere with the fist bumps, and man alive, what a round that was from Mackenzie Meltz.
Not just round, like entire game. I mean, look, Atlanta Faze are still good at search and destroy in this game. It's been their biggest struggle point, but they're still like above the 500 margin. That did not look good. I mean, a couple early rounds, they had the advantage that they just threw away. Abizi literally in that moment, like he played it perfectly. Doesn't shoot the first guy in the back to wait for the bomb planter to actually appear on site. He kills the first and then just slides out for the challenge in the second instead of just shooting him immediately when his back was turned. Like, I don't know. I'm used to Abizi just as soon as he sees the 2Ps, just trying to rip heads. And I mean, that moment of hesitation is all Mac needed to make something happen. That is a dominant 6-0 win by Seattle. And as far as I was concerned, if Faze had won that map, this might be a 3-0 because I think Atlanta's going to be phenomenal on Berlin control, but not anymore. A guaranteed extended series, at least towards that map 4, and certainly a lot of confidence in the bounce back map 2 for Seattle.
Well, it's amazing to see what can happen in Call of Duty. We don't just pull the trigger, just get involved. Incredible. We can sit here and dissect that play as much as we want, but hey, that's the name of the game. Pixels and inches and milliseconds, that's the difference maker when it comes to a win or a loss. But a 6-0 there in Desert Siege, woof, has that set the tone? Now we go, for the first time here in CDL history, Berlin control after the break.
I'm so exhausted, I needed the energy, needed to pick me up. I'm in your movie, but this is my cinema. I got the power, I'm built to devour. Anyone coming against me, a tower. I don't cave in the pressure. Some of y'all leaving here in the stretcher. Took my time to go and get better. I was reading in the red letters. Ay, hit me with your best shot. I got time today. Feeling like a matador with that Red Bull. Oh, no, you can't stop me. I'm running my own play. For the game win, I came to pin anything that gets in my way. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. Energy. I'm in the game like EA. Been in my prime since pre-K. Shooting my shot from long range. Going over heads like a toupee. Treat every day like payday. Y'all been living so mundane. My work week is Sunday to oh wait, that's this every day. Putting in overtime, punching the clock, I'ma get what's mine. While everyone's sleeping, I'm living my dreams. I got a coin that's so divine. Lord, take the wheel like 10 and 2. I'm losing energy, I'm overdue. I've been on the top ropes, hitting my pros. Watch me hit the power moves. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Been here, done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Been here, we done that. We done that. You all know what we came for. You all know what we came for. We been here, we done that. We done that. Energy, energy, energy. I need that energy, energy. Done that. You all know what we came for. Energy, 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 energy.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL.
We're about to get our first look at Berlin Control here in the Call of Duty League. I'm so excited to watch it. I've had the honor to talk to a lot of the pro players and some of the coaches in the back. They say that this is their favorite control map so far added to the game. Basically, it's a 50-50 on offense or defense for teams to win, other than some of the other maps we've seen more defensive-heavy maps. I can't wait to get it under the way, and I'm ready to watch the map. So let's throw it over to the casters, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
Thank you very much, Slack. That's a stressful part of the room over there, man. That's the coach area. Everyone looks very worried. We talked about it for the players, but hey, man, coaching staff's fair game as well. This is a stressful event for everyone, Chance. Maybe not that stressful for Seattle Surge after the 6-0 Desert Siege, mate.
Well, I would say the stress is still going to be there for the players, but certainly a big sigh of relief to not be down 2-0 in the series. And the way it was dominant, you got to be feeling good. Unfortunately, I couldn't hear Slack, so I don't know exactly what he was saying about Berlin Control. I assume it's going to be smarter than what I have to say, but my guess is going to be that this will be the most offensive, heavy map that we have of the 3-4 Control. You can get spawn trapped on both sides. I think A is going to get captured by the offensive team 90% of the time, let's say. It's almost a guarantee. And then B is going to be a hill/point that it's not going to be easy to get control of on offense. But if you ever get that full setup, you could just lock it in for the early cap, because even when you're on the offensive side, you could just spawn trap these players back behind P3 fire side and really just run away with the game. And for Seattle early on, they got presence on A maybe to stop the clock, but it is definitely a B hit.
And this is a sweet set of kills already, as again, the life count, we start things off 30 lives either side. 2 zones to be captured now. Faze will be on the defense, and already this is the aggression we're talking about. Simp is in Yell spawn. Oh, nice shots at a Pred. Stays alive, keeps the flow of reinforcements going now, at least on over towards the A site. BZ now trying to find these attackers and deal with them in a deft and fast way. Here comes the hit. Names are through. Accuracy is a dead man. Any more to be had from a BZ on the 3 spree for now?
And by the way, just to talk about big picture for this map, I think like Atlanta Faze and Seattle have the right idea. Atlanta Faze, they were placing, what, 3 players past the B point down through trains. And I think Seattle, because they know they can capture A, the name of the game is to actually get B. And funnily enough, because I think it's an offensive-sided map, you don't necessarily want every single tick if you're thinking about the round 5. So capping B first, if you ever get that opportunity, might be a wise decision. But obviously, if you ever get bullied out, well, you just have to make that switch, which Seattle does right back over towards B. As you'll see, Atlanta Faze, I'm just guessing, constantly have AR on the train side of the map.
Whoa, okay, Simp and BZ now running the A side. But kills that Sib, keeps himself going. 25 seconds remaining here in the round. Seattle Surge, stop the clock at 24.3. Here comes the play from Simp, trying to get him off it. He can! Nice shots. Block opens back up. Pressure now on a Mac. Accuracy could be in trouble as well. Great awareness of spawn. Pred now trying to stay alive. No, 20 seconds left. So, if he wins this, that is pretty much the round, unless there is a hope. Sib could get in. Arstes is up. Good shots. This is a big 1v1. Here come the reinforcements, though. Plenty of players here to keep going. Here's Pred. In he goes. Simp wins another one. So again, non-stop gunfights on the point as the clock gets stopped. Off the point, back on it. You name it. 6.3. We could see this one captured. An additional minute to play with, but not a huge amount of lives.
Yeah, 9v15, this is not going to be ideal, but again, it is, you just need that one moment of a break opportunity. 1 clean 4 down, and you might be good to go to capture B, but a couple ratty angles and a nice little spread of the map for Atlanta Faze, and obviously the fact that Celium is living, pushing out train. This will be very difficult for Seattle to cap, and even with Mac, his presence inside P3, RCDs might not be able to find him, but we're certainly looking for him. And I think RCDs might be in a situation where he gets spawn killed a couple times, because you'll see he will spawn right inside of fire, even with Mac nearby, but he makes his move to the hill, Simp with the AR, ready to go.
That's the last of the lives now for Seattle Surge gone. The 3 remaining players are about to run into MC. Cell has got plenty of information for the rest of his teammates to work with. They're playing quite defensively minded, though. Nice shots at Cell. That's the 5 spree. Should be able to stay alive here and get away with it. Brilliant stuff from Atlanta Faze. The final 20 seconds here of the round chance is all on the Mac and accuracy.
They'll just make the last-ditch effort to throw away the lives and die towards the end. But I think, again, my expectation is for it to be an offensive-sided map. But Faze, I think, again, one of the teams that'll figure it out quickly, had the right idea. Constant pressure through the B point. Always have an AR pushed out deep towards trains. Get over towards that tower. Get on, like, the back tank sort of headies, whatever it's going to be. And then just proceed to be as annoying as possible. They take care of business in round number 1, and I might be incorrect with the analysis. There might be some like weirdly creative things that like teams are able to pull out, but that remains to be seen. Off the rip though, Faze full speed ahead, all 4 players. It looks they just want to capture A and really get the ball rolling on the round, get this done as quickly as you can.
It's a 3-man stack. This should go very, very quickly indeed. Second segment gone. Again, tremendous work. Extremely, extremely well handled by Faze here. Caught up with Sim not too long ago saying how excited he was to really get this game, and was map and mode now underway. Coach Crowder as well caught up with Merck and saying that, yeah, the boys are pretty confident this one, enjoying themselves indeed. And so far, a brilliant start here in the offensive round. B's the only zone that remains. We'll see how well they handle it. BZ now by dockside, trying to clean things up. 2 minutes to play with.
Well, there you go. Celium finally finds the kill. I mean, it took him, what, a solid 45 seconds or a minute in this round to actually secure that glide, but eventually he's able to get it. So you at least have a little bit of utility. Don't know how impactful it'll actually be on control, just because both of the points are inside buildings, but certainly you're not upset the fact that you have that extra little bit. By the way, number 4 on the flank, he'll be here. The same type deal, whether it's an AR or a sub, you just need to have this pressure down on the train side of the map. Is Faze, they're just trying to stay alive and make sure they keep that map control.
Sib trying to hold it down for now. Not any more to be had. Pred right back on it as he's heating things up. 11 and 8 now. That's a clear B zone. 16 lives remaining for Atlanta Faze, 22 for Seattle Surge now as they start to fan out and try to find some map presence. It's going to be an A hit now, or the old A site, through P2 if you're playing hardpoint now for Faze to try to find some space on the map and open up an avenue of attack. And this is it. Sneaky Pred. Did he catch a red dot there? He might have. Simp's there. No. Big win from Simp with a pistol.
Yeah, I think Simp is what probably, depending on which side he's going to be going to, whether it's offense or defense, making the swap from the Automaton to the MP40. So maybe a couple flex players on this Atlanta Faze team. And now this is the moment. They're bullying him out. Pred really is the last man for Seattle in the hill on defense, and he wins his one and slows the push down. And that is all he needs to do, and then some.
And that was a slide and a half, Cilium. We might be able to see his gun barrel. Accuracy's there for it. That's 2. It comes Simp, though. Still trying to keep the play alive. 9 lives now remaining for Atlanta Faze. They're not out of this just yet. Less than 30 seconds on the clock to work with. We will see. Simp in the forward position now. Pred's on the defense. Catch a couple of players out. Win the round.
And you see that flank coming through as well, so Mac might be able to time it perfectly. But Faze, they are 4-man grouped up, and if they're able to find a couple of these kills, again, if you get control, you can lock the point down, and Simp with the pistol finds 2. Mac finally on the flank is able to collect another one, but you get 2 bodies in the point. This is Mixie time, and it is time for Pred to flank and keep things nice and secure. The hero for the team so far on defense.
It got a bit wild, a little bit confusing indeed, but at the end of the day, that is the round. As Seattle Surge, they muster up the courage to survive that onslaught on B. Okie dokie. I got a bit carried away there. 0.9 on the clock as the fist bumps are all through. Surge level things up 1-1 here in control.
And just to make sure I clarify the language, I did say the most offensive-sided map we have in control in this game. Just because it's the most offensive-sided map does not mean it will actually be offensive-sided. I think the stats remain to be seen, but I think Gavutu and Tuscan will be a little bit more extreme for the defense, but either way, you see the idea. Again, A, almost assuredly going to get captured. Faze wants to go there straight off the rip. Seattle, they're trying to force it through B as quick as they can, and Mac, the leading man for the team.
He goes. The tip of the trident right now, and it certainly was a 3-pronged attack so far getting cleaned up, but Mac, unfortunate timing there, has to drop the aim. The iron goes down, and so does Mac. Here comes accuracy through mid. Trying to buy some space. Get his boys onto the A zone as fast as they can. There we finally have it. 102. Clock stopped. Mid-map presence now being felt as Pred absolutely thumping heads. Busy now on the wrap. Cleans up A. They don't manage to get the segment either, so less than a minute now to work with for Surge on offense.
I mean, Seattle really are just like constant though on the attack, right? Always sending someone over towards B, always trying to just look for that small window of opportunity, but Faze so far have been clean on defense. They always have the extra man here, and even while Save is still sort of like pawing at it, trying to make sure that they can have some sort of pressure. I mean, Faze off respawn. You see the routes these guys are taking every single time. They are not running down docks. It is straight through stone over towards B. That will be the name of the game, just sort of your housekeeping work over towards A. But Faze is causing problems, but so is Pred. Here's the flank, but again, there's literally always someone extra for Faze.
Oh no! Cell with the nice shots. Again, the pistol from accuracy not enough. That's 40 seconds now to work with. As Seattle Surge have been held back. One segment is all they're going to walk away with here in this round. 3 remaining members now alive at this moment in time. Cell basically counts for 2 on the 4 spree now. Slowing down the hit from the amount of everyone there on Seattle Surge. It's all onto Mac, who's managed to sneak his way through the rear. He might be able to find something here. Can he catch another point? No, he can't. Defenders stop it. Over to A we go, though. Easy plays now for Surge. Can they cap it?
Honestly, I mean, for Faze on defense, it's like too protected of a setup for Seattle to even like make these attempts at like these solo chows. We're seeing Mac try to flank, but it is literally 4 players for Faze that are around that point. So even if he finds one, he's going to get traded out instantly. But finally looks like Seattle may be able to cap this 8-pointer. Maybe actually they're going to fight for it. With the final moments, Abizi still soars through. The 3rd point is still not yet been secured. In Faze, they're just turning this into a dogfight on defense.
It's so hard to get anything out at this point whatsoever. 10 seconds-ish remaining. Arsty's on a 4 spree now, keeping the kills going. Can Max stop him? He does. Stays alive for a moment, but once again, it's Abizi. He's been here 3 times now, and he has been successful every single attempt. Better make it all times. That's 4 perfect hits in on towards A. There's a million different angles for him to hit from, and your boy gets the job done every time. Atlanta Faze, another strong round here on Control.
And obviously 3 for 3 on defensive rounds so far. I still think there might be something said. Like there might be a couple teams in this league. I don't know if either of these will be one of them, but might actually prefer to have the offensive side on Berlin. at least in my mind, it's a possibility, certainly not a guarantee. So despite the fact that Faze have the advantage on ticks, I don't think that is worst case scenario, but obviously pressure is on. You got to win this next defensive round. And I think accuracy was what, 13 and 35, something along those lines. And the hard point, about double negative right now. He's the guy that needs to step it up for the team, especially so your ARs on defense are, in my mind, the primary guys when it comes to defending this B site, which obviously we'll get there a little bit later as Faze wants to secure A, but Lamar's got to pick it up.
Sweet shots out, Mac. It's a messy onslaught towards the A site is still going. Sib sliding through every possible piece of cover he can. Here comes Pred, finding a couple more, but Abizi has been his playground. That's what the A stands for over there by that zone, is he has been a menace, truly, in and amongst the mill room. Over to B now we go, last zone up. And again, 26 lives for Atlanta Faze, 25 for Seattle Surge, and over 2 minutes to work with. We could be here for some time.
And this is the intel call, by the way. You're not expecting to get a kill with this glide, or funnily enough, it actually takes down accuracy, but that guarantees you get the pinch. You know exactly where you need to set up, but you also have to be quick, or you're just gonna get shot in the back, and there you go, number 2 off spawn. Accuracy again. I mean, on defense, you will either spawn in P3 or right behind it, so Faze had the right idea. They were just a little bit too slow.
Accuracy and Mac now in the spawns of Atlanta Faze. A few have managed to get out, but it's on the Pred now. Great work as the young hitman finds a few more from behind. Here comes the run again. Shots out Sim. Immediate trades, though, coming through. 21 lives now, Surge. 18 for Atlanta Faze. As Arsty's back with the AR in hand. Selwyn's his as well. That's a safe base. Now forward, you got to go if you're Faze. Any more attacking players here? Oh, Simp's going to get the trades once again. Now, drive forward. You got space to work with here, but again, Fakes are checking every corner chance. They're having to play this quite slow.
Well, they need to be perfect, and this is going to be like sort of almost like a two-step push. And well, step number 1 is get up through train and apply the pressure towards the hill. Step 2 is winning these gunfights, but Abizi trying to win it with movement. He gets taken down, and Mac, he's full HP. Easy gunfights for him to win, and I think Faze, all that setup, maybe to drop the ball, or maybe for Celium to try to be the hero. He takes down 2, but that's all he can manage. Now it's a little bit scrappier, and Abizi, again, just sprinting into death.
Every time we find him, 35 now on the clock, 13 Surge, 11 Atlanta Faze. This is for the map. If Faze can get themselves onto this point and capture B, but dude, it is so hard to get there. Mac, he's still having a blinder of a game so far. There's accuracy now. He's the last man up on point. Trying to keep it going, finds at least one. Good time bought, though. Here comes Sib. He's making his way now through Stone. Shots are there. Simp dodging, ducking, diving through the bullets on his way into the B site, finding the shots. Damage once again from Sib Chance. He's staying alive, less than 15 now, and this is it to force the final round.
And this is the flank as well. Accuracy is making the read, but he does not get the timing.
Oh my God.
Abizi is here, but now you gotta fly. Wins the second, gets the break inside the hill, and that is the opening they need. But Pred, always, this is the 3rd time it's happened where he's able to take down 2, but all this for a 4v4, but Celium can't live, and Seattle wins on defense. What a setup, what a round, but all that for Pred to once again be the hero for Surge and find that final 2-piece to shut it all down. What a big moment for Seattle. And I gotta say, going into this round 5, their theme on offense in Seattle should be on the attack just because of the attacks. They're constantly trying to apply that pressure over towards B. It has never worked out. I think an adjustment might honestly be capture the A zone right off the opening break and just get that taken care of. And instead of going for like the scrappy hero play pushes, group up as a full squad. And it seems like this might be at least vaguely the idea.
We'll see if it happens. 2 players now over towards that A side of the map, getting the captures done. Accuracy from atop the tower now, finding the tips of heads. First segment cleaned up. It's going to be Mac and Sib finding the capture. Fred trying to stay alive as best he can. Can't quite get it done. We should see that second segment now come through as well. A is a thing of the past in a few moments, friends. This has been a nice opener here from Seattle. A Surge keep the pressure alive. Zone A nearly gone.
Oh, dude, accuracy is so annoying. He just wins the 2 big gunfights. So now the pressure's over towards B, and you get here first. Maybe not by a mile, and you see those nades coming through. Faze maybe too quick on the response, and it looks like they get the wipe, but I at least love the idea. They make those adjustments to try to set something up, and yes, it doesn't pan out there, but now you have 2 minutes on the clock. Instead of going for those scrappy hero pushes, you can try to coordinate this play. You have a man on the flank, but you also have Faze all up in your face in your spawn.
Yeah, they got at least 3 or 4 dead there. They knew to hit the go button immediately. And Arsty's, man, he is in the soft, tender underbelly of Seattle Surge, and he is doing a lot more than tickling them, friends. He's absolutely smoking them. Massive damage again out of Simp. He's going to get the kills as well. This is huge. For now, Seattle Surge spawning on the top side of the map, closer towards that B bomb site. A long way all the way around to make themselves onto the B zone. Bit of a journey. We'll see if they can make it happen as Abizi now roaming the top sides of the map, finding kills all over the place, keeping everyone on Seattle Surge on their toes. A 1 life advantage for Faze.
And I mean, Seattle maybe have plenty of time to work with, but any player that falls is just going to take so much more time. But they're at least able to take care of a couple players and now get pushed up towards the train. Pressure on Celium has to at least get 1, and he is successful, and he's able to back down. The flank comes through, but again, those spawners are going to be there instantly. Seattle now going to try to bully through the front, but again, Celium the man, and maybe shut this down, but Sid was ready.
Okay, here we go. Arsty's trying to find something here and now. The wind-up punch now from Seattle Surge. 2 players up close and personal, getting involved. No! Arsty's brings him down, sells the shots as well. Defense should be great now for Atlanta Faze. Can Pred get involved quickly? No, he can't! Arsty's has gone huge. That's 4 in a row. That's 4 massive kills. And for now, the zone is still safe. Less than a minute to play with. And this is it. It's business time.
I mean, 1 more good push, maybe 2 sloppy ones, and it is not going to be easy with the BZ hitting these routes, but they at least make that first read, and this is the go button call. It looks like Sid might be the guy. Well, actually, he repositions with his teammates. The 3-man hit through the front.
Through the front, Cell reads at least 1. Finds a kill. Now the forward we go. Simp's up next. Gets 1 of his own, and here we have it. 30 seconds. You have to keep going, but the Seattle Surge numbers are starting to dwindle. They're all gone. It's all down to Pred. Once again, the man on the flank, but he's the only man up. He has to go. Tremendous here. This is a massive moment. Can he find anything? The answer is only 1. Up next is Mac. Accuracy now throughout as the kills are there. Seattle have fallen to pieces here. The final moments. Accuracy may get a kill or 2, but with 10 seconds remaining and a whole load of Faze on point. That should be that. Seattle Surge, whether it's the lives or the time, it is over. The final round goes to Faze. And that's the lead in the series as well.
Viles, maybe I tried to speak into existence the offensive rounds maybe a little bit too quick, as our first look at Berlin in 5 for 5 on defense. The name of the game in Vanguard control. Maybe it doesn't matter what the map is going to be, but either way, efficient work out of Faze. I think they maybe had a slightly better grasp of the game plan, at least on defense, right? When they needed to turtle on point, they turtled. When they needed to be just sort of standard, always applying that pressure, always having ARs pushed out the train side of the map. And when they really needed to, flip the switch and just got straight up in the spawn of Seattle and gave them absolutely no breathing room. But efficient on defense. Celium, as expected, plays incredibly well. 4,200 damage to his name, 37 kills. Led the lobby in at least that category. But I mean, I suppose in the end, the work was a little bit extra ticks on the offense. Gave him that defensive round for number 5.
Defense reigns supreme here in Vanguard. Highlights across the board, though. Very good stuff out of both teams against Celium with the KD there, man. Boy was putting in the damage. We will see all these little spots, angles, timings, all of this translated into our amateur play when it comes to ranked as well, friends. Don't forget, Berlin Control already in the rotation. We've had a couple of games ourselves. Chance we played, Castle on the Climb late last night. We were going all night. It was great fun. And going to saw our way into the upper echelon of expert, I think, for myself. The rest of you guys doing great, but 30-odd seconds on this game, and that was a beautiful look at our first taste of Berlin Control. Control's a funny one in this game, mate, has to be said, but for Atlanta Faze, smooth sailing to start things off. Defense reigns supreme.
I mean, certainly a few moments for really both teams on the attack. I'd say for Faze, maybe especially so, but it's just never quite able to get that stable control, because anytime they were even getting the kills and begging the only players that were inside of the actual zone, I mean, it's just instant off spawn, like 4 nades are coming through and landing at your feet, and then obviously if you're tagged up, you're going to get wiped away straight away. So not easy in the slightest to actually get control of the point, but Miles, I swear, I promise, if any team actually gets sort of that 4-man white and gets everybody alive and healthy in the point, they can make something happen on the attack. But either way, Faze, they're happy to have an extra map in the pool that they can sort of play with. And Berlin is when they take that down. But as far as the series go over the course of the year, I mean, I'd say in the hard points, it's been pretty back and forth. Atlanta Faze against Seattle have won both of the Tuscans. The S&D, Seattle certainly had the edge. They were 3-1 against Faze coming into this map. And obviously, I mean, 6-0 on the Desert Siege. What more could you ask for? And Seattle control against Atlanta Faze. So a situation they have been in literally every single series they have played. And they're just looking for that bounce back, that Berlin hardpoint where they've beaten Faze before. And this has also been the map that Faze has pretty much auto-vetoed all year long. We'll see exactly what the lab results are going to say.
I was going to say, this has been a lot of time for Atlanta Faze to really put the work in and try to right the wrongs. And again, a strategy that team has had. We've seen them do it 2 years in a row now, where turn your weaker modes into game modes that are perfectly, acceptable, if not great. Give the other team no choice when it comes to the vetoes except to pick something that you're good at. This could be another move for them. I wouldn't be too surprised if this balloon comes to a loss and we are forced to that game 5 for Atlanta Faze again. Playing the long game when it comes to the remainder of the season, playing for champs. That's really the goal for them right now. But we'll see though. Balloon coming up in just a moment. A good one there for Seattle Surge, potentially forcing the game 5 for us. But mate, we'll see. This should be a fun one indeed. And interesting looks already for Berlin Control. I wonder how many more we'll see today, again, across Charlie, Bravo, Charlie, and Delta. I wonder if anyone else is playing Control right now, mate. I really do, in the vast, array of Call of Duty matches we've got going on right now. But so far, so good. 2-1 lead now for Atlanta Faze. If you've just joined us, they need to win this Berlin hardpoint, rather, if they want to walk away with a win here against their old rivals, Seattle. Fist bumps are up and out. You know what that means, friends. This game's
and obviously it is, literally and truly a must-win map for Seattle. But I'd say for Faze, this might also be considered a must-win again against Seattle. They're 1-4 in Search and Destroy. They just got 6-0'd. It has been their weakest game mode on the year, and even on the Tuscan S&D specifically, they've lost to Seattle twice now. Granted, they've been close games, but Atlanta would be much happier just to end it here on the hard point and move along with their tournament. Seattle, an interesting one. Maybe statistically, it didn't exactly look like they had the edge, but Faze have only played this map twice, one of which was against Seattle, and it was a 250-161 victory for Surge. So it was not really close.
And dude, we've done a couple of super close Berlins. A couple of wild comebacks. ROKKR usually the recipients of those, or at least in one aspect of it. But over was the point we go right away, and Mac is continuing to have the wildly hot hand he has had all series long so far. 3 right off the rip, gets things going with a bang. Seattle Surge with the time. Oh lord.
And a fun way to look at P1, by the way, Miles, just to throw this out there. On defense and control, obviously you get there very early just because that's the way you want the maps to lean. You don't want to give a massive advantage to the offensive team, but even in hardpoint, you have an edge to the team that spawns on the quote defensive side. So Seattle making good use of that, at least for the early time. But that is a pretty clean break coming out of Faze to really strip away that time from Seattle. So in spite of that early edge, Faze get the break, and now it is all about that rotation. Got a little bit of time to work with, but you see Seattle, they got the full deep pocket setup. Accuracy waiting for these players to fall on his line of sight.
There's one. Here comes a second. Nice shots at Sim. Fast play indeed, as Pred now trying to make his way back over towards the hard point. It's going to be Celium through the back door now of the male Ridmon. Straight onto the point we go. And here comes the hit from Pred. Nice shots. Ooh, checks a corner. Catches 2 at least before being brought down. But that's going to be the numbers there for Atlanta Faze. And accuracy. Slow and steady with a pistol in hand. Rats his way through now onto the point. Next is up, and a Beezy loses it. Trays are abound. And back onto the point we go now. 30 seconds remaining here. Chance Atlanta Faze should take the lead.
And once again, that is a situation where Seattle gets to the hill first, but not really able to hold on long enough to actually build any sort of substantial lead. So Atlanta Faze right now happy to be playing that breaking game. And obviously that's the game they're forced to play just because of the side that they spawn on. But as far as breaks go towards this P3 hill, much more difficult. No one for Faze able to make sort of any sneaky plays. So they're going to have to try to bully your way through the front. The good news is you got all 4 players alive and healthy to start your approach.
Here we go. Through fire. It's going to be Sim as he makes his way now in. Nades up, out, checking corners. Pred wins his first. Now the other side of the windows. Here comes the hit now from Atlanta Faze. In through the back door comes Abizi. Cell finding kills as well, and it's a clean set of shots. So they're in, and that's going to be 5 for Cell. That's hard point Faze.
And I gotta say, if I'm in ranked play right there and I'm the team that gets broken, I'm already mentally chalked and I'm feeling like that might be game. I know it's super early on, but I mean, that is a tried and true money hill that Atlanta Faze literally just walked straight in and took away from you. That is 3 for 3 on breaks. That is Celium looking for the glide bomb. And while you don't get a great deal of use out of it in the control, it can absolutely make an impact in the hard point. So Celium, he will take his sweet time to try to get this hill. I mean, it might be scrappiness towards the final 10 seconds, but Faze get that. Celium gets all the time in the world to try to make this break, and I think there it is. Ooh. There's the pixel he was looking for. Glide bomb secured. This is the perfect hill to call it in.
Yep, 7 spree. Here comes the streaks. An open field over by Train. One player coming through the rear on him, but that's not going to be a problem whatsoever. Max in trouble. Great hit from Cell there. That's going to be a very safe hard point right now. And oh my word, he might be able to catch Civ out. Celium can seemingly do no wrong right now. A 9 spree for him. The kills just keep going, and no one could stop him except for Pred. Good shot setup right there inside Warehouse.
Yeah, but by the time you take him down, I mean, that's what, 15, 20 seconds of time to go to Atlanta. They don't quite flip the spawns, but you get RCDs in the back, and it should be free pickings for him to get these guys at least off the point. Whether or not he'll be able to turn this into a great chunk of time remains to be seen. And fun enough, Pred's actually making this breed. They know RCDs is somewhere, but he's at least able to be that first one to strike. He does get taken down, and maybe Seattle trying to make the best of a bad situation, able to get those final few seconds. They're only down by 40, which is not the worst, but you saw a player trying to take long routes. Celium there for the reads. They are set up in and around this P5 hill.
Celium just melted Mac, like truly turned him into soup. P5's up. Not an easy hard point to get into. Not a lot of cover to play with. You need great awareness of the enemy spawn, really, to make the most of those hard angles of the point. Kills coming through now, finding a little bit of time, but again, just slaying out. Actually, RCT's finding those kills. Faze with a slight lead for now. And again, if anything, if you're Seattle Surge, just keep him off the point as best you can. Here comes Accuracy and Sib. BZ from bottom fireside, again, trying to flush players out, keep that point as safe as possible. And the dance around this tank is now done. Time to Seattle Surge. The 25 seconds remaining here on 5th.
Oh, and what is this moment? Can you turn around and look for Accuracy? Like, he actually got red on the flank, by the way, by Celium, but despite the reads, Accuracy winning every gunfight, securing the glide bomb and that rotation. Faze had zero interest. I mean, zero interest in trying to step inside that P5 hill. So, I mean, that was a 40-point lead that they just had that is nearly dissipated before their eyes. Now only a 10-point gap, and this is a rotation where, I mean, Accuracy right now starting to shoot like Celium.
Yep, 9 spree. Kills are all good. Arstis is up next, spots him out, absolutely rips him. As Lamar is on a tear. That's 10 now in a row. Sim, he saw the tack come through. Surely he sees the shots as well. Can Lamar hold the line down again? 11 now. As he's trying to push these players out, his teammates racking up the time. Faze trying to make their way through the backside of the point, and they're going to be in for a moment there. The spree comes to a close. Pred loses a gunfight as well, and it's Faze with a break.
Yeah, maybe that one moment where, like, you know, a red-blooded, like, hyper-aggressive SMG would have gone for that flank as 2 players hit outer, but Accuracy definitely a little bit more post-up. And, I mean, that is 2 for 2, technically, on these P1 hills for Atlanta Faze to make the break. And this is certainly a hard-point hill that can be turned into a money one, but I think Seattle, they have certainly had their struggles on that individual hard point, so Faze will be able to retain that lead, I will say. Maybe a missed opportunity for Seattle to really take over the game and try to get that momentum, but instead it is Faze just maintaining about that 30-point gap.
Mac, once again, the man who's hitting those rotations early. Pred on the cleanups through mid. Can't quite get him done. Cell, great coverage. I know the second kill goes his way as well. Now down to Mac to try to take care of these attacking players. Get him off the up point. Mac, it's all yours, mate. Finds one. Brought down immediately. 2 remaining members of Faze here. Racking up the time. And there's 40 seconds to be had here on second.
And it is worth pointing out, Miles, I did just look it up. They're not the worst team in the game on P1 for Seattle, but they are definitely towards the bottom. I think they lose that hill by an average of 14 points, and obviously we see that hill a couple times throughout, so that may be the biggest struggle point for the team that Faze has taken full advantage of. But this has been the moment. P2, Faze have been able to break both times. Last time, it was a cakewalk for those guys to win the rotation over towards P3. That is simply a mistake that Seattle cannot afford to let happen again, and this time, honestly, it might be a little bit more difficult because Faze is all up in their business.
They really are. Can they keep him out of the business for a bit more time? No. Arsty's now, he's in the back. Couple of shots. The red dots are up. Here comes Mac. Managed to win the fight. 1v1 on point. Abeezy's got to go big hit. Does 5-3. Cleans him up. Seattle Surge spawning out. They're now going to make the run across that stone courtyard, trying to get themselves into the hard point. And Abeezy now with the automaton in hand. Guns are up. He surely should be able to cut a few more of these players down. His teammates, though, hold the line. Here comes one more. Accuracy gets taken care of. That's a 5. There's the 6. Here comes Mac. Abeezy running the show here in the office.
Yeah, I mean, Seattle, I mean, they have won, I think, literally almost every single rotation outside of like a P5, and they have gotten broken down literally every single time. I think this has been a game where Sib has struggled, but as a team, Surge have offered nothing on Berlin. And hey, Faze, maybe they took that month off and try to make a little something happen on Berlin hardpoint, because this is shaping up to be a pretty dominant win. Rotation's not needed because the breaks have just been too quick.
Safe to be said there, mate. It's been a good look here from Atlanta Faze, but we are not over just yet. Over to the train yards, and it is all Surge for now. 2 players making their way through the train side of the map. Abeezy's trying to get himself to top 3rd, not able to get a lot done there. Surely the coverage should be good here. There it is. The cleanups from Mac. The rest of the kills coming through. Out of that automaton there from Sib as he tries to hold the line down basically alone. Shots in a simp, keeping these players at bay. Accuracy now investing the streaks. We'll be able to catch a few here and maybe get an open hard point for the boys.
I mean, well, you know, you say open, I say just a hard point that neither team able to collect any bit of time. And I'd say Seattle were desperate to get any sense of it, even that one-on-one gunfight by Cell up top, just to keep them away from the actual hill. Little things like that add up over time, and it has added up to a 70-point gap between these two teams. And over towards P5, it has not been a hill that Faze have been particularly happy to jump inside of, but I mean, it's what, only 20 seconds that they need. A little bit of time here, a little bit of time there, maybe just one good rotation, and Atlanta should be able to close this series out.
They haven't had a great run at P5 either way. I don't think they got much time whatsoever in that first set, so we'll see how they do now. But for the time being, it's Surge with control. Here comes the break, though, from Faze. 3 players through the old train side of the map. One of them going to be coming through fire. That's Arstees now. Trades, they're on point. Here comes their hit. Now you've got a clean point. That could be it now. Atlanta Faze spawning a lot closer. It's all on a pred now to try to get these players off it. Finds at least one. Abeezy trying to hold the line. Keep the time ticking in favor now of his team. Arstees is there. Here comes the final 10 seconds. This is for the 3-1. Can Faze hold it?
I mean, absolutely, they can. This is going to be just a dominant Berlin hard point. The Berlins turn out to be clean, and from what could have been a down-to-the-wire series, it looks like Faze should just be able to straight-up bully him out in the final map and get a convincing 3-1 win. Admittedly, you still got to actually get those final 2 seconds in, and it looks like someone is there. Number 6 on the map, gets it done. Atlanta Faze, after the break, come out, take care of business, and shut Seattle Surge down.
Outside of the 6-0 on Desert Siege, that was a very good look there from Atlanta Faze. Again, the round 5 magic when it comes to that Berlin control. A tricky one indeed for Surge. Learnings, of course, but there we go. Fist bumps are up and about. I don't think we heard too much trash talk there in the Belong Arena. Early days, though, friends. Our first series of the day comes to a close here on Alpha. 3-1 Atlanta Faze.
And it really does have to be said. I mean, I know we were pointing it out in game, but just an incredibly flat performance from Surge. Like, it's one thing just to not be able to hold P1 hills, like even when they're winning the opening breaks and getting the clean 4 down, literally on the next push, Atlanta Faze is able to walk in and take over the hill. That's already just like a consistent problem for Surge. But then you have rotations to P3 2 times in a row where you lose it instantly. And I mean instantly. I mean, that is just a massive problem that, I mean, Faze were able to just take full advantage and sort of flip the script. It was a 251-61 last time for Seattle. Well, Atlanta Faze say anything you could do, I could do better. Get that win here deeper in the year.
Boy, did they do it. Again, a massive individual performance out of Celium. He has continued to be one of the more impressive individuals when it comes to the Vanguard season. The man's absolutely frying, but hey, we saw some good stuff out of Accuracy. That spree was nuts, man. 5, 6, 7, you name all the kills there. Crazy timing out of him. And you're right, Chance. Again, maybe a more aggressive submachine gun player could have pushed those players who were, you know, hitting that low side of the map, the outer side of the map. But hey, man, Accuracy put in the work. Great job again to get the streaks at this moment in time. And look at that scoreline, man. It was so close. It was still, at this point, it was anyone's game.
Yes, it was truly the moment. Well, okay, we actually got cut off a little bit too soon, but that was where 2 players just walked through outer on the flank. They like, Accuracy should have been calling out that it's open, but no one for Seattle able to pick it up. And really the hill where they could have turned the game around off the back of Accuracy. I mean, they just tossed away pretty much immediately. And instead of having a lead, they were still just right back down to down by 30. And Atlanta Faze truly never looked back. So again, a couple bad hills for Seattle, and obviously Atlanta taking full advantage. And I mean, as you pointed out, Celium effectively just the guarantee for the team, nearly double positive, always going to be feasting in the AR battles.
Yeah, almost every single time. Running the show. Group A, though, this is our first series done. And a decisive 3-1 in the final moments there. But again, across the series, man, I mean, that Desert Siege, I can't tell if that's a great look there from Seattle Surge or a really bad look from Atlanta Faze on that map and mode. We've seen them struggle in the past. We've seen them struggle again in the grand finals against LAG. We've seen that map be a detriment to them. That's probably the next on the, hey guys, really need to fix this one for the boys of Atlanta Faze. But hey, man, there we go. That's the first series done, Chance. I saw your face. What do you think about that? What do you think about the Desert Siege, mate? What do you think?
Are you asking me or are you asking the desk? I heard something about the desk being involved. Well, the Siege got pieced up. What do you mean?
What's going on?
We're done here. We'll see you later, desk.
Thank you so much. Love you guys. By the way, Call of Duty is back, baby. That was a great way to kick things off. Seattle Surge had their fun all year long, knocking out the kings of Call of Duty. But this time around, Faze reminded them who daddy was, right? And when it comes to the desk and predictions, I mean, it's business as usual, right? Faze is on top. And yeah, Nameless, me and you predicted Faze was going to win.
Yeah, nice try. I heard you on the Seattle train. Faze looked fantastic in the series. Seeing Arstees on that first map switch that SMG, I mean, the guy was making plays. BZ had some huge impactful plays. He's a guy that we highlighted that in finals wasn't playing that great. Well, here he had the game-winning play when he got that big kill on Pred to break P1 at the end of that first map. So seeing Celium also ball out, he was the most consistent player throughout this series, where on the side of Seattle, the ARs were very inconsistent. In each hard point, it was either Accuracy or it was Sib, who weren't really performing throughout it and, ended up costing them in the end.
Right, and even though they did have a big loss right there, we got to say, when it came to that Search and Destroy alley, 6-0, that was dominant.
6-0, that work is getting put in on the side of Seattle, and I will say it with my chest, Des, that I think this was Seattle series that they lost. I don't really think it was Atlanta Faze that won it because, excuse me, they were up 80 points in that Tuscan hardpoint. Seattle make the comeback. Lamar went, I'm sorry to put you on the bus, 13-32, okay? And Tuscan hardpoint, for it to be 250-224 and it come down to that final P1, Seattle were perfectly set up. I needed Accuracy to get one kill in that pinch.
That was a
one kill in that pinch, and we might have seen a completely different score at the end of the day. But again, it was also a BZ that popped off at the end there that we've been talking about. Needed to step it up, and I feel like he really did in this series.
You're right. If it seemed like if everybody on Seattle really picked it up right there, I mean, let's be honest, Accuracy stat line from that hard point and also what we saw from Sib in that last map. I mean,
yeah, guys, it's easy to say. If everybody on Seattle stepped up, they would have won the series. I mean, you can say that virtually in every series, but Atlanta Faze, they played fantastic. They jumped on the opportunity every time Seattle made a mistake, and they punished them, and that is what you expect out of Atlanta Faze. They look a lot better.
Yeah, so the BZ popped off. Celium is an absolute god. RC's just big brain. Atlanta Faze still Atlanta Faze. They walk away 1-0 in their group so far, but Ali, you've been looking around all the other groups, and you've been watching the other matches as well, where OpTic Texas are currently 1-1.
It's been the Challengers teams kind of stealing the S&Ds. It's what it's been looking like. The Challengers teams have been struggling in their respawns, but map pool is also coming into play here. Like in our Seattle Surge and Atlanta Faze series, I think the two Berlins at the end of it was just Atlanta Faze expanding their map pool. They were 1-1 of Berlin. That was actually their auto veto when it came to respawns. So heading into the second half, I'm interested to hearing their thoughts. I know Josiah is on the other side of this with an interview to ask them about their pool strats.
All right, well, let's go to the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. We have Slack there on the floor in Belong Arena.
Hey guys, I'm Slacked and I'm here for the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight with the BZ. Congratulations on your win. How you feeling right now?
Pretty good. I mean, we had a solid performance, I feel like, especially against a team that usually has been known to give us like trouble. So it feels pretty good.
So you and I were sitting here talking a little bit. How's it feel kind of to play, I guess, in a pool play environment? We haven't, COD's been around for a long, long time, but you haven't really played or started in pools. Like, you're only 1-0 right now. You have a lot more COD to play before this match really means anything.
It's pretty cool to like go back to the format. We played in like BO4 for the first time in a long time. So it's always, it's called the passion pit. Everyone gets hype and it's a fun time. For sure.
Yeah, definitely. And we saw a look at Berlin Control for the first time. I've talked to a bunch of other pro players in the back, and I kind of want to get your opinion on it. A lot of people have said it's probably the best control map right now just because you have a fair chance on offense and defense. How is Faze looking on the map? How have scrims been going? Obviously, you guys handled business. I'm in a tight one in that match.
We've been looking really strong on the map. I agree. I think it's a really, 50-50 sided map, which is like good for control. I feel like it gives every team a chance to win on offense. So, I really enjoy it, and we've been looking really good on end scrims, so.
Awesome. And lastly, I'll kind of leave this one open to you, kind of shout out to the fans and whatnot, and leave it open for you to talk to your friends and family back home.
You know, I appreciate all the love as always. You guys are absolutely amazing, and you know, Faze up. Let's go.
All right, back over to you guys at the desk.
All right, there you go from Abizi and Slack right there. And there's a lot of excitement happening over there at the Belong Arenas right now with the AIM Labs AIM course. And it's going to be pretty fun. Get to see who pretty much has the best mechanics, movement, aim, and all that when it comes to AIM Lab. And I'm really excited to see who's going to come out on top.
I would go with Shotzi, honestly. Like,
Shotzi,
the guy's an absolute menace. He's got to have the best mechanics, at least in my book.
Right. Allie, if you had to make a prediction, who would have come out on top out of all the players out there?
That's hard. I think I'm going with Celium on that. To be honest, I think I'm going with Celium on that. I would echo Ant with going with Shotzi as well, but I don't want to just pick off what he's doing.
Oh, it's a good pick.
It is a fantastic pick. But I'm going to say off the side of it isn't Shotzi. I'm going to go with Celium.
You got that right. And moving forward, the first series was absolutely great. So the question is, what is actually next for Seattle moving forward, other than the obvious of, players have to go not super negative, nameless. But we'll try to see with this roster.
I mean, looking at their groups, right? Like, they still have some tough matches, Strike X and Toronto Ultra. I could still see them winning both of those series, though, and making it out in the top two. Yeah. This is a Seattle team that had very close maps against Atlanta Faze. You look at that map 1, you look at map 3, extremely close. Yeah. I mean, one more tick of progression, they end up finding themselves on a defense. They could have taken that map 3. And what did we see in game 2 in the Search and Destroy? It was lights out, 6-0. We saw what Mac was able to do, getting up close and personal, picking up first bloods, that crazy 2-piece he got in the stairs right in front of the bomb site. So this is a team that has improved in Search and Destroy. I've seen their coach tweeting about it as well, just smiley faces all around after that search. So if it goes to game 5, could be wild there. So I'm expecting them to step it up versus these next 2 teams they have.
All right, a lot of exciting stuff happening right now, but a lot more to come because the next series is going to be underway soon. It will be the Los Angeles Thieves versus the new look, once again, New York Subliners. Can't wait to see how this new roster turns out. We'll catch you guys soon for some more CDL Pro-Am Classic.
Pro-Am Classic is brought to you by Belong Gaming Arenas. With high-end PCs, consoles, and community events daily, Belong is the place to go for gamers of all levels. Belong has arenas in Chicago, Columbus, Dallas, Houston, and Nashville, with more locations coming to a city near you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the hottest show on the planet, okay? This is the CDL Pro-Am Classic, and we just got off of a series where the Seattle Surge weren't able to get that little cute upset win over the Atlanta Faze, as it was business as usual for them. But in this game right here, there is so much on the line. We have the new-look New York Subliners after their, 30th team change? And hopefully they keep impressing us, because I like this squad so far. They're facing off against the Los Angeles Thieves, a team that started off the year really hot, but they seem to have lost their way towards the top of the leaderboards, and this is their time to show everybody what they're made of. Here on the desk, I'm Veli, we got Ali and Nameless, breaking things down as a big brains. And Ali, in this match right here, the Los Angeles Thieves, this is definitely a prove-it game for them, especially going against a new roster.
Oh, yeah, no, it's a perfect game for both these teams. LA Thieves, who's had their woes leading up to this year, was the strongest hardpoint team in the game, and then they had this giant drop-off, right? And then you have New York Subliners, who has been hot potatoing the roster literally nonstop. First team to make a roster change, probably the team that's made the most roster changes. They are the team that made the most roster changes, and they weren't even doing that bad. They were starting to get on the incline, and then it was like, you know what, this guy still isn't working. We're going to drop him, bring in Kismet, which, again, has yet to win. They didn't make it top 4 in the Minnesota Open either, but they were on Texas Nation, one of the best challenger teams heading into this, so it's all on eyes on Kismet.
You got that right. When it comes to the LA Thieves, all eyes are going to be on this role change as well, because of the simple fact that we heard news that Kenny was going to move to SMG, and everybody pretty much knows that right about now, right? But the thing is, when it comes to this roster and their lack of success is pretty mind-boggling, Ali, for the simple fact that this team is built for success. This is a good roster.
It was an incredible roster. It was in everybody's top 4 in power rankings, and now we're all confused, right? Their S&D has been struggling across the board. Hardpoint was their only strong point, and now the other teams are starting to catch up. So again, a very long break. So try and figure out your woes. Try and figure out what's going wrong heading into the second half, and the Pro-Am is a perfect place to do it.
You're right. When it comes to the game field keys to victory, other than obviously winning the game, okay? Nameless, what does this entire squad have to do?
Draza has to get comfortable in the natural flex role. We've seen him run it plenty of times before. We know he can run both weapons, but I did prefer Draza with the AR in his hands. He had a .8 KD in Major 2 qualifiers. He was last in the league, struggled tremendously. We talked about it before every single match. When was he going to get comfortable again? So they decided to switch it on and up. And then also Kenny was a little bit inconsistent as well. So they put him into the SMG role. We know that he's versatile. He's won championships and MVPs running an SMG. So hopefully that works for them when it comes to the respawns. And S&D improvements has to be a major focus. They're last in round win percentage during Major 2 qualifiers. So that's obviously, that has to be a focal point for this team. Search and Destroy has been the bane of their existence all season long. However, when they played in their last match versus New York, they were able to win it in a game 5. So Search was good enough to beat NY, and then improve your defensive game plan and control. 68% defensive win rate, last in the league. We know how strong defense can be in this game, and adding a new map into the focus like Berlin, that's another map where you can dominate defense. So that could be trouble for the LA Thieves.
And taking a look at that first point from the game field keys victory, Draza being down bad like that is something I don't want to see anymore. Draza's he's a great player.
We've seen what he's been capable of doing, though, right? He's, again, one of those players that has completely taken over a map before. He's one of the most hot topics when it came to respawn, so we're just looking for consistency at this point.
Exactly, and flipping the script and looking on the other side of the table, we have NYSL, baby, and I'm going to admit I really loved him at Major 2. I was hoping that they went further, but, we talk about the team changes, but rightfully so, right? This team, they're proactive in finding success in the best way possible, and me personally, I'm not mad at it. Seeing this new roster, seeing what Paul X even brought to this team is absolutely magnificent, right? But I'm looking at Crim6 and the boys to really pop off in a big way, and Nameless when it comes to New York. Honestly, I'm really hoping that this works out.
I'm hoping that it works out. I think they're bringing in Kismet and hoping that he sort of fits the team philosophy a little bit more, like just listens to them, makes less mistakes than Neptune, plays a little bit safer. He's still an extremely aggressive player. He won 7 cups in a row alongside Havoc, so he knows what he's doing. He's been in a pro league before, so Kismet has that experience. He has that communication, and he's a search and destroy specialist. That's the scene that he comes from, and that is where Neptune really struggled for this team. So when we get into the game field keys to victory, Ali, what does the New York Subliners have to do in this match? match.
Well, they got to showcase improvements with the new roster. Again, the most roster moves so far in this game. We're only halfway through the season. Kismet replacing Neptune. Neptune at a 0.5 overall should he head into this event. So Kismet doesn't necessarily need to outslay, again, what Nameless said, just fill the team philosophy, make everybody a little bit more comfortable on the map, and improve your man-up execution. NYSL converted only 61% of first bloods in stage 2. That is 11th overall, and the ARs, they need to step up to production. C6 is at a 0.95. That's going to be Krim, and Paul X, their flag is at a 0.96 in stage 2. So the ARs across the board gotta up in the slaying category, especially when you gotta line up against the likes of teams with Sibs and Celiums, with the flexes seriously popping off. And I'm really interested to think in this matchup, the expansion of map pools, right? Because I feel like heading into this, like in that last series, Atlanta Faze was 1-1 in Berlin hardpoints, right? They head into that, that's their 60% of the time they ban that map, they smoke show on it. Celium just pops off. They have an entire month. So if anything, I'm looking at the LA Thieves roster right now to have expanded their map pool, get back into that respawn dominance that you were into, because New York Subliners not only have to worry about that expansion, but also have to worry about adding a new player to their roster.
I agree. And with that being said, I think it's going to play a big role in our predictions right now, okay? So when it comes to talent pick'ems, okay, I love New York Subliners. I want them to win so bad. I want this team to be so good, but change after change, it's going to be hard to really form that chemistry because there's a lot going on. Watch their content, right? I think LA Thieves run away with this. This team has been together for so long. The chemistry is obviously there, right? And they know exactly what they need to work on. We just need to see it. So I think it's going to be a 3-1. Ali, any hope for New York?
This is one of the situations where I hope I get proven wrong. I have a lot of high hopes for New York, but again, I'm not a fan of this roster change decision. Again, I wasn't a fan of the first one, and I'm not a big fan of this one, so I have to go with LA Thieves in this situation.
And hopefully the Prime Classic will give them the good practice that they need to see if this roster works. But Nameless, coast to coast, New York, LA, which side are you repping, man?
I'm going to go with New York.
Okay.
I mean, we're looking at an LA Thieves team that was playing together since the beginning of the game, and New York make the change when they have Neptune still on their roster, and they don't even get along with them. They go to a Game 5, and they look so much better. The improvements that they had over just such a short span. You give that team a month now versus a team in LA Thieves that has had multiple months and haven't figured it out. Okay. I'm going to go with New York Subliners.
And I'm going to say this outright for those of you watching at home. When it comes to potential, Nameless doesn't want to hear none of that. He goes off of his pure gut feeling, okay? So hopefully New York comes up with a big win. I'm rooting for both teams right now. But ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time for the second series of the day. It's going to be a dang good one, okay? New York Subliners versus the LA Thieves. Miles and Chance, welcome back, baby.
Thank you very much, team. Yeah, this one's going to be good. Chance, there's a lot riding in this one, and I'm excited to see what happens here. Again, New York Subliners, that's a lot of roster moves, man. That is a lot of change. Same could be said, the exact opposite of the LA Thieves, man. They haven't done a whole lot, and I like what Name's saying there. It's like, you've had a lot of time to work this out, guys, and you haven't. What the hell happens today, Chance?
I think this is truly the who the hell knows series, right? Like, if you're even trying to get like map data on these teams, it's too big of a question mark. Obviously, LA Thieves have been back in the lab just because they're making like the role switch. But this is what, roster number 3 or 4 that we have seen for this New York Subliners team. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I know Ali said she was not too big of a fan of the Kismet for Neptune swap. Personally, I am. I would have made that move like zero hesitation to pick Kismet up. So I think it'll benefit the squad, but I think it is a big question of how much exactly will it benefit them, because obviously if they're already way towards the bottom, a lot of room to go up, but remains to be seen with how much competition there is. Obviously LA Thieves, not a team that you can take lightly in the slightest. By the way, there's Paul in the background. If you know, you know the true bald legend. I love
LA Thieves. LA Thieves. On screen, Drowsy Kenny, Envoy, and Octane. Of course, we're going to see Kenny running that sub full time. Last time we really got to see Kenny go buck wild with the sub was way back in World War II. And don't let it fool you, friends, he's not as old as he looks. But that was one hell of a play we saw at Gibraltar. We saw that PPSH. You know what I'm talking about, old school COD fans. It was probably, I think it could well be the finest individual player I think we've ever seen in Call of Duty history. But there we go. LA Thieves now looking to turn their season around. It'd be great if that could be the case. But on we go now. Lads get themselves all ready to go. Interesting to see how this team works out again. Tremendous potential. Hi, Paul. Hi, Paul. Tremendous potential. Not Paul X. Different Paul. if you
And
know.
Paul in the dead center, the bald head. I love that guy. Sorry, I'll end the theme on that, Miles. I just, I get excited. It's been too many years since I've seen him, but whatever the case may be for LA Thieves, I mean, something they talked about quite a bit, like in the most recent video they put out for their role swaps, is just talking about the fact that Kenny, way back in the day, back in like AW, was an AR player. He just, when he joined TK back in World War II, was on a team with Accuracy and Chino. So, I mean, he has to run the sub in that situation. So he feels like he's more of a natural AR, but certainly more of a flex. I think he describes himself as just trying to fill in whatever role he needs to happen. And obviously, I mean, I'm very excited to see what Kenny can do with the sub. I'm incredibly confident in Draz's ability with the automaton more so. I mean, he's switched back and forth between weapons literally for the past 3 years for this team. Whenever they need him to make any sort of swap, Draz has always been that guy. So this should be, and honestly, a really fun series.
It should be a great one indeed. And again, I'm interested to see what Kenny's going to look like again with that submachine gun in hand. It's a very, very different perspective he will have on the game from the front lines. We'll see if that helps the squad, find that much desired success that an org like the LA Thieves and 100 Thieves have been seeking for so long now. Again, he's going to be running up against some mean ones though on the side of the New York Subliners, man. I would not want to go toe to toe with Hydra on even his worst day. But we'll see though. And again, Kismet, debut him for here in the Vanguard season. It's been quite some time since we got to see Kismet in action. But as far as we're talking about them hardpoint performers, Chance Hydra certainly has the edge over Envoy in this matchup.
Well, I mean, this is the funny thing. Top performer for your team has a negative KD. As it turns out for the LA Thieves, every single player in every single game mode has a negative KD, except Envoy has a 1.00 in Search and Destroy. But that's literally it. Wild stat of the day, there is not a single map as a team the LA Thieves have with a positive KD. Literally negative, every single map, respawn, search and destroy, does not make a difference. This is just straight up not a slay heavy team, or at least they haven't been pretty much for the entire year, right? I mean, they have a 19-11 record in hardpoint, perfectly respectable. Even when they were on a tear in the game mode, they were still not outslaying their opponent very often. So I think that might just, I mean, it just blows my mind. I think the stat speaks for itself.
Well, we'll see though. We're almost ready to get into this first matchup here. We saw the maps and modes. The cage to start us off is going to be a fun one. Oh my goodness, is that the LA Guerrillas, the winners of Major 2 in the back of that show? Oh my word.
Kings of LA.
Man. The Kings of LA, the current Kings. But we'll see if the Thieves can steal something away here in this upcoming matchup. And again, true focus, game faces abound. Lads get themselves ready to dive into our second matchup here on Alpha of the Day. Pro-Am Classic so far. It's been a lot of fun. I've been watching across I've got sort of like a YouTube multi-stream going on right now. I've got every single stream up and about. I believe over on Bravo right now, we've got LAG taking on Ultra Academy. That's going to be a lot of fun. Boston Breach, Paris Legion on Charlie, and of course the Ravens against Team War over on Delta. God, it feels good to say a sentence like that again. Let me tell you, friends. And hey, look, it's Donnie Tim. How do you doing, mate?
As an individual, Temp doing great, probably. I think he has certainly not been the problem this year. He has certainly had a solid performance despite the results almost never coming through. I think Paris are still only at 2 series wins over the course of the entire year, but maybe an AM team will be the opportunity for them to get a couple wins. I know at least for Toronto, not one of the Academy teams, but the actual CDL Toronto Ultra, I'm watching them get hard point wins. Granted, it was against an AM team, but just give them something to get some sort of confidence in that game mode for the nice little bounce back. But that, of course, is now the champion team getting their setup. The PC is up high.
I mean, if anything, I'd love to see who struggles the most with getting a USB into the back of one of those PCs. Of everyone in this squad, it'd be very interesting to see who's the one that's sort of slacking the most in that regard. But New York Subliners, LA Thieves getting ready to go, warming everyone up, getting into the matchup ASAP. All X Hydra, Kismet, the newcomer on the roster, and of course Crim 6, the old goat there on the far right hand side, been around the block many times. We'll see how it goes. JCap, of course, passing on final words there to the LA Thieves boys before they get themselves into the fray. Bocage, map number 1, we are hardpoint. As everyone looks stern-faced and ready to rock and roll. And I can't wait, man. I can't wait to see the results of this one. Again, a lot of questions when it comes to New York Subliners. A lot of questions for the LA Thieves. Has this, is this role swap essential? Was this role swap actually going to be of a benefit to the team? New York Subliners, they've gone through some very public now and interesting, dramatic changes with their roster. We will see what happens, friends. Almost ready to get into our first matchup, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a very quick commercial break. When we come back, it's New York Subliners, LA Thieves. We're playing ROKKR. Don't go too far.
Welcome to CDL Vocabulary. You ready to learn?
Sit down and get ready to learn, man. The term mixy is honestly just a term to say how chaotic like a map is getting.
I'm quite the mixy player myself. It means when you are in a lot of action, there's a lot going on around you, and for a sub player, it means moving at a fast pace.
I feel like the best representation right now is to use bow cage hardpoint. Everyone says how chaotic it is, how fast-paced it is. So I just say that's a mixy map because no matter what you're doing, you're in the mix.
The last P2 rotation was very mixy.
The origins of the term mixy, I'm not honestly sure of.
I would assume it came from a sub player because, the subs are the most mixy. You don't really hear ARs getting too mixy, and when they do, it could go either very good or very bad.
I'd say me and my team use the term mixy all the time when we're scrimming. A lot of the fast pace, you can just say it's mixy.
It's used quite a bit. Can I define the term creddy? Yes. A creddy is someone that plays a lot of corners. They play very ratty per se.
The term creddy officially kind of means like, come play this tournament with me, I'll creddy you. And that basically means like, I'll pay for you to play with me. And it's kind of like a bad kind of definition because, you don't want to be a creddy.
Dude, you don't understand. We lost that rotation. The kid was playing like a creddy.
Originally, I think it came from someone like paying somebody to play with them in a tournament.
People would come out the woodworks. We call them creddies to pay for your tournament entry.
I think creddy probably gets underused. It's not really used in COD anymore. I feel like it used to be an older COD kind of term.
No, it's a very good term for a select few plays that individuals make.
So to define the term ego chow, I would say is just, you get a kill and you're one shot and you chow somebody that is like full health preeming you. Like that's an ego chow, like a gunfight that you're probably gonna lose, but you take it anyways.
Say I'm one shot and the opponent is running at me. I'm gonna ego chow him so I don't die, but my opponent's gonna be like, why did he ego chow that?
So the origins of ego chow probably came from some cracked player back in the olden days.
People win unspeakable or unwinnable gunfights, and that's how ego chows came.
I think ego chow gets used just right. I don't think there's many instances where you can say someone is ego chowing other than when they're ego chowing. So I feel like, people call it out when they see it, and that's how it should be.
A lot of times it'll cost you or sometimes win you rotations or hills. So you gotta live or die by the ego chow.
AimLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential. I loved watching that final few moments there. Of course, the AimLab skills contest that we were watching Sid play that one. Man, towards the final seconds there, Chance, as soon as it finished, I swear to God, he dropped a bomb. I swear, he was fuming at the final results there. But hey, you can also get involved in that one as well. The AimLab skills contest. Download it on Steam and see how you rank against our CDL Pros. Here in the Belong Gaming Arena in Columbus, Ohio, things are getting spicy, friends. We're heating up indeed. Matches still continuing across the day. Of course, we have Alpha. You're right here and right now. We've got Bravo, Charlie, and Delta also matches taking place. And hey, look, it's Wee Man. It's been a while since we've seen him in action. I think it's Wee Man. Is that Wee Man? That was Wee Man, right?
Yep.
Almost ready to get in the New York Subliners.
It has been so long since we've seen him on land. You think I know faces anymore? Like, it is,
I barely know he was,
man.
I barely know faces anyway. I mean, whatever. Hardpoint ROKKR, map number 1. Let's get it, boys and girls. We're ready to rock and roll now. LA Thieves, again, talking about role changes, talking about almost the entire bloody roster when it comes to the New York Subliners. They've been going through it, mate. They really have. But we will see just how they fare. Again, Kismet, his big debut here in the CDL, here at the Pro-Am Classic. Will he fill the sheets, or will he be the absolute knight in shining armor that the New York Subliners need? Let's find out, Chance.
For what 100% we made, by the way, definitely just trolling. Saw the opportunity for the layup and tried to slam that one down, but Kismet is a player. He will run through the middle. I mean, dude, I remember Black Ops 4 Hacienda, where like every single round in Search and Destroy, he would literally just run straight up mid every time and do it successfully. So certainly not a player going to be backing down from any gunfights. And right now, New York not backing down on the map. Hyper aggressive. That was a nice, almost like 4-man spread across the board to go and flip those spawns. And that might be something that pays off a little bit long term, but still plenty of time left on this B1.
New York team that do like to prioritize map control here on the Bookage as opposed to sort of scrap time, something we've seen in the past and we'll see many times again indeed. LA Thieves, though, they've got full control now of the P2 spawns. That's top side of the map. They've got tin covered. That's that little grey block on the top left-hand side of the minimap where number 6 just appeared. Here we go, though. Second hard point's up. Not too much time garnered from either team there on our opening gambit, but for now, that's all good. Here comes their hit from Kenny. Sub in hand. He's 1 and 3 so far, and he's dead now to Hydra. Back over to We Go to Envoy. Now 5 and 1, finding kills all over the place. Paul brings him down. Time now finally stopped. It's on the Draza to try to find a kill or two and manage to get that hard point back for his squad.
And I will say, because this has been a personal talking point of mine on Bookage, rather, and it comes up in New York. Always fighting for the spawns on P1 doesn't make sense to me just because of how quickly it will flip back. Even on this P2, the spawns have already flipped like 2 separate times. So, like, I don't know. I'm appreciative of the guys that just dive bomb the P1 hill and collect as much as possible, at least to a certain extent. At some point, you want to push for the spawns, but that is certainly my own personal diatribe is right now. Personally, New York doing a pretty solid job. Nice little 20-point bump. You still got the guys pushed out to be those main slayers, and Krim with the sub, with the AR. He is truly the OG flex player. They'll make it happen with any gun.
Certainly get it done right now. Nice time going the way of the Subliners. They're keeping LA Thieves off this one indeed. Over towards Grandma's now. Third hard point's up. Hydra trying to clear outside of Granny's. Top side all covered. Big shots again to take care of Kenny. Kenny having a bit of a rough run so far against the French Phenom. As Grand Mares now in full control. Can they get themselves in there, though? Hydra playing this one slow and steady, trying to clean up these players at the back. They know he's up here. Here comes Envoy. Reads it, guns him down. LA Thieves in control.
And this is actually a massive hold so far. I know it's only been 20 seconds, but Hydra just sort of waiting for his teammates that were never able to get up towards the hill to help him. And now you got Draza pushed out again. A man well equipped with both of the weapons. And still looks like Paul X this time is the man up top, but he plays it aggressive, flies down. But maybe just to make it a little bit scrappy, as this has been, I mean, as close to Money Hill as you're going to see on Bookage for the Thieves. Turning this game right back around. And I mean, Kenny, 2 and 9, early struggles, but hey, maybe he's got a lot of assists.
He's getting a lot of very unfortunate timings, and you know, he's getting caught like in weird gunfights. But hey, man, it happens. You get in the blender, and Bookage is more cruel than most maps. LA Thieves, over the time, the map's still trying to be theirs. They fight their way inside barn. Kenny getting involved. 3 and 9 so far. Let's see what he's got. The submachine gun in hand goes up against Kismet. Takes care of him as well. Here we go, though. New York Subliners with barn time now. 4th hard point up in the set. Kenny trying to clear him out. Finally gets himself involved. That's a 3 spree now from Kenny. Trying to find the backside of barn, and in we go. This is where things get real mad. You saw in that video, Mixie. This is the definition of Mixie, as Kismet finds himself 3, but Kenny's still on a run, man. 3 in a row. Finding a few more. The old goat puts him down, though. The horns of Krim. finds the kills. 30 seconds remaining here, and it's been a good look from Subliners here on Bun.
Yeah, that little stretch, I think, was what, 24 YYs from Kenny, 2 over total kills, and the majority of time still going to New York. I mean, he's taking routes on back and forth on both sides of the barn, but while he's trying to flip to one side, his teammates end up spawning there, and then they just flip back, and all of a sudden, you find yourselves in a circumstance where, I mean, this scrap time may or may not be collected by New York, but that rotation, they certainly have well in their grasp. Admittedly, Kismet is by himself on the hill, and he does not have any team support. No one for New York able to get into back L, and I mean, despite the fact that they rotated 15 seconds in advance, LA Thieves just walked straight through, at least for a moment.
Yeah, there we go, though. New York Subliners back on point. 13 and 11 from Hydra, got 15 11 from Paul X. Paul X, the Red Menace, now donning the yellow and the black of the Subliners. He's looking great so far. Kenny, trying to keep things going now for the LA Thieves. You got a bit of time still remaining on this point. Ample moments to make their way forward. Crim caught out, unaware. Here comes Kenny once again. Finds himself 2. Shots are good. Not enough, though, to take care of Paul. The point still remains open for now, and here comes the hit, and Paul wins it again. 3 now in a row. Hard point, New York.
Yeah, the nade, though, there to take him down. I mean, you know, nades on different hills, and especially all of them on Bocage. As long as you're on point with them, you can land them from pretty much anywhere on the map as soon as you spawn. But decent little lead. The Subliners have been able to build themselves up, and that's in spite of the fact that right now Kismet 8 and 17, and well, at 18 to the pile, at least there to get the assist with his teammate. But right now, Thieves trying to find a way to stabilize, and this P1 hill, maybe not the best one to do it. As again, it is difficult to collect time, but I mean, a 50-point bump, as far as Bocage goes, that's a pretty solid one.
Yeah, this is a very good look so far. It's going to take some magic out of the LA Thieves to get things going here on the cage. Paul still running amok. Big kills once again, as he is an animal right now. 21 and 12. Great awareness of the next set spawners, and he should be able to catch a few more here. Brilliant shots once again on Adraza. Octane, Kenny now getting in the mix, finding those kills themselves. Octane straight towards the point. There's 25 remaining here on the front side of the hard point, and that's a nice bit of beams out of Octane. 9 HP in a dream, but that's still time going the way of the Thieves.
And this is also the nice setup as well, right? You see Envoys posted out towards the God Tank. Thieves have 2 players inside, and even draws them roaming up top because they know that they can control these spawns and just keep New York forced in the back. So this has actually been a pretty strong P1 hold as far as P1 goes. And I mean, it was what, a 50-point gap between these 2 teams all the way down to 30. So nice little moment there until the 4-man wipe comes through, and New York now fully set up over towards P2, and now it is Crim posted up past the Godheady. Not a fun player to have to cross.
Nope. We'll see if they can get it done, though. LA Thieves now making their way across. Is that nade? You talked about chance from seemingly anywhere on the map, and it's up and it's down, and it lands a shot on a Kismet, but not enough to get the full kill with the nade. But Hydra's still at the backside of Barn, clearing that one up. 4 dead now for the LA Thieves. They've spawned out by Grannies. This is a chunk of time going the way of the Subliners.
I mean, it's always funny, dude. You know, in different games, pros are always perfect on reading spawns, but on this one, there's times where it is literally just guesswork in New York. They just made the wrong read, right? They had the back spawns completely opened up for Thieves to spawn there. Instead, they end up spawning across the map, and I think that just turns into a little bit of mixiness for the final bit of scrap time over towards P2. But either way, it was New York Subliners that got there first, and might not have been a money hill, but the lead is right back to about that 50-point margin. Thieves need to have a strong hold here to try to get back in this game.
Yeah, it's going to be big and grandmas now. Hydra's on the late flank now to the bottom side. Envoy cut to ribbons. Octane with a good read, finds a kill over on the front of the point. Kismet's managed to make his way in. 10 and 24 out of Kismet. A little slow for him so far, but again, getting things going right now for the Subliners as they've got a dramatic lead over LA Thieves right now. Hold on the backside of Kitchen down. The hard point's all his. Here comes the good test. Octane gets riddled. The MP40 rings out over to Crim now, watching the players come out of spawn, and sadly, not able to land the shots, but hey, we'll see if you can find any more special sauce now as we go through. Listen in with the New York Subliners.
Yeah, there's 2. One guy's one street. Power to hill. Nice, good job. One more back right corner. Hold right. Oh, I got right. Kish did. Get out. I have right. One's already hut. Going to the right, Kenny. Going deep right.
On that shit.
No, he won't flip yet, but he's deep right. I'm holding you to P2. I'm going to P2 tank. I left him. I'm going to hop on.
Missed time.
One take right now.
I'm looking for 10.
I don't see Zig. Yo, Zig dead. Ken, one behind me, Ken.
Oh, 10?
Give me a sec. I can help you with him.
Pin dead.
Good job. You're going to be on the right street. Push out, kid. Pick up the mid. Can you lift mid? He's on the right. Yo, one's mid. Stable jobs.
Yo, and one's deep Lamar tank.
Good job. Just stay alive.
Deep Lamar tank. Mid.
Yo.
See go right now.
There's a confident cacophony from the New York Subliners there in the listen-in as they keep finding that time, and man alive, they're finding it all good now. Still full control, though. Let's dive to the other side of the board for a quick listen-in with the LA Thieves.
P2, weak, and back. He's whole pocket. Probably gonna go tools. Okay, I'm gonna go tools. Yeah, tools, pocket, one shot. I'm looking right, front tools, pocket. I push, he's stunned front house. Hold right, on new, good job. What is front house? Never kill pocket, remember. Also got, give me top house, give me top house. Yep. Get, 2 gate, bros. Pocket could've hit tunnel, guys. Nice one. Got another one. Nice guy. Last guy tower, ran into L.
It's had to be a quick one because the game could well and truly be over soon, though, Chance. River now up, LA Thieves in. Here comes the pinch from the Subliners.
Right now, by the way, this is shaping up to be the third biggest blowout we have seen on ROKKR. If LA Thieves get past 136, well, then it'll be the fourth biggest blowout we have had on this map. I mean, New York have been able to do. I mean, funnily enough, with Kismet going double negative, if you had told me that the new kid on the block for the Subliners roster is double negative and they just body LA Thieves map 1, I'd have called it crazy, but there we are, third biggest blowout on that map of the year. And that's against a team that, I mean, there was a time when they were one of the best hardpoint teams in the game.
Unbelievable turn of events. Hey, who'd have thought, though, for the Subliners, you just had to get a player that didn't mind diving in the hardpoint. There you go. ROKKR, map number 1 comes to an end, and the Subliners walk away with a dub. Now this, I don't know, Chance, what to make of this. Again, is this the LA Thieves coming out a little flat? And again, at the 14 to 30 for Kenny on the sub roll. Difficult looks from him. But Kismet, again, like just doing good bit of work there in the hill. Minute 20 for his name. And again, just about 2k damage on the dot. That's the lowest in the map. It's an interesting, I mean, there's a lot to analyze here and break down. I mean, I might just watch the flank later today to really get my thoughts on it. But hey, not a bad start for the Subliners either way.
I mean, I'll just keep it simple. Right now, LA Thieves, I mean, again, one of the worst slaying teams in the game, if not the worst slaying team in the game. In all honesty, like, again, they do not have a single map where they are positive at all. And ROKKR obviously is absolutely, without question, a slay heavy map. And I mean, I know Kismet was double negative, but everybody else on New York was more or less popping off, or at least having strong performances. And I mean, Kenny was double neg. I think the players for LA Thieves that were even positive, I mean, it was just barely like, they had nothing for them, nothing to offer, nothing to show, and not a good look for map 1.
Yeah, again, lacking the sort of muscle, the pure gunny when it came to holding their own against the New York Subliners. And again, I mean, Krim was looking fantastic out there, it has to be said. Of course, Hydra and Paul, you expect a duo like that to really tear teams a new one, and they did just that indeed here on the cage to start things off. A beautiful look either way for the New York Subliners. We know there's a lot of fans out there who have been screaming for some kind of results, and a massive turnaround indeed for them. And hey, this could be the beginnings of it, but this series is far from over. That's only map number 1 done. Search and Destroy coming up next.
And Search and Destroy, that was the like sort of original issue for this team, right? Like at the start of the year, the hardpoint was clean. The Gavutu, both for hardpoint and control, they were utterly dominant. Well, first of all, I don't see any Gavutu on this map in mode set, so that is certainly, you know, not entirely ideal for the LA Thieves, but I mean, they have to go to a Search and Destroy. That has not been their bread and butter, and Tuscan has been one of their better maps, like it's safe to be said. And as far as like role swaps for the team go, at least like, you know, it is easier to make a role swap, I'd say, in Search and Destroy than to bring in an entirely new player. So maybe you want to give LA Thieves an edge in that department, but I don't know, Subliners, in my opinion, I mean, it is ROKKR, so like, honestly, who the hell knows, but they simply just look more confident.
Yeah, it's a tricky map to truly make a sort of sound analysis on, but we'll see again if Search and Destroy coming up now, if the New York Subliners can keep this sort of, you know, plucky courage going where they can find some magic here. It's possible to walk away with a big win, but again, as you said, new roster, not a whole lot of time in the lab, not a lot of time spent practicing. We'll see how much it comes through. For LA Thieves, I would still be leaning towards them again, as you said, a team that has definitely had their struggles in the game. Search was not it for the LA Thieves for the longest of times, but now they've sort of lost that hard point, you know, formidable performances. I wouldn't be too surprised to see Search, you know, climb up just a little, but we will see, friends, in a few moments time as we get ourselves into the Search and Destroy. Envoy and Paul X will be the fellas we'll be looking at here in the Search and Destroy game mode. Again, our top performers. As far as that goes, Chance, mate, we'll see, mate. Here in the Belong Arena in Columbus, it's been a spicy affair so far.
And again, we talked about it for the map one for Envoy being the top performer with the negative KD. This is the only positive KD any single player on LA Thieves has in any given game mode, and it's a hot 1.00. So again, not a super good looking. I mean, he's got 28% of the team kills, so Envoy and Search has not been the problem. You know, it'd be interesting to see if this team can figure it out, because, I mean, I know the desk has touched on it a bit. I'm sure we have touched on it at least a little bit as well, but this is sort of a make or break it tournament, I would imagine, for a few different teams if they can't build any sort of momentum. Like, obviously, if you're making a role swap, it'll take time for Kennen to get used to running a sub. It is much more difficult to go from AR to SMG than it is the opposite. So you want to give him a little bit of space to learn and grow, but still, you take a couple bad losses to a couple teams, and that's just, I mean, again, it might be a dire moment for a few different squads.
When Nameless called him, and he was like, look, if you don't make it out of pools, if you don't make it out, I mean, if you're a pro team not making it out of pools at the Pro-Am, I mean. You know what I'm saying?
You mean?
You know what I'm saying? We'll find out, though. Number 2, we're going to go for a little tussle on Tuscan now and search and destroy. All smiles across the Subliners. Enjoy it while you can, lads. First matchup of the day, them looking good so far in the cage. Across the arena, though, everyone gearing up, getting ready to go. There's non-stop carnage all day today. I do wish we were there, mate. Can't lie. I wish we were there.
Agreed. Yeah, for sure. Like 100%. That is without question. I will say, though, just to try to turn the conversation more towards the task at hand, Tuscan SD, I think, will actually be a very interesting look, just for the fact that, one, we have seen LA Thieves on this map quite a few times. It's not a fantastic map for them, 4 and 5 overall, but one of their stronger ones in Search and Destroy. But I kind of want to see what New York Subliners are going to bring to the table, because, again, Kismet has that sort of, like, you know, quote, mad dog mentality. He will try to bully his way through the middle of the map. Like, he might be doing something like that on offense. And I think him and Hydra honestly could be a very interesting pairing on a map that honestly could just be so mid-map dominant on Tuscan S&D. So we'll see if they're working as a tandem, or maybe Kismet, when he's tearing it up in Challengers, has just built quite a repertoire of different plays he likes to make. But whatever the case may be, we were used to see smiles across the faces of the Thieves players, now on the faces of the Subliners.
Pretty well one of the most jovial teams in the entire league, man. I mean, those were the guys having the most fun up there, win, lose, or draw, whatever was happening. And for now, it ain't the case. God, it's interesting seeing so many different faces once again across this event. As Coach Sender, of course, of OpTic, prowling, perusing. Flux there, of course, of Toronto Ultra right at the back. At any given moment here in the Belong Arena in Columbus, there is someone you know and love. Again, Coach JCap still up and about there on the right-hand side. That means we're still chatting. That means we're not quite ready to go for the LA Thieves. But chance for you right now, man. I mean, talked about Tuscan a little bit there. LA Thieves, at what point, you know, is this the make or break event for this roster? Like, do you have to make a change after this? Like, what happens?
Well,
you don't have a good show in here? What do you do, Coach?
It depends on how well they perform. I think there's like a minimal threshold where if they do good enough, even if they don't like look dominant or look top 4 or whatever, you're like, okay, brand new role swap. You got to give, like, you know, Kenny and Draza time to adjust just a little bit. So if they meet that minimum threshold, then I think you just continue on and continue to progress. But if you don't see progress, if they just get worse in a situation where they're already not great, right? 0-5 through stage 2, was it? Looked a little bit better at the major. But if you just have struggles like that and then you get worse after making the role swap, that, you know, it might be the end.
We'll see, though. Again, a lot of hope and prospects in these teams. I mean, if you got to this point, Lordy, you know they're brilliant. I'm getting a lot of tweets from people saying I'm mean, because people know what I'm saying. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. Here we go, though. Search and Destroy, up and about, into the action we fly. Kismet, the man on your screen. Will he find himself a first blood? Will he pump the brakes immediately and save his skin from Draza? And here comes Draza. Whoa, big shots. In and out he goes. Kismet, what an opener.
I was just literally perfect again. That is a gunfight. If you don't have the MP40, you wouldn't have won. And granted, he gets traded, but you at least feed that intel. But number 6, Kenny actually just got fantastic timing. Gunfight's on the outer, but Kenny, he's in a mixed bottom church. Free kill for him up top, but he does get traded. New York were quick to group back up as we got a 2v2.
It's happening right now. Envoy's out, slides into the fight. OpTic's gonna win one against Crim. Hydra's thrown a shoulder or two, and back he goes. Oh my word, could this happen? Bomb being planted quickly now by Octane. As the reshuffle now comes through. Ooh, a little too slow from the Phenom as the Thieves. We chuckle and we win the round.
And again, it was just like nice trades pretty much the entire time, right? Kismet makes the aggressive play to find the first blood. Octane there for the trade straight away. I mean, even Kenny's in the tower. New York are making the trades as well. But in the end, able to make sure you secure that first round. And it's certainly one that LA Thieves will be happy to get. I know this map has been, I think, like the most balanced S&D map we have had, even post-change. I think now it is certainly defensive-sided, but not by a crazy amount. But he is certainly happy to get that first offensive dub.
No, Octane, go back. He's there. Go back. Here he comes. Nice tags. Oh, misses it. Shame. So the legs of Crim. Ouch. Nades land. 83 HP now for Tane. Backs up. That bomb's making his way towards A, though. They're committing to this. And Crim by that tree. Envoy, though, on the flank. The snipe holds him down, pins him for the time being. With that, you allow Envoy to get in a position. A very happy player in this kind of spot.
And no one's really turned just yet. Actually, number 2, Hydra's finally looking for it, but Jaza has to be feeding this information. You see how tagged up top fire is, so...
Oh, wait, Envoy, no, he didn't see the going well. That could have been bad.
Well, now Paul X is trapped, though, by the way, but Paul X makes the read anyway. I was going to say he was worried about Envoy being on the flank, but finally he gets taken care of. Everyone in and around P5, and the Envoy flank eventually pays off. He was given the definition of Mixie, and that was certainly a Mixie moment. All to deliver Hydra again. It was a 1v2. He was left in round 1, now a 1 versus 3, and obviously bombed out.
Couple of tags on Hydra, they know where he is. Trap is set. If he fights his way out of this, it's one thing, but there's no way he fights his way through the Thieves. Another good round there from the LA Thieves here on Tuscan. They're keeping themselves all good. Smiles abound from the team's self-proclaimed Pablo Escobar. Draza.
Excuse me?
I know. I mean, look. You have to watch their content series. Stories about him in Minnesota and Mystic Lakes Casino. I'm not going into it now. It's round 3.
Round 3 it is. LA Thieves with that advantage. I'd say even when the first ones haven't gone their way, they've at least gotten the bounce back. Octane 4-0. Looking for number 5, but where Kismet likes to go the middle of the map, well, Envoy, he's been doing it at the pro level for quite some time, has that advantage, and just waiting for the gunfight down low. He gets traded, but he has done his job.
Yeah, Hydra's already managing to find himself something here from behind. Hello, there's at least one. Gets the kill come through. Big tags. Kenny, whoa! Puts Hydra down. There's another good round coming out of the LA Thieves. Chance they can seemingly do no wrong. First bloods from Envoy have been very decisive indeed, man. He's making a big difference.
Yeah, I mean, 2 for 2 on rounds where Envoy is just basically securing the win for the squad. The first go around in round number 2, he goes on the flank, finds a kill, and then just stays alive for so long for his teammates to end up grouping up and making a play. That time, just, more solo child, or not even solo childs, but just straight through the middle of the map, wins the first. And Paul X certainly wanted the trade, but again, Envoy, the right gun for the job. We'll see if someone has an answer for the Dark Princes. Once again, middle of the map on defense as expected. Envoy straight out to get that control, and he's already cleared out so much of the map that Kenny's got to know. Pressure's on him.
Yeah, here comes Hydra. Here comes Kismet. A 2-man squad. He may have just felt the auto-aim pull him there somewhat, and that's why he's backed on up. But here's 3 players now on the other side of this one, Kenny. You have to do something special here, son. Here they come. First one goes down. Kismet, the quick fadeaway now from Kenny. Here comes Draza to pick up the pieces. You've got these players trapped now towards that P5 side of the map. How many more are there? Kenny can't know. Shots coming through now. Pressure is on. 40 seconds.
I mean, you're just having to get the timing on the cross, right? Octane at least able to spot one. They're trying to Simon up to take him down. They do just that. But a couple trades coming through. All of a sudden, 3v2 for LA Thieves. And guess who it is winning his team the round again? Bar Kismet. Winning this 1 versus 3. Envoy again is making plays. Flying up top. It's Kenny to seal the deal. It looks like the bounce back game might just be in his Envoy, the top performer in the game mode, trying to take over.
And that's brilliant. holding pattern. You kept the New York Subliners in there. Well done by the LA Thieves, not giving them an inch to work with. And as soon as you do, crossfire's there, pinch was on. Not quite pixel perfect timing, but they managed to get the job done either way. And the LA Thieves chance, I mean, we had our doubts about them on ROKKR, but hey, man, for now, it's a great look here on Tuscan. Squeaky clean at 4-0. Envoy 6-1.
Game's not over that. New York still maybe able to prime and make a comeback. By the way, Kismet and Hydra did sprint out to the middle of the map together, so making a few adjustments, trying to get more pressure on different portions of the map. But I see Crim6 on one.
Nice
Okay,
shots.
never mind. Nice shots from Kenny. The X-ray vision to get that first blood.
Crim. The Envoy. An awkward gunfight indeed. Gets a couple of shots in. Hydra now able to get him forward. Here comes the snipe. Can he land a shot with this sniper rifle? May have just seen another one come through. Envoy though, good coverage. Octane managed to get the kill. Draza by the heady. We're playing towards the bomb right now for Hydra. Then this could be big. No, Draza, good shots. Crim now in the 1v3. 35 seconds to play with, and the Thieves are on his tail. They are chasing him down. Crim, not a chance. LA Thieves, map point.
I mean, literally just suffocating. Another first blood for LA Thieves. I'll be honest, with the way the Bocage went, I was a little bit concerned, but we talk about how much time there has been in the lab. Obviously, the role swap will, in my mind at least, definitely impact the respawns more, but if search and destroy has been the perennial problem for this squad, you know, in the past month, they've been grinding this one out as well, and certainly here on Tuscan, looking incredibly clean so far. Envoy's one of a bunch of rounds. Kenny's doing a wonderful job to get those first bloods. I think his streak might have gotten shut down, but whether or not you got the streak, you have a massive lead and not quite a nice shot.
No problem, though. Envoy once again, same time, same place. He'll be here all game long. Another one to the pile for Envoy. Kenny spots Paul, and Paul's in trouble. Unless the gunny comes through, and that's Paul X through and through. It's a 3v3 now. It's Paul with the big shots.
He really is just, I mean, menacing, I think, is like the perfect word to describe his play style. It looks like he's dead to rights, but he wins the gunny. He really does, tried and true. And he is now sort of deep on the flank, in effect, or at least watching it for the team. The A site has been slightly left open as Thieves right now just have that church control, but looks like maybe waiting for a final moment to get this bomb down. Meanwhile, Paul is getting caught in the middle of the map. The flanks are coming through. Eventually, he should get shot in the back or wins another gunfight. He shouldn't. Subliners finally looking like they might get around on board. Bart, Octane, 1v3 clutch.
He's really trying for it. Oh, no. I take it all back. We're going to stay alive right now for the New York Subliners. But again, slight bit of nervous tension across the board for search and destroy game mode in general for them. 5-1.
I feel like he just has those moments where you're just looking at the minimap or whatever, and you're just like, Paul is dead to rights. Like, they will have him.
100%.
And he makes a nice read spots and gets the information. He's in the middle of the map. They know that he is like bottom church or at least mid. You send an Envoy. He just finds a way to win gunfights that, I mean, almost he has no right to.
Yeah, should not be winning those. Yeah, for sure. That's Paul X, man. Go through mid-map he goes. Absolute snaps. Kismet getting real aggressive. Nice nades from Kenny. LA Thieves once again. They throw sweet nades. Oh, nice nade out of Crim, I suppose. Kismet, though, Kismet could go big. He's found one. Trying to open up the flank indeed. As Paul, he's now trying to make his way through the front side. This could be a good pinch. Paul finds another kill. It's a 2v2.
And you know, have bomb down, so you can just play corners, one top church, one down low, whatever the case may be. Paul trying to turn this game around for his team, and you know you have the bomb down for a fact. Kismet, go bait for Paul. That's all you got to do.
One tag in. Octane's out, man. Straight up towards the bomb they go. Octane could have read this right. No, he doesn't. Unfortunate scenes as Kismet and Paul X pull it back.
And that's wild, too. I think what happened is Crim got naded while he was cooking a nade, dropped it on his dead body, and what was a Hydra standing right next to him just gets caught in the nade crossfire. And in spite of that incredibly unfortunate series of events, Lemony Snicket did not write this one because Subliners at least get the next round, and Paul, I believe, is still on a 5 spree.
It should at least be a 5. It might be a 6. It's a 5. Nice. 7-5 now for Paul overall. 5-2. LA Thieves are still on map point. Opening salvo shots over towards the A side of the map. And Envoy, he's sneaky and he's disgusting. Nice shots and a Hydra. 17 HP. Cleans him up. Another first blood. the crown prince of first bloods, but not necessarily straight up gunfights. As Krim takes care of him there. Draza now looking towards that bomb. He might catch this player out. I don't think he saw a barrel. As Kismet will get the plant down. Here we go.
And you're looking for two things. You get the bomb down, you stay alive for a moment, two players stacked up, but I think Paul needs to sort of be that late round hero. You want him to get at least closer to this glide. And no pressure on him just yet. Thieves swarming the middle of the map.
He's got like eyes on mid. He may have just cut his way right through the center of it, but Kismet and Krim, they're finding the kills. Draza now with the 1v3. Stays alive for now. Shots are there. Knows he has to clear out the usual suspects, the regular spots. How diddly doodly, Krim! Straight through the window, straight into the feed. It's 3 in a row now for the New York Subliners.
And I'm actually curious, did Krim actually get that kill? I know he obviously got like tags in the player. I was trying to say, maybe try to feed it to Paul to get closer to the glide, but maybe they'll just take the momentum, whether or not you get the kill streaks in the pocket. 3 in a row for New York. They're creeping up on it.
1 round at a time. I mean,
there's been
5-3.
We'll talk about it if it happens.
Octane, little glint of his car. 98k on the top of the rocks there. Big tags out. Hydra, forward he goes. That's the first blood now for the New York Subliners. It's been a while since we've seen this.
And you're working on a B push, by the way, but Krim, he's posting the back of the map, so he'll spot the pressure coming in through P5, and he can tell Kismet to turn. Yeah, the setup's just too good. You get the first blood, and everything else is just easy. Maybe number 7, Draza, can make the play, or actually Kenny's the man that finds the pick, but you're still down a man. And Hydra trying to read this flank, but Draza might honestly time it perfectly.
He might have. It's bring your kid to work day, and Kenny's putting in the work. Perfect. And Draza, oh, shots were good. Now it's a 1v2 for Kenny. He's still got the bomb in his hand. You've isolated the members of the New York Subliners. He doesn't necessarily know that. He's got full knowledge that there's at least one player here. Krim, though, has been playing for the backside of the map for so long. Chance 30 seconds. Oh my god.
Yeah, they know for sure. Yeah, okay, there you go. I was about to say, as soon as he slides, I was about to say, everyone heard that across the map. And Subliners, they get another one. That would be 4 in a row. The good news, I'd say, for LA Thieves, they do shut down Paul X, so at least no kill streaks is a thing they don't have to be concerned with anymore. But something they do need to be concerned with is losing the map and blowing that lead.
I mean, it's 5-4. This ain't over yet.
Advantage LA Thieves. It is an advantage, to be sure.
1 more round's all the LA Thieves need, and they can tie the series up. But Krim 6 has said, hell no, nade stuns. He's about to throw another goodie. Kenny's in trouble. Kenny's in trouble. Tag doesn't land. Pressure from his teammates though is on. Hydra has hit dead silence, and he is across the map. Your boy is long gone. Oh my gentle Hydra. He's just slipped past the entire team. His teammates are moving in as well. The pinch is potentially on, but the members of the LA Thieves, they're holding hands. They're in P5. Don't go in. Oh no, the shots are good. Kismet, Kismet. Oh my God, it's round 11. What is happening?
Okay, man. I mean, 1 round away from something that has happened 4 times in like competitive Call of Duty history at this level. Okay. 5 times maybe. Very few.
Okay. Let's all just compose ourselves. Let's just get back into this one.
So before this round 11 starts, I just want to make sure I'm not crazy. LA Thieves had a 5-0 round lead, correct?
It was a 5-0 round, correct?
Okay,
I mean, look, it was a 5-0
moving on.
Here we go, round 11. LA Thieves. Don't do this to yourselves. Don't do this to the fans. Now it's time to dig deep. Krim's on the 4 spree. He had a sweet opener. Now they've pumped the brakes, and Envoy, once again, he has been the man. Those first bloods, he can smell Krim from here. First blood, Envoy. Can't get out with his life. Trade comes through immediately, 3v3.
You already know Subliners, they're going to take their time with this, try to feel out the round. You expect Octane to be towards the back, but everything else is more or less unknown. You back him down, and this might be the opening to try to get this plant. You don't have anybody to help towards the middle of the map just yet, but Kismet, he's going to stick it. He's going to get this down.
Yep, that's the plan. All those members now of the LA Thieves close by. They might be able to overwhelm mid-map quite quickly. There they go. Diving straight on the bomb. Kismet finds 1. Shots are through, though. The trades are there. It's a 2v2. Paul trying to make his way through the middle of the map. No one on the defuse just yet. Paul was a big one. Octane now on the 1v2. Octane in the 1v2. It could happen, friends. It's not quite over yet, though. Octane forward. He creeps. Checking corners.
Oh,
no! It's happened again! It's It's a full sail. Oh, no! Oh, Lord, it doesn't happen often, but when it does, it is something special. New York Subliners got 2-0 in the series.
I mean, that dude, that cannot happen. Oh my God. And it was dominant the way that they got the 5-0 lead. Like, perfectly played trades and Kismet was making the play, but Envoy was like the walking first blood. Kenny's laser beaming people through walls to get bloods, and it just slips away, man. I mean, Paul X needs the credit because he's the guy that started to turn things around for the Subliners, but I mean, that is a group effort, a monumental collapse. That is, I don't know, the year of the LA Thieves in a nutshell.
That's it. The stats tell one story. And then for the Subliners coach, like, yeah, good job, guys. Like, nice job. Yeah, you know, just keep it up there. Good job with the first bloods. Nice rotations. Yeah, good work. You know, good work. You know, but Lord, that's a 2-0. That is not what we expected. Composure is out the window. That was a tough one. I don't know what else to say. Wow, Subliners. Woo! I mean, chance?
Yeah, no, that is horrible. I mean, you have S&D woes, you get a 5-0 lead, things are looking good, especially after like a pretty pathetic Bocage hardpoint, and then you lose in one of the most tragic way possible. I mean, maybe if we're selling the soap, I know Thieves in their last like major, they go up 2-0, they get reverse swept, they go down 2-0, they complete the reverse sweep. So by no means is the series over, but that is not a good look at all.
We'll see if the LA Thieves can make the rebound. We go to map number 3 now. First, though, a very quick commercial break. Compose yourselves, friends. The Pro-Am Classic. Back after this. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by TeamSpeak, the official broadcast communication partner of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL.
We are here at the Belong Gaming Arena here in Columbus, and I just got news that Illy will actually be out for the tournament for the remainder of the Pro-Am, and General will be subbing in. You guys can follow OpTic and check them out on their socials, and they will have more updates as to what is going on and the real reasoning behind it. We hope Illy has a speedy recovery with whatever's going on, and we're going to send this one back over to the desk and get back into the games.
Thank you very much, JB. We love you, brother. I mean, wow. Okay, so Illy's back in. Again, we've got matches taking place all over. Sorry, but he's back out. Yeah, he's back out. He was in, now he's back out. Sorry, my bad, completely. I'm trying to find where the actual match is taking place here. I think it's, it might be, no, I've got no idea. Not even gonna, abort, Ross, abort. Wow, okay, so we'll keep an eye on OpTic socials and find out exactly what's going on with Illy, but hey, man, we've seen Jordan General, he's in the venue, he's been warming up, obviously, and he's ready to rock and roll. We'll see what that brings again for the OpTic Texas squad. Drama abound here in the Pro-Am Classic, not to mention another full sale. Sorry to rub that one again in for the LA Thieves fans who have watched this. That was a tough one to go through after a tricky look on the cage, Chance, and you called it as well, brother. You said, hey, look, oh, it's the players' lounge, by the way. There you go.
Vivid just got, I think that light cut on at like the perfect moment. He got so scared out of nowhere.
I see an Adam Apicella in there as well. Wild Adam's whole squad's here, enjoyed themselves. A little bit of the Boston crew at the back. We see Nicky D, of course, there. We see the boys of Faze on the left-hand side. And I'll tell you what, though, friends, we're going to quickly try to recap the madness that we have just unfolded before us. Task and Control coming up next. This is match point now for the New York Subliners here in their pool. I'll tell you what, mate. I mean, woo, Paul went big. Of course, that 1v3 from Kismet again to force that round 11. And man alive, 6 straight rounds in Search and Destroy. Not an easy thing to do. Very rarely happens. Huntsman? Last time we saw it, like way back in MW. Let's see what happens in Control now, though. New York Subliners got to be flying high after that.
I mean, as far as full sales go, I want to say, I mean, there's only been like 5 total or 6 or something like that. I think Aches has been a part of almost all of them, except obviously the most recent 2. But I don't know, just adding another one to the pile. And now you're in a situation where I think Paul X might at this point just have like a mental edge against LA Thieves. Like, you get full sale, you got to be in your head just a little bit, especially for the fact that, I mean, they've openly talked about not exactly the most confident team in the world, and Paul X is a big reason why. Good night.
Yep, Paul's still going. This is 3. Whoa. Envoy throws the slickest of shoulders to stay alive there. 24 to the 21 now. New York Subliners with a life count lead. Whoa, baby Kismet getting 2 of them. Nice shots. Ripping Envoy. Beautiful shots indeed. Now the minute clock stopped. Are they finding more kills? Octane's there to help out. Hydra now watching the players make their way out. Spawn, he's in trouble, but he's... Ooh, Jiminy crickets. Envoy stays alive.
New York, though, the constant pressure, because now it's Crim's opportunity to go for the full flank as well, and there's at least a partial read maybe coming out of the Thieves, but I mean, I think right now, LA, they have spent just a decent chunk of time. 1, getting fried by the subs, and 2, getting shot in the back, and Crim shows his hand, but he still wins the gunfight. You do not secure A, and you are right back to square one, starting from your spawn, trying to get out of this trap where you are already down 6 lives.
Shots at Crim. Keeping that force spree going. Kismet on the flank.
Oh!
Hello. 2. Kismet. Get him. Octane gets the kill. Still, keep the play going. Paul shots her in. He's on a force spree now as well. Less than 30 seconds to go. It's 18 to the 9 of the LA Thieves, and they are getting bloodied. They're getting beaten. And they're not out of this just yet, though. Over to the point. Envoy winning some miraculous gunfights now. Pressure on towards the A zone. 16.1. The game's not over yet.
Dude, what would make you lose full more? Getting full sailed or literally spawning up, instantly getting shot in the back into just Kismet piecing them up? I mean, am I crazy? That player literally just appeared a foot in front of him. Right? Am I crazy? That happened?
You're not... Brother,
like the reverse Houdini, I would throw my headset so fast.
I know, brother, but you did. That's why you're not on the sticks at the moment in time. With 50 seconds to go, though, the LA Thieves still are 5 lives. In a series that has proven miracles are truly possible. We'll see what they've got. A fast flurry of comms now as they make their way forward. Lots of shadows spotted there. Kenny trying to bait out the play. All 4 members now making their way forward. Crim's got 1. Kismet gets another. Oh, and Envoy's been gunned down as well. 2 lives remaining. It's all on Octane from his spawn. It's a 1v10. And Hydra stunned. And that's the round.
I mean, look, I'm not superstitious. I think LA Thieves might be cursed.
Maybe.
I'm just throwing that one out there because that is, I mean, that is clinically absurd, that round from start to finish. I mean, Kismet and Paul X taking turns, piece him up with a sub, like 37 different flanks come through, players spawning up literally right in front of Kismet's face as he's topping the flank perfectly. Like, this is just, you know, when it rains, it pours. And right now, Thieves in the midst of a hurricane.
It was right in front. We'll watch that one back. Kenny. I'll get a single thing. The 3-man hit now flying forward. Draza manages to at least get 1. Slowing him down. Here comes Crim, though. Big shots out of Draza. Ball gets 1 in the head there. Kenny should be able to clean this up as he flies forward now. Hydra, oh dear, a little bit of help. Oh my word, the shots are all good. 24 out of the 27 now. LA Thieves with the life lead here on defense so far.
And I just saw, by the way, the fact that Kenny is 3-10. So I think double negative-ish, like 15-32 it might have been from the first hard point along those lines. And struggling once again. Admittedly, they just completely throttled the first round, so it's not like your stats should be looking good. And I'd say so far in the defensive end, Thieves have looked quite a bit cleaner. Draza with a nice little beat down and certainly a decent chunk of map control that they have. They even have Kenny off spawn playing over towards B. So right now, LA in full control of the map, working on a comeback of their own.
It's their Tuscan for now. There's a couple of players now over towards B we go. Slow, steady capture, though. It's going to be 2 members of the New York Subliners on that point for now. Kismet's got to win this. Does indeed. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. Gets 2. As baby, we're making juice now. Nate's coming through. Hydra can't win it. Number bullets left in the automaton. Draza wins his fight as well. So, okay, you've got 1 player left on the point. Kismet just gets turned to dust. Cleaned on up. Prim's trying to keep the front line forward as far as it possibly can be, but for now, he is in trouble. Good work out of the LA Thieves to pull this one back. Over the way we go. Draza. Woof. Ball wins it.
I think Thieves have been on point on the defensive end, right? I mean, there's been a ton of B pressure that's come through, and obviously Subliners still in a good spot. The fact that they were able to get 2 ticks, but obviously no round win. When they need to get the wipes, they're able to get them, in spite of the fact that Kenny is now 3-14.
Keeping it going, though. Less than 30 seconds to play with. Draza. Good work. Shots are there. Teamwork coming through. There's going to be a couple more players nearby. Kenny should be able to get up in the mix here. He lets a player slip by. Hydra will stop the clock. Pressure on B as well. 2-man's hit now as Octane gets cut down in the crossfire. Draza trying to pick up the pieces now, stopping the capture towards B. We've still got pressure on A. That's a single fight takes place. 1 more to be had here at B. Draza wins it. That's huge. Over towards the A zone we go now. That's where the attention for the Subliners is, Chance. 25 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, in case you forgot, Draza is absolutely gross. I mean, 5 spree for him.
Disgusting.
Really does not matter what gun he has in hand. And right now for this round, he has been the hero for the team. I would say maybe good news for New York. They're able to at least get 5 ticks, but the fact that they're in a 3v9, it would just be an absurd performance if they're able to try to somehow win this round, especially for the fact that Kismet is about to deal with 2 players and they're sliding on them. The trades are in, and that is all Thieves need to do to win this round. They should be good to go.
Hydra's going to make the fastest escape possible, but he doesn't have it in LA Thieves. Wonderful work on defense. We're all tied up 1-1. Great bit of work from them. After getting full sailed, after losing 6 straight search and destroy rounds in a row when you're on map point, the mental game is certainly going to be tested. Confidence has already taken a couple of hits, but for sure right now, the LA Thieves are keeping themselves alive and kicking here. 1-1 here on Tuscan.
Oh, yeah, make no mistake. LA Thieves absolutely fighting the mental battle at this point. Kenny trying to unloose full with, I mean, every single kill that he gets maybe makes him feel a little bit better, but he doesn't have a ton. Triple neg right now for the moment has a gunfight against Kismet potentially over in that deep corner while A is slowly being secured. And keep in mind, in spite of the fact that Draza was doing wonderful work on the defensive end, Subliner still got 5 ticks. And if you're thinking about defense for that round 5, right now Subliner's certainly in a slightly better position as this round continues.
Stuns across the board, man. Everyone's getting tagged. Keeping the cap at A. Hydra should stop this. He's in. And that is annoying. In and out he goes so fast. Gone. Oh, another one. Octane can't get it done as Hydra now starting to really flow his way through the map. He's all clear for now. Subliners can hold that one for a moment, but again, the A zone is gone. 2 minutes and 6 seconds to work with now.
And very much sort of a standard situation, right? Not too crazy in the lives department. LA Thieves have plenty of time to work with, and it's a 4-man stack through the back. I don't know if any of these stuns or nades will connect on Hydra. He's playing the deep pocket, and they are not going to make this 3. There's Hydra. 1, there's 2. The third in short order. Cheeky little corner, and I think what Envoy knows the definition of that one. That would be a credit.
Absolute creative. Coming out of Hydra, beautiful work from him. Back over to Hydra, 3 sprees still in hand. Can he get any more? Going toe-to-toe with Octane now. The AR roll not working out for him. Minute 30 still on the clock, buying precious seconds for his team. The Naze land takes care of Hydra. Prim's up next. Here comes the play. Oof, lordy. Manages to win one. Pulled there. Slithers in front of him. He's going to make the space work out. Subliners could hold this. If Crim could win another big gunfight, that'd be ideal.
And I think he is right now just trying to wait for the stack. Well, there you go. They get that first blood and everybody pounces, trying to fly on through and fly indeed. Envoy soaring, but he ends up falling. God. And then the French phenom walks in and picks up 2. And in spite of the teammate coming through and the wonderful reaction in the player cam, that is another push stopped.
Still good work. Subliners continue to hold the subline. I'll never do that again. 50 seconds now on the clock to work with, and the Subliners have set themselves up for good. Kenny tags in a green, pulls hurt, but he's still dangerous. Massive wins. Paul, oh my god, it's 3. Can Paul get all 4? That is sensational stuff out of Paul X. Oh my god, what a kill.
Dude, the theme of Paul X. He should be dead to rights. They know exactly where he is, tagged up with the nade. That should be a free kill for Kenny 9 times out of 10. He turns it into 4. And at least gets the 5th before he goes down, and maybe Thieves the last-ditch effort, but I'm telling you, they're cursed.
Cursed. They're cursed, and Paul is some kind of demon, some kind of monstrous entity. 23 and 18 it may be, but that was a full team wipe. He absolutely mowed through him. Subliners win another good one on defense. Match point.
I mean, what do you do? Literally, Paul X, it just shouldn't happen. Full sale shouldn't happen. 4 pieces when you're 1 shot to a nade shouldn't happen. When he's stuck in between everybody. So many things that should not happen. But at the end of the day, Thieves cannot slay. Not a single map that they have in their repertoire that they are positive on. And this map right here will be no different. Just off the back of Kenny, man. 9 and 20, double neg. He has not found success in this series with his new role.
Okay, that's the beauty of the round robin. Hydra, how diddly diddly. He just absolutely ripped them both.
He didn't get shot. Or maybe
my guy did a push-up in between each kill. He did a push-up in between each kill. He's disgusting and he's fit. Wow, unreal. Pulls up, wins the fight against Envoy, picks up the MP40 before he even hit the ground. Almost kills Draza with it. Minute 15 now to play with. Subliners trying to make their way forward, but again, we've seen the LA Thieves being incredibly formidable on defense, and now Envoy trying to do what he can against Kismet. Big win. Forward he goes. Kismet surely doesn't win this one against Octane, though. Oh, lordy, there's the crossfire. Good stuff out of Hydra. 25 to the 22 now. New York Subliners with the life lead.
And you already see just incredibly delicate. They are putting on the defensive end. All this pressure over towards B. Obviously makes sense. More important point, the one you don't want to give away. This is just a struggle, man. Yeah, Kenny is certainly on the struggle bus. Just so many gunfights. Players on the Subliners are winning almost across the board. I feel like Draza has been the most consistent POV, and obviously Envoy and Octane are certainly close to even, but it has just been tough, but still so far so good. Keep in mind, number 2 on the minimap, Hydra is behind enemy lines, maybe to make some funny business happen over towards B, and maybe that's where the pressure needs to be, because Thieves on the rest of the map absolutely dominant.
Yeah, this is great work out of Envoy again, keeping that A side of the map completely clear. He's still going. That's his 5th in a row now. And here we go. Hydra trying to make some damage happen, and indeed, he's getting the job done.
Push-ups,
springs straight into life. Your boy's got hops. Kismet manages to land that one. Hydra's still alive and kicking, though. Sliding. Wow, Draza! Left, right, good night. Puts the Phenom down. 35 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, little known fact, Draza has the reach of John Jones. If not for those extended arms, well, that would have been more of a tear and a spree for Hydra. And still, not a terrible spot for Thieves. They can hold on the defensive end, but they got to make sure they don't lose too many more gunfights. They are down 3 lives, and plenty of time for Subliners to work with, and they really, honestly, need to stop spawning in the line of sight of Subliners players.
Somebody else just spawned right behind him. Envoy, good timing. Takes care of one. Subliners desperately trying to creep forward. Paul X saw the back line. As he keeps finding shots, big tags into Envoy. Not enough to get the kill. As Paul's still alive in the spawn now, the LA Thieves. Less than a minute now to work with, Chance.
Paul is just scared, man. I mean, finally Octane takes him down, but Envoy's on one of the best headies in the game, and Paul still pushes him down. Whatever the case may be, still that 3 life advantage, and that falls to 2. Thieves trying their best to hold strong and stay alive in this series. They're feeling the pressure. The trades are coming through. Octane with the first, but Paul X there for the trades. He gets dropped. It is a 5 versus 3, but advantage to Subliners. They can win this series here.
They've just got to hold. Less than 30 seconds to get it done. Octane's got to win this big fight. Desperation now kicking in. Nades coming through. Here comes all 4 members of the Subliners through the back line. The tactical retreat now from Octane. Scorched Earth at 15 seconds. Subliners flying forward. They get a kill. Kismet, he drops. Octane now, gun in hand, dropped as well. Envoy's up. 2v4. 10 seconds, they're on the point. It all comes down to Draza. Draza's got to go huge. The shots are there. Is it going to be the death knell? Show somehow stays alive, the Subliners. Oh my God, the series comes to a close, and it is a brutal 3-0. ROKKR was not fun for them. Full sail in the search and destroy, and they get it done on Tuscan Control. That was one hell of a statement series and an entry of a lifetime there for Kismet and the crew now of the New York Subliners. Woo! What a series that was.
And I would say for the players of LA Thieves, that series, I think, will be in the upper echelons of like tilt heavy maps that they just played. Like the blowout of a Bocage. Full Sails is tilting and it gets in. I mean, granted, they put up a better fight in the Tuscan without question, but like 2 separate instances of players just spawning directly in the line of sight of a Subliners players. Like, these guys have absolutely lost Full. They're going to be going through it. And I mean, this is only the first series of their tournament, man. This is not a fun way to kick it off, man.
I mean, look. Kismet, here's the spawn.
God, dude, if we had the player cam, by the way, of Envoy in that moment, it would have been an absolute spectacle.
I mean, talk about like not a single thing going your way for the LA Thieves.
Zero.
Cursed is cursed. Chance cursed. They need to get a Witcher or some kind of like Sage something. I mean, in LA, there's a lot of stores that just sell like massive colorful stones and rocks. You need to get some good vibes in, because look at it. Look at this.
I mean, even that moment, like
torture.
You know, yeah, I don't know, dude. Yeah, dude, another one to add to the pile of the Paul X getting naded and then turning that into 4. What happened, Ash? I wonder if he got stunned and got the instant like regen sort of bug that's in the game, because he was at 100 HP fairly quickly after. So that might have been the case, or maybe the nade connected on someone else that wasn't Paul. But either way, he's picking up quad feeds. Hydra's picking up 3 pieces in the back, and I don't know. It is literally almost every single thing that could go wrong has gone wrong for this LA Thieves team.
You certainly hate to see it. What was it? Well, at that point in time, it was all of it. Tough looks out of the LA Thieves as they will fall 3-0 here in their pool play match. And again, it's round robin though, so you get to go run it back and, you know, play another team and see how that goes. But for now, I think the mental game is going to be what's tested most now for the LA Thieves. It is go outside, get some fresh air. I'm sure, I've got no idea what the weather is like right now in Ohio, but I'd imagine good old air in your lungs, maybe some water on your face, get yourselves back into it because you've got a lot of COD still to play. But for the Subliners, hey man, that's a delightful look. 131, 6-5, 3-1. I'll take it. New York Subliners fans across the world, happy to see their squad finding some success. But man, what
Miles, you're exactly right. I completely forgot to talk about all the great things that the Subliners are doing, like looking good with Kismet on the new squad, just because I was focused on the Thieves side of the story. But you're right, good performances. I think Kismet didn't have the best like Bocage hard point, but he didn't need to because he blew him out. Other than that, played fantastic.
It was at a minute 41 on the hill, but yeah, unreal stuff, man. I mean, I don't know if the desk is here. I don't know what. My brain is gone.
We're here. No, Miles, we're here. We saw
what's going on.
I'm over here so early because I thought LA Thieves were at least going to put up a fight. That was not a fight.
That was like Debo on Friday.
That was quite the opposite of the fight. I got to say, though, 2-0 predictions today, guys. Like, what's going on with you two?
Yo, relax, chill, B. Yo, check this out, though. Who would have expected New York to just clap LAT like that? That was actually insane. And I got to say that that pickup with Kismet is looking good. Every roster change that they have so far is absolutely working, right? But when it comes to LA Thieves, in the quote by our Lord and Savior, Patty P. What does he usually say?
Word to Patty P, blow it up. Respectively, that's the second full sale I've ever seen being in the Call of Duty comp scene. And what do we even say to that? Map 1 Kismet was double negative, but he had over a minute in time on the flip side. LA Thieves Kenny was also double negative with like 16 seconds in hill time. And then in the S&D with the full sale, Kismet went from 2-5 to 10-8. And then in the Tuscan, him and Paul, it was their playground, dude. He fell back into the groove. NYSL, y'all looking great.
Yeah, Paul was running free, and Krim with the sub was absolutely disgusting on Bo Cage. But when it comes to Scuff play the game, it's not just a round, it's just everything. It's the whole full sale experience. Nameless, NY grabbed on, and they did not let go.
Yeah, they grabbed on, they did not let go. And honestly, this round number 8 was the round that I really think that LA Thieves threw it away. Envoy pushed right up mid and got a first blood at Fountain onto Hydra, and then they let them plant the bomb. Jazza was sitting up top Church. They let them plant the bomb at A. They don't go out and challenge at the right time, and they get caught in so many different one-on-one situations, and ultimately they end up losing this map, and that's sort of the discussion behind LA Thieves. It's about clutching up, like closing out when you have the advantage, right? Like they had the advantage multiple different times, namely in the round that I'm speaking of, and they throw it away. And we also seen going into the control, when you get full sailed like that, the momentum is completely on the other side of the team. You saw how New York came out on that very first round. They bullied them. They didn't even let them get close to A point until like the very end of that round, and at that point they had no lives left. You're already in a tough situation. So for LA Thieves, man, that is just a heartbreaking loss, and that could be the absolute nail in the coffin. They've had a month to get better, and they just played against a team that had a guy come in only a week ago and lost. Like, that's not okay.
That just can't happen. By the way, we actually have an interview with the one and only Kismet, the latest pickup for NYSL. So send us over to my man Slacked. What's going on?
I'm here with the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight with Kismet. First off, congratulations on your 3-0 win. I got to ask right now, man, you're the new pickup. You're the new guy to the team. How you feeling? You got to be feeling on top of the world.
I'm feeling great. I mean, obviously it's been a minute since I've been in the league, so I wanted to come out with a hot 3-0 over the Thieves. I mean, they're a good team. But that series, obviously, I mean, my teammates fried. If you were watching, it was just one of those series that, you got to let them do their thing, and I just feel good.
Good to hear. And let's talk a little bit about the series. We saw map 2. You and I were sitting here talking a little bit about it. I mean, the full sale was in, right? You heard him talk about it on the desk. Come up with the 0-5 comeback. You started picking it up specifically in S&D. And a lot of people may not know, you come from an S&D background. You know all about the game mode. What is that like going into a map 3 after a crazy comeback like that?
I mean, momentum's everything. I mean, coming into that series or that map, I knew that they were going to be a good Tuscan. We did a lot of odd research. But at the end of the day, S&D is just a game of chess. Like they started off hot. I recognized how they were doing. They were picking me off, and I was like our playmaker. So I was like, all right, I got to adjust. So we adjusted and played for a lot of their players, mainly Dylan, Envoy. And it just worked out. We just started playing the map better. We started playing together, trades, and big momentum.
Yep, so that leaves you guys 1-0 in pool play. We haven't seen pools again in a long time. I've been asking the players, how does it feel to kind of get back into the groove of things? You still have 2 more matches, obviously a good 3-0 start versus the LA Thieves, but job's not finished, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, pools is a big thing. You come from a standpoint of pools, you get a lot of practice with it, especially when you're winning. It feels good. We still got to finish top 2, though, so one match we could still finish 1 and 2 and not make it out. So we're going into each match as hard as we did that one. So it feels good, though.
Awesome. And lastly, I'll just leave it out for, you're a new face to the New York. Let it, talk to the fans. Tell them how grateful you are to be in this opportunity.
I mean, New York is, the city, the org, everything, it's amazing. I appreciate the opportunity, and the fans, it's been nothing but support. There's no hate, and I love it. And this is just the start. We're going to bounce back for sure.
Awesome. Well, that's been the Game Fuel Victory Spotlight with Kismet, and back over to you guys at the desk.
Yo, shout out to Slack, by the way. For all of you watching at home, make sure
doing great.
Let him know he's doing a good job, all right? Especially for a first time. It's not easy, but to close out this series right here, round of applause to NYSL for getting a big win after their team changed. And while we're on the topic of clapping, someone definitely got clapped. And Allie, what are your final thoughts about that series?
Kenny with 0.5. I'm sorry.
I didn't expect that.
I ain't gotta
like
say,
Kenny.
I think by the end of map 3, it didn't get any better. And listen, dude, the role change did not work. It's not working with this LA Thieves squad. They thought the role change might be enough, but it's just not.
I know. Hey, put Kenny back on AR, man. I love him there. And hopefully LA Thieves can regroup and find a way out of groups for this event. But ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and jump into another game, okay? How do you guys like the sound of the London Royal Ravens versus Team War on Gavutu Hardpoint?
Well, let's check it out. This looks like we're at the very end here. You know, we've been watching Alpha, but remember, guys, there's 4 different streams you guys can check out. We got some lit games going on everywhere, and it looks like Team War is pushing the Royal Ravens down to the very end here in this Gavutu.
Yeah, and while we're on board with Maple, again, Maple and Denz are those 2 players to really watch when it comes to this Team War squad. Do not count them out. And this is a really close game, actually, 240 to 222. But the difference right now is that the P1 control is in the hands of Team War. We've seen London the Royal Ravens have one of the best hold percentages when it comes to Gavutu P1, and Team War is looking to test that right now, 233 to 240. They only need 20 more seconds, and London Royal Ravens maybe have one good push here as we see it making around Outer Beach right now. Maple does find one, but the trades in Hill go in the favor of London Royal Ravens.
Yeah, Afro's there. He's got inside, and it's looking like Royal Ravens are just going to be able to close this out. That was way too easy of a wipe. Ravens just kind of ran right up beach side, outside, got the kill.
Wait, Denzel's in.
Yeah, Denzel got in. Oh, yeah, he's dead.
I was going to say, there's no shot.
No, it was almost enough. Listen, if he was alive for like another second.
That break was a little bit too easy, but hey, it comes down to the very end, man. Royal Ravens, they got a bit scary.
I love it. I'm really interested to see how they're going to do with Harry as well, because this team, I mean, they're stacked, really.
Well, no, yeah, they are stacked. Again, I talked about that whole singularity thing coming up through the likes of challengers. They kind of built players that got put in the CDL. And on the side of the Royal Ravens, they actually had Gizmo, who kind of went through the same gauntlet as them. Unfortunately, he is on the bench, and they put Harry in the squad. But I will say this, Team War is a little bit of the underdog, I feel like, going into this.
All right, and talking about the other games as well, you've been following closely, but we do have to say this. That map was actually really close, and we've seen a lot of close games between AMs and Pros as well, even with that first OpTic game, even though it was a 3-1.
Yeah, I saw they were up 2-0 in the control. Like, we're trying to peek at all these other games.
Yeah.
And then they brought it back 2 rounds in a row. They go strike X, and OpTic was able to close it out at the very end. But we didn't get the full story, but I think Illy is still having some issues because he's getting subbed out once again. And General is going to be playing in this next match versus the Florida Mutineers. But, you know, shout out to Illy, trying to play through. I hope General can come in and fill those shoes.
Yeah, it's going to be actually, that's really scary. But General's been in the game for a while. He's a seasoned veteran. But Ali, with the other games that's been going on, what else have you been taking away?
My biggest takeaway right now is it's been the search and destroys that the challengers have really been going up against. But another interesting thing, we saw Berlin Control being brought in, and we've seen Berlin and Berlin when it came to that Seattle and Atlanta series, and it was kind of a smoke show in the likes of Atlanta Faze. And that's kind of the same thing that's happening with these challenger squads. They're getting Berlin Control, and they're getting kind of smoke showed on it, and then they head into a Berlin hardpoint and just get rocked. When it was Strike X versus Toronto Ultra, they get 3-0'd in the Berlin Control, and then 250 to 111 in the Berlin hardpoint following it. And then OpTic versus Ultra Academy EU, they got 3-2 in the Berlin Control, and then got 250 to 84 wiped by the likes of OpTic Texas.
Right, and by the way, for those of you that has been living under a rock, or you were just tuning in, you know, first off, welcome to the mainstream. Second, we have 4 streams, baby. We got the main stream, we got the Bravo stream, the Charlie stream, and also the Delta stream. We can catch your favorite matches that you just want to just watch, period, or your favorite teams.
Yeah, and you guys, you know, throw it up on the living room TV on the big screen where you guys can see both these games, because your boy is squinting right now. I'm checking out this mini map. It's looking like Paris and Boston are 1-1 right now. I believe you said that first map, Cap didn't have too hot of a start in this series.
17 and 30, unfortunately, but he brought it back a little bit when it came to the search and destroy, but it was really Nero who ended up popping off, and now as we're looking here, it's 1-1 in the Gavutu Control, so a little back and forth.
So that's funny because Cap plays fast and crazy, but that's like Paris Legion in the nutshell, like especially with Jimbo on that team. I love it, man.
I'm right there with you, but it is Jimbo that's been actually frying. Even from map 1 when it came to this series, I remember Jimbo was struggling when we first saw his debut, and he's actually been playing very, very well since then. So, again, close series on our hands on the other stream.
By the way, shout out to Ultra Academy NA holding it down against
I was looking at.
The Los Angeles Guerrillas, the Major 2 champs, but nameless so far. Fun day, won't you say, man?
It's been an incredible day. I mean, even in that 3-0 that New York just had over the LA Thieves, it's a 3-0, and sometimes those aren't that fun, but there was a full sale there, and we learned a lot, right? Like Kismet coming in definitely brings a new dynamic to this squad, like able to come back and full sale a team, make minimal mistakes through those 6 rounds that they won in a row. That's absolutely incredible, and that's exactly why they brought in a guy like Kismet. He was a playmaker in that search and destroy, and that was the difference.
You're right. You said it wasn't that fun. I'm going to let you know now, it was very fun to watch. But ladies and gentlemen, coming next, we have the last game of the day. It's going to be the Florida Mutineers. They're going to be taking on OpTic Texas. This is going to be a rematch. It's going to be a great game. This event has been fun so far, and we'll catch you guys on the other side of this break to continue on with some more CDL action.
GameLab, official first-person training partner of the Call of Duty League. Unleash your potential. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CDL Pro-Am Classic. And you're looking at the Belong Arena right now. We have 4 AM teams. We got 12 teams that belong in the CDL. And we got beautiful Slack out there holding things down as an interviewer. Doing a great job here on the desk for breaking it all down. I'm Veli, this is Ali, and that's Nameless right there. And this that you're watching has been a crazy show so far. NYSL really turned up against the LA Thieves, but this matchup is going to be really interesting for the fact that we have OpTic Texas facing off against the Florida Mutineers without Illy in place, and we're going to see General now.
This is tough, right? This is what we talked about in the pre-show, where OpTic was struggling in the beginning of the season. They didn't have any IGL. They were all over the place. Everybody was trying to make play calls, and that's why they were struggling. And then finally they sit down and, you know what, we're going to put the reins in Illy's hands. And since then, they were a top team in the game. They won their own major. They've been performing incredibly since then, and now you have to take him out. Now you have to put General in. Now, General has been around. He knows what they do as players. He knows how they play and how to fit in well. But is he going to try and fill that IGL role, or is that now going to fall on somebody else's shoulders in this matchup?
At the end of the day, it's not going to be easy. And Illy is Illy. There's a reason why he's special. Hopefully, General can fill those shoes well. But let's go ahead and keep track of what's been happening in these groups so far as we throw up the graphic and see how these AM teams have been faring up against the pro teams and vice versa, right? Okay? On the main stream, we've been having a lot of fun. But on our other streams, make sure you check them out. Take a look at that. Toronto Ultra currently 1-0 along with Atlanta Faze. In Group A. Group B, we got OpTic Texas and the Florida Mutineers, 1-0, and they're going to face off against each other now.
And I'll tell you what, Toronto Ultra won 2 hard points in that series. Now it was versus...
Listen, 4 and 18 in the last 22.
Yeah, listen, and it was versus an open bracket team. It was versus StrikeX, and it was a little bit of a blowout in both of them.
Good.
But you know what? We will take our wins when we will take them.
They found their own magic sauce right there. Let's take a look at Group C and D as well. NYSL and then, NYSL are alone on top, 1-0, beating the LA Thieves. You guys just saw that. In Group D, we don't have a result yet, but it's going to be interesting. It's all in progress, but that group is housing your Major 2 champs, Los Angeles group.
Yeah, that Group D, that was the group of death that the community was sort of dubbing, and we just looked at it live in progress. It was a close search and destroy. LAG was up 1-0 on Ultra Academy, and then the Paris and Boston match was 1-1. So that whole group is just spicy right now, and it's honestly everybody's playing up to par, like we said. So it's going to get crazy.
I want to see that Academy team move forward. I'm telling you guys right now, I want it to happen. But let's go ahead and break down the series at hand currently, and kicking things off with OpTic Texas. Okay, Ali, I've been thinking a lot lately, and I've been seeing the responses on all types of social media, on Reddit or whatnot. Shotzzy is simply that guy, and he continues to be so.
No, he absolutely continues to be that guy, arguably the best SMG in the game right now. But we also need to talk about the performances that Dashy has had this year, because he has elevated so much as a player, not even just talent-wise. We knew Dashy was talented, we knew he was capable, but putting him on this lineup with Shotzzy, with Scum, with Illy, and really maturing as a player, they have all shined through.
You got that right. And with the game field keys of victory coming up soon, Illy, seeing him on the screen makes me so sad, because OpTic, I was waiting to see what they were going to do after Major 2. This is a team to do it, and I'm pretty sure General's going to be a really good sub, hopefully so, right? But Nameless, when it comes to the game field keys of victory, and your thoughts on OpTic, what do they have to do?
Yeah, talking about Illy not being in, it's definitely very tough, especially losing that guy who makes calls in some of those clutch moments. But this is a very veteran-filled squad, and I think they're going to be able to get through those moments, especially General. He's been around for a long time. I know he sat in on a lot of VOD sessions with OpTic, and he's also a slayer, where at times Illy can, not be statistically that great in terms of slaying. So that might actually help them in some instances. But for the game field keys of victory, bring that control dominance, 66-round win rate. They're first in the entire CDL. Adding another control, I expect them to be dominant there once again. Pressure advantage in man-down situations, winning 32% of 3v4s. They are first in the entire CDL. And then lockdown map 1 Tuscan HP. OpTic 6-1, Mutineers 1-2. They don't have too many reps there, and we know how good OpTic can be on that Tuscan.
You guys remember Minnesota, that casino, and we threw a nice LAN there for Major 2, right? Well, OpTic was there, and they met up with Florida Mutineers, and it was not a pretty sight. They lost 1-3, only winning control, and of course, right, the best control team in the game, but it still wasn't enough, because they went against a red-hot team coming straight from Florida. When it comes to the Mutineers, they've been disgusting lately, okay? Dave Patty with the 1.25 search and destroy KD so far, and Big Wake has just been phenomenal.
Well, you know what? I tell you what, that S&D KD out of Day Patty has been a little bit shot today as they loaded up against ROKKR and Desert Siege, and he went 2-7. But I will say, Big Wake has been hardcore slaying, not just today, but across the season as a whole, you know? They went against ROKKR. Wake went 32-17 in Berlin Hardpoint, followed up by a 25-15 performance on Kavuta Control and a 32-28 on Tuscan Hardpoint. So he is lighting it up today. That's going to be your player to shut down.
Right, and Sky's pointing out himself. That's the man right there, by the way. The passion I saw when Skies was able to get that win against Boston Breeze, she was pissed off, man, and they definitely have a chip on their shoulder.
Yeah, they were playing great. I mean, also, if you look at the Major 2 stats, like Skies and Dave Patty were both in the top 10. They were absolutely slaying. But, Allie, for the game fuel keys to victory, what do the Florida Mutineers have to do?
Well, it's the Major 2 progress, right? They've already beat OpTic in a 3-1 victory. Now this is a rematch, but they also have to be ready for that revenge on the other side of the stage. And they need more production from Vivid in Stage 3. He had a .86 KD in Major 2 qualifiers. The rest of the team had an above an overall 1.0. So Vivid, I'm not too worried about that. Put him on a Bokage, put him on a Gavutu. I think it's going to be all right. And of course, force a map 4. OpTic is 2-5 on Berlin Hardpoint, but I will say this. They played Berlin Hardpoint today against Ultra Academy EU and beat them 250-84. It's been a month for these teams to expand their map pools so they cannot just go off of what they think they know.
All right, so with Florida Mutineers taking on OpTic Texas, I can't wait to see if they're going to repeat their success against them that we saw Minnesota at Major 2 once again. But ladies and gentlemen, enough talking. You guys already know the deal. The last series of the day, we got Florida, we got Texas. We also have, that's not Chance Smiles, man. That's Lando and Steady, fellas. How you doing today?
Looking left, right. What's going on?
I'm not sure. On stream, I'm looking at you guys. There we go. Over here. I was gonna say, I'm looking over here. Study's looking over there. Now we're looking at you folks. So we are ready to get the final game of the day underway. OpTic Texas versus the Florida Mutineers. And as the desk has just touched on it, Jay, a quick substitute being made. General now in for Illy. We learned some information. Illy had, I guess you could say, re-injured the thumb a little bit. He was trying to make his way into the Pro-Am. Does not want to mess with it anymore. And throughout the rest of the Pro-Am, it will be General in the lineup. How does that change things up, man?
It changes things tremendously, man, because Illy was their in-game leader. He's their guy that's leading everything when it comes to the vocals, setting up these plays, and then putting himself in great positions to set his teammates up. So now with General coming into the picture, I feel like General and Illy have a lot of comparisons for me, especially when it comes to the communication. General, he's always been one of the most consistent players every time he jumps into a match. If he can put up those numbers and then bring the comms that he's usually been able to do with the majority of these teams, I feel like it's not going to be that much of a drastic change for OpTic. The only thing is, now you have to find your in-game leader. I don't think that General is going to step up to that position, so I'm really looking at Shotzi or Scump to really try to lead these troops in.
Yeah, that's a great point, man, because obviously we talk about it, you know, you cannot understate the importance of an IGO, what Illy means to this team, and right now OpTic Texas is going to learn that firsthand. I guess the positives, right, for OpTic Texas is that at least this change doesn't come as a surprise, given that they were scrimmaging with General coming into this event. Really, this morning, Illy makes it known, hey, I'm going to go and step back into the lineup. So now they're back to what they thought would be happening here at the Pro-Am. So there is a little bit of some positives if you are an OpTic Texas fan, given the fact that they have been working with this 4-man lineup. And, you know, you've heard a few of the quotes. I think Scump has been out there and talked about it, saying, hey, you know, it's not going to be the easiest thing, obviously, with the fill-in, but they're still confident. And they're going to need that confidence today, Jay, versus a team that took them down at Major 2, the Florida Mutineers.
Yeah, Florida, they played out of their minds at Major 2, got a top 4 placing, defeating OpTic 3-1 in their very last W series of the entire tournament. It all starts with their hard points. Like, Florida went into that tournament not playing a single Gavutsu, not playing a Berlin throughout the entire qualifiers, and that was basically the only 2 hard points they played throughout that entire major, and they found a lot of success on it, and that was what we were expecting from this Florida roster in the beginning when they have 3 basically main ARs on their team. Now, when you're talking about their main ARs, they're all playing great. Dave, Patty, Skies, I'm pretty sure in the last time that these 2 teams played, Skies had like a 1.3, really took over in the search and destroy with like a 5.5. They dominated them in a 6-1. But I'm looking at Vivid for me, because Vivid so far, we saw it in the keys to victory. He's sitting at a 0.86 throughout all of stage 2. But he's the only player on this team that's underneath a 1.0 KD in every single mode. So if you can find some success for Vivid on this roster with the aggression that he puts for this team, like Florida, their ceiling is going to be really high.
Yeah, and I've listened back to the last few casts, and it feels like a lot of analysts have the same opinion as you, buddy. It's like, if we can have Vivid, right, perform up to the same level as the rest of the other teammates, I mean, what a performance it could be. I know Ali was mentioning, obviously, if you want to see him on more of those smaller maps, you can't always expect him to go off on a Gavutu, but still, I feel like, given the potential of this team, we know what the roster can do. And we've seen other players step up for this team. Guys had an MVP performance at that Major 2. We know what Awakening's been doing, and we've also seen Dave Patty rise to the occasion as well. It just feels like if Vivid can step up, or rather just, I guess, elevate the gameplay just a hair, that top 4 very well could turn into a finals appearance, whether this weekend or at a future one as well. Obviously, got to mention as well, folks, we are going to be in Group B for this matchup. Both teams sit right now at 1-0 with one match going down tomorrow as well. So you want to try to be in those top 2 seeds for your group. And well, this would be a great opportunity. Would be the best possible outcome for both of these rosters. A 2-0 beginning. I don't want to say it guarantees you to move forward, but it puts you in a good spot, Jay.
It definitely does, especially on the side of Florida. If Florida can come out and get this win, because they've already picked up a tremendous win versus Minnesota ROKKR, that means the only team that they have to play left is the Ultra EU Academy roster. So with them having that roster, I'm pretty sure they just had to make a quick roster change because Harry was called up to the big leagues to play for the London Royal Ravens. So now Rafi, he's going to be in there. They struggled in their first series, but this is where Florida, they need to try to come out and take this series that OpTic now have a sub. But when you look at these maps of mode, it kind of scares me because I got the chance to watch OpTic, at least in their very first series versus Toronto Ultra EU, and they were able to not really dominate that Berlin control, but at least they won 2 offensive rounds. And that's such a huge thing because OpTic, they were up 2-0. It was like 4-15 in the 2-1 situation. And somehow, some way, Toronto Ultra EU clutched it up to force it to around 5. But then OpTic just completely steamrolled them. They capture B right off the rip. And then once you capture B, in control, that's usually the harder point. You transition over to A, pick up a couple kills, and that was a pure dominant performance for them. And Florida, they have yet to play that. And then when you go to that map number 1, Tuscan, that's usually OpTic with their full roster, their best hard point. And Florida have not seen a lot of success on it, sitting at 1-2. So they need to answer early into this series if I'm Florida.
All right. Well, there you have it. You've heard the information, the upset story potentially for the Mutineers, or maybe on the other side, you can maybe call it an upset for OpTic Texas. Who really knows? It's going to be a rematch, and it's going to be glorious. Unfortunately, folks, we are going to throw it to a quick little commercial break. But when we come back, it is Game 1 OpTic v Florida.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew. Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the CDL Pro-Am Classic as we are live from Belong Arena in Columbus, Ohio. Our final match here on the main stage between OpTic Texas and the Florida Mutineers. As you see the boys in green, they are sporting a new player, General, in place of Illy. If you have not seen the posts on social media coming into the event, we knew that there were some issues with the thumb, the right thumb of good old Ender, and unfortunately in that last matchup does not feel 100% comfortable to move on forward. So no, we've got General in for OpTic Texas. And it's a big game, Jay. As we said, it is to go 2-0 in this Group B here. And obviously, given the fact that OpTic Texas are off of a loss versus this Florida Mutineers roster as well from Major 2, there's a lot of stakes in this one.
Yeah, a little bit of revenge on the side of OpTic Texas to try to get this win, even when they don't have their full roster with Ilian. As long as I'm General, you just want to come in here and just try to be as comfortable as you possibly can. Just do what you do best and then have all of OpTic, the rest of the players, just play around him because you want him to be as comfortable as possible because this is not going to be an easy matchup. Florida already have your number in that last series. They know what to expect going into this one, but you need to answer early into this first hard point. Like I said, we're starting off with that Tuscan HP. Looking at Shotzzy, you know how fast he is on the map, how much pressure he can apply towards the opposing team. If he can really set that tone right off the rip of this series, it kind of gets scary for me for Florida because, like I said, they have yet to play that Berlin control. Even if they get to that Bocade search and destroy all the way into Game 5, they have yet to find success. So they need to answer at least early into these first two maps to at least make this a series.
Yeah, and as you said before the commercial break, like from the OpTic team, you just need everybody to set up, whether that's in the gameplay. Obviously, we know with Illy being the IGL for this roster, you want to see guys especially step up in that communication side of things as they are going to be facing off against a very formidable foe in the Florida Mutineers, a top 4 finish at Major 2, and a lot of that was in part because of their W versus OpTic Texas. But here we go into game number 1, Tuscan HP, and we fly in over at P1.
Yeah, in Florida, they're going to start off on the better side, so they're going to get this initial time. They're holding down min-map. They're holding down the pressure, but OpTic, they're able to find 3 kills in a row. Last player on the point is going to be Skies. You don't want to try to rush this. You want to wait for your teammates to get into the play, but Skies was a huge one-on-one to relieve that pressure.
Oh, another great shot coming in from Caesar. And he'll be the guy to really talk about a lot throughout this series, but really not just him getting things done inside of the hill. Take a look at the routes out of Vivid already. The ARs continuing to fry out in the field. Meanwhile, it is Vivid making the route plays.
This is beautiful plays early from Florida. They're getting basically every single second off of this P1, and I don't think OpTic have read the position yet of Vivid. So Vivid, he's going to be the player to try to influence these spawns for his team. He spots one player going up towards top plat. He should be able to pick that kill up, and now the pressure from his teammates are coming in from bottom church. The spawns do flip, but OpTic at least relieve the pressure with a 2-piece of their own.
We'll see how this play ends up evening out. Florida do get to spawn just at the nick of time. OpTic now holding from the front. A great P1 start out of the Mutineers that will now net them the chance. And now for the break, the instant reach. Shotzzy is there for the trades, and also will find a second one himself. A well-on headbutt. Right now here at the column is now General trying to get involved in the fray. A 1-4 beginning, and the pistol's not going to do him any favors as Mutineers continue to battle for these final 20 seconds, and Scump gets traded out as well.
And Florida's doing a great job so far in this hard point. They put a lot of pressure on towards this P2, but they were making sure that they kept spawns for this P3. So now OpTic have to try to break through by going through field. Sky's going to be the only player here to try to hold the line. He eventually does get taken down. So now this opens up that rotation for OpTic Texas to try to hit through that right side. General with a huge one-on-one, but Spawn's still here for Florida. So far, they're on top of their rotation game.
And it can't be understated, man. I mean, what an opportunity this is for General. We know that he has been on the bench, right, since MW for this team back in the Chicago Huntsman days when he subbed in for Gunless for a little bit. Like, he has been waiting for his opportunity as part of that Texas Nation team. And right now, he's doing a great job at helping break on in toward this HP. A lovely 5 spree there at a Jordan General. And just like that, OpTic Texas now with control.
Now he's on a 5. Potentially work towards that glide bomb, but a nade does come in. The pressure from Florida coming from field, coming from middle. Z, that's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Last player in the back is going to be Dashy. One player is spawning right next to him towards roof, so OpTic should be able to get this remaining 15 seconds. But if you're Florida, You do not want to let someone slip by if you pay attention. General already on the route man.
General's trying to make the plays. And we'll see if he gets sniffed out. Again, not a whole lot of pressure over toward field, so the Mutineers could be expecting somebody to be over toward this position. But Mutineers with the early seconds, General still trying to issue out the comms. Give a little bit of feedback over to the teammates, as this would be an excellent breaking opportunity for Texas. Shotzzy is there to strike and nearly puts one other into the dirt. General as well gets found out, but Dashy now on the make it nearly a 5 spree. Has got some teammate support as OpTic look to make the break again.
And OpTic, I think they were able to flip these spawns, so they should be able to spawn out towards that back P2. But Florida still putting on a lot of pressure from the front, just keeping the kills stagnant. That's going to be 3 dead in the feed. Last player closest to this point is going to be Dashy. All you want to do is try to stay alive. But Vivid still sliding around left and right. We were asking for this young man to step up in this series. At 15-8 so far to start off this hard point. Up by 60 points is going to be Florida. Now you have to start thinking about their rotation. OpTic basically have been fighting for junk time every single hard point so far.
Jay, I think Vivid's like, guys, you finally put me on a Tuscan. This is what happens. Yeah. We've been playing a lot of Berlin, a lot of Gavutu. I don't get my chance to shine. And just like that, he has been the rising star so far through our first set of rotations. Right now at 15-9. And helping lock down some of these early seconds over at the command center. Make it 3 and 4 in the feed. The Mutineers are off to the races. An excellent beginning for them as they look to cut off the routes. And hello, everybody. We're in the middle of a game. Absolutely. Jay, you look lovely, by the way.
You too, baby. You too. With 35 seconds left on this P2. Here comes Awakening. Oh, my.
Oh, my goodness. I'm so glad we switched back to the game. That was perfect timing. It's a 10-team spree. Oh, my goodness. Awakening. 6 in a row. 1 away from the glide bomb. But I'll be honest with you, I think he already deserves it with the plays that he has been making. Okay. He got turned on, but it's all right, Jay. You got a lot in a row. Didn't get the streak, but he at least gets the highlight play on the Bluebird later.
It's okay, because Florida, another great hold on that P5. They basically allow OpTic to only get that final 15 seconds, and now their focus already here on the rotation. So now OpTic, they just have to stop the bleeding. They have to try to set up and try to get a full 60. And Dashy finding that 2 opening kills should be the opening they were looking for, but Sky shuts it down with 2 of his own. Scump eventually with the trade, and you see that Florida still are controlling the spawns. They're still controlling the point. OpTic need to break in now.
Yeah, we've seen it constantly discussed. The secondary P1 rotation is arguably the most important here on Tuscan. Mutineers did it on the first side, and now they're doing it on the second one as well. Constant players hitting the deck and falling by the wayside here on Tuscan. And it's about to be a 100-plus point advantage right now out of Florida. Vivid sitting on 4 in a row was the beacon. Lingering inside a middle, heat gets dealt with, but it really is layer after layer. And OpTic have yet to break the code that the Mutineers have got them under. They've yet to break the spell. And a lot of that could be because of good old Dave Petty.
Yeah, Florida, they're basically playing flawless hardpoint right now. In control of the rotations, picking up the kills at the right times. OpTic just simply haven't had an answer yet. Need to try to break in towards this P2. Vivid finds that first, but you see OpTic, they're trying to just set up the play from top flat, but the pinch is eventually going to come in as Skies finds the second. Skies finds the third as well. Last player here is going to be Scump. He takes down 1 off that point to at least get them off for the time for now. Over 40 seconds left. Florida, they're running away with this hard point.
They are indeed, and by no means a customary type of game. Out of Shotzzy, 13 and 24. Again, you can just start to see it, the remnants of a roster without their IGL, just not having the greatest of games. And obviously it is, game number 1, so we'll see if things can start to get picked on up. But Jay, it is really just a matter of this Mutineers team recognizing and really putting full throttle onto the OpTic roster, who just looks to be a little bit disconnected from time to time. You've talked about it. They've been fighting for scrap time, losing rotations, and really getting broken whenever they've held down those rotations early. I mean, outside of that little spree that we saw from General, where he broke over at Fountain, that's really been the only major positive from them.
Yeah, it really has, but they're fully set up now for this Fountain Hill. They hold down the push coming in from roofs. They were able to flip out the spawns as well. So the first 20 seconds is going to be uncontested in their favor. But how do Florida plan to execute this break? If it opens up with that first nade, the pressure is going to come in from field. Great shots coming in from General. Finds 2 on a fire spree before he does get taken down. Now look at the spawns coming in from Florida towards that top roof side.
Well, the top roofs they go. Shotzzy caught in the crossfire. Meanwhile, it's Dashy trying to pick up right from where he leaves off. The nade unfortunately takes him down. General says, my bad. With 15 left, we'll see who does decide to make the rotation. You saw Dashy actually go for a little bit of the play. With 10 seconds left, they're going to try to wipe this out and grab the scraps, but that only is going to help the Florida Mutineers. With this next rotation, they focus so much on Fountain that helps generate that next rotation once more for Mutineers. 15 more seconds, and this one is done. And Dashy does not spot Sky's on his belly.
Sky's in a great little spot right there to at least find that
on his belly.
Florida. They should be able to close it out here, but you see OpTic, they were able to flip those spawns. Only 7 seconds remaining for Florida to close out this map number 1. They could do it here.
It looks like they could. Final contest potentially out of OpTic Texas, doing everything they can to try to keep this game afloat. Dave Patty with 1 has the pistol prepared. It looks like he'll get found out as well. OpTic do hold on 25 more seconds. And the problem being for OpTic is that they got to think about the rotation while also keeping in mind the Mutineers may try to go for any final push possible. It's only 3 more points, and with Skies hopping in, he could give them 1. Not going to be done, and now it's going to be all about the race toward P5. Vivid tries to hop on in. He gets dropped as well.
Now Florida are going to be set up here first. OpTic need to try to go big to at least win a couple of these gunfights. General finds that first. And that's going to be 2 dead in the feed. And now look at Shotzi. Shotzi setting up for this pinch. I don't know if Florida's going to read this.
Wow.
Shotzi could be the playmaker. Scump does fine too. Shotzi on a 3 spree, starting to turn this game around, putting so much pressure on towards Florida that OpTic slowly but surely are starting to climb back into this one.
I mean, it is literally, though, perfect hard point from this point out. We talk about it a lot, but they need 1 second. It's 1 single second, but I guess if you're OpTic, I mean, you can at least take this momentum without a doubt coming into the search destroy. The team has started to figure things out. As take a look at the team streak. A great performance. The only problem is the fact that, like we said, the Mutineers, 1 more point and this one is done. They continue to run into the line sights of everybody. General,
oh my.
4 in a row for him. Shotzi, 5 in a row. My goodness, these guys cannot be stopped.
Huge
5 seconds left. The big 1v1. Vivid takes it, and just like that, that'll be it. The Mutineers. It took a little while to get that final second, but they managed to get it done. Florida answer in game 1.
Yeah, Florida from start to finish of that game were just in control. OpTic, they started to get a little bit more warmed up towards the second half of that game. They were able to get a great hold on that P3, chain it to that P4, and then even basically hold it basically for a full 60 on that P5. Vivid knows, though, at that point, all we need is 1 gunfight for 1 second. He wins it in the nick of time, in that chunk time, to at least close out the game for Florida. Like I said, they were just in control from start to finish. When it came to rotations, they were on point every single time. Key gunfights that needed to be won, Florida were always in a great position to at least win a majority of them. Vivid with the route, man. He started off by dominating this game. He's sitting like 15-8. Now he ended the game at 30-29. You can just tell the pressure was there, especially when you're getting close to that finish line for Florida Mutineers. OpTic just simply did not have an answer early into this game, and Florida answer early into this series with a 1-0.
Yeah, I mean, you can just see, like, at just different moments, OpTic Texas getting caught off guard, wonderful sprees early on from Florida. But I guess to play devil's advocate a little bit, Jay, I mean, the ending was promising out of OpTic. And I feel like, you know, maybe if they get a warm-up game or maybe get a chance, if we had like a restart, I feel like that game would have totally been different given how General started to perform, given how the flow of the roster started to pick back on up. But still, a W for the Mutineers that they can be proud of, that they can be happy with. But not all signs negative by any means coming into this game too.
Definitely not, because like I said, if I'm OpTic Texas, the fact that they were down 230-80 and brought this back to basically 250-180, that's a huge momentum swing in their favor to have some confidence going into this map number 2. Because for OpTic, at least with their full roster, Tuscan Search and Destroy, which is going to be our next map, is usually one of their strong suits. They're sitting at 6-2 on that map. Not really a lot of success on the opposite side for Florida, but if you're Florida, you know that they're playing with the feeling. You take care of business on that map number 1. They struggled in their series earlier in the Search and Destroy versus Minnesota. Dave Patty really didn't have the best performance, but we know he's always due for a good bounce back. And if they can put themselves up 2-0 in this series, that puts them in a great spot to close this one out.
I want to ask you too, like, what do you think is the #1 priority for a team who's in a situation like OpTic Texas when it comes to Search and Destroy? What do you think is the primary focal point that needs to be hit on dramatically coming into this game number 2 for them?
I think it has to be when you have your core 3 players in Dashy, Scump, and Shotzzy. You want them all to play the exact same. You just want, for General, to fill the lanes for Illy, especially when it comes to that communication role. Just basically hold down the late flanks, because you're going to jump into this basically not knowing all the strategies of OpTic Texas, especially on Tuscan Search and Destroy. We know the way that Illy, when you've seen that stat, at least when it came to the keys to victory, they are in 3v4 situations, they stand like a 32% chance at winning it. Yeah. That's usually a majority of the time when Illy is on the roster, he's still alive. But now that he's not, you have to play this a little bit more slow. You have to try to at least let these plays develop. It's either you're going to play slow or you're going to play fast. They just have to figure out their game plan going into this one.
Yeah, I know in regards to Search Destroy as well for OpTic Texas, it hasn't been the greatest performance, including their last match and going all the way into Major 2, 1-5 in their last 6 Search Destroy. So at the same time, you're thinking about all those things. You're also hoping to maybe provide a little bit of new life for this OpTic roster, given how the last little bit has gone. Obviously, we've had that break, and I'm sure the strategies have changed, things have molded, et cetera, et cetera. But you are looking to try and improve that record if you are Jordan General, a guy who's been around for the longest of times, and a guy that you know quite well, Jay.
Yeah, man. Jordan General, like I said, man, every time I played against this guy, I almost had the opportunity of teaming with this guy, but he was way too good for me at that time. That was on my downfall. But, like, this guy, he's just been so consistent for every single one of his challenger teams, even back when he was a pro at a certain time. He's always been Mr. Consistent, and the biggest thing that I take away from his gameplay is just his vocal leading. Like, he's so communicative when it comes to just in-game leading, and that's why I say he compares really well to Illy. In that first map, he starts off really slow, starting to kick up towards the very end of that game. But this is where I think General can really step up, especially in this game mode.
Yeah, without a doubt, we'll go take a look at our S&D top performers for both of these teams. As we said, we're moments away from getting into this Tuscan Search Destroy, and really for both sides, take a look at those numbers. There for Shotzzy at 1.2, and on the other end for Skies, sitting at a 1.25. That is good enough for number 3 in the entirety of the CDL.
Yeah, both of these players are phenomenal search and destroy players. You know how much pressure that Shotzzy put on. The fact that he sits at a 1.2 is insane to me. And then Skies, this is his bread and butter. Right here, he's sitting at a 1.25 overall. But in the last time that he played OpTic in a search and destroy, he had a 5.5 KD. It was like 11-2. Insane stuff. So if I'm OpTic, we have to take down Skies. That's got to be the game plan.
Number 1 priority, get rid of the keys to victory. We don't need any of that stuff. Just take down Skies. That is your first priority. But Jay, I also remember too, like, we had a Florida Mutineers game not that long ago when Dave Patty was sniping over at Well. It was like a crazy 1v3. I think it was versus Guerrillas. So hey, there's a lot of guys to be worried about. Sky's number 1, but hey, if Dave Patty is hitting with that sniper, you never know, buddy.
I know, and that's kind of scary, man. But here we go into the map number 2. We're gonna start off with Florida on the attack. Just want to see the positioning of what General is going to be doing. He's going to be watching over Shotzzy as he approaches towards that 8-bomb. But you see Florida with their game plan, trying to delay this attack towards B, or at least try to attack this through middle.
A good angle there from Shotzzy as well. Someone exposed. Does take down one with the nade, although it is Vivid who takes him right back down. So it is a quick little exchange of the nades early for both OpTic and Florida. The push currently halted, as given the fact that it was Vivid who did have the bomb at the time. So that one's going to be halted inside of Well. Dashy does not look toward the bottom side where the players were positioned. So he drops General with 1, but cannot escape with his life. Scump able to even things up and pulls out the sniper. Now to 1v1.
1v1 versus Skies. The bomb is going to be down towards that A site. 35 seconds to work with. Looks like Skies is just going to try to at least sniff him out through that top church area, but Scump works his way all the way around the backside. Now with 25 seconds left, Scump might get great timing here, because you know that Sky still has to come pick this bomb down at A.
15 seconds, Scump checks. And he should halt, park the bus. Let me check over at B. Realize everything's all clear. And with that, Skies will have time to plant, but does not lay it down. He's gonna rely on the challenge, and it will work out the reads. Out of Skies, picture perfect, as if he knew exactly where Scump was going to come from. That is a very risky call, but he makes it work.
insane read coming in from Skies. He knows that there's only a little bit of time to work with. You know that at least in that situation, he has to at least go check that other bomb site, but he times it beautifully, does not stick to that plant, because I'm pretty sure he picked up that bomb with about 7.5 seconds left. So Scump probably gets that sound cue like, okay, he's all the way on the opposite side, but Skies reads it beautifully to clutch up the round for Florida.
That was a beautiful read there out of Caesar Skies Bueno, giving the Mutineers the early round victory. Scump somewhat damaged over at the well, but again, it's the nades out of Shotzzy, and in the very same player, Vivid, dropped with the first blood. Shotzzy does manage to escape this time around, though. A minute still left on the clock. And Awakening with a potential power position.
OpTic are just waiting. They're just trying to see if any Florida players are trying to make a play to at least even up the numbers. But with 45 seconds left, it's looking like the push is going to come in towards middle. So Awakening is at least able to spot one. He's going to go for the challenge, but get out with his life. But I'm pretty sure Dave Patty was able to spot someone as well towards the backside. So now with 30 seconds left, OpTic, you eventually have to work towards this bomb. It's looking like they're going to commit towards B, all on Skies. What can he do?
And the general falsy at least communicates the fact that there are quite a few over at the field. So with that information, they then decide to rush. Now over at B. Skies tagged up but not dropped. Has to be ready for the challenge and is not going to be fit for it. All up to Dave Patty and Awakening, but Dave with the pistol does not spot Scump on the plant, and with that, it all comes down to Big Wake. A 1v2 and an ear's distance of where players are going to be hiding. Goes for the challenge, wins out the first. Tries to stay alive. Is he going to be aware of the other? Not going to happen. A very dicey round in which OpTic didn't have numbers, but they bring it back, they get the bomb down, and they win the 1v1.
Yeah, it all just comes down to that huge gunfight between Shotzzy and Skies in the back. Once Shotzzy was able to win that 1-on-1, eventually he does get traded, but you put your team in a man advantage, and eventually you work that bomb plant by taking down Dave Petty as well. Now in a 2v1 situation, he eventually does find that first kill on Tadashi, but Scump knows that he's very hurt. We have to commit towards this gunfight. Unfortunately, in the very end of that round, Awakening turns, and Scump was able to close it out. So now tied 1-1. All out aggression towards this A-bomb. Dave Fighty finds that first blood onto Shotzzy with the snipe.
Ooh, a nice shot in response to our general, brought low, but at least evens things out, and very well. Could force the Mutineers to think about that rotation, but Scump's going to be here nice and early. Knows he's got Dave Patty weak. Last bullet is able to connect and nearly finds the other with the pistol. An all-out exchange right now in P5. Half the lobby is dropped, and Skies really takes out Vivid again. The slower game so far for Vivid, but with that bomb in hand, he's got to be careful with those nades. Once more, brought down low. And Dashy's able to find the first.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. Vivid has basically held the nade to the face every single round so far. Dashy closes it out with the AR in his hand. So now in the 1v2 for Skies. Already has a huge 1v1 underneath his belt. Now with 30 seconds left, gonna work his way towards back B. But OpTic, they're set up for this beautifully. Just double stacking in towards Radio, but here comes the push. Not able to win the first gunfight. The crossfire is there from OpTic Texas, and they're able to close out the round. Now up to what?
Yeah, as we said, that's the one guy you got to shut down. And hey, if you got numbers, you're going to be in a good spot. Skies had a great opportunity to maybe find one, but as you said, really watching each other's back. Rambo Ray, I'm sure is proud of a play like that. You know, he always talks about, Jay, when players are spread apart, not together. Maybe they're learning a thing or two from that guy.
Gotta make sure you're playing man advantage. If you're not playing man advantage, Rambo Ray is gonna yell at you, and I know from experience.
You know firsthand, right?
Yeah, back in the day. Oh,
good times. Good times back in the day. It's actually a lot longer than I thought, Jay. I was looking back at like when Ghost was. It was quite a bit ago, but here we are. End of the round. Nades continue to be the story, at least off the start here in Tuscan. Shotzzy met with another. So it's Mutineers with the man advantage early, and given the fact that they're on defense, it's now going to be up to OpTic to make the play and find a pick. And it very well could be on to the King. Try to make the play over at P5. Nope, called upon to Dashy. Gets Awakening quite low. Sky's trying to watch over him. And he'll find that pick that he was looking for.
So now in a 3v3 situation, Awakening, I would have liked to see him just not give up his life as easy. Or at least keep the man advantage, but you see Vivid, he's at least trying to play for that player in towards top fire, gonna get out with his life. That bomb is still sitting out towards B, so the push is looking like it's going to commit towards B. Bomb, once again, it's going to fall into the hands of Skies. What kind of information can he give to his team?
Oh, but he does not initially spot Dashy there through the wood. And Dashy will continue to tag him up. They're going to call in the Dave Patty to bring out the bad boy, but Scott will be able to survive the shot. Sky's there for the instant chow. Now brought on to Dashy all by his lonesome. OpTic go for the rotation, and despite a few early situations where it looked like Skies was going to be brought down, he sees that round through. Florida get another one on the board.
It's just a good start to that round from Florida to at least find that opening kill onto Shotzzy. You know that Shotzzy is going to be that player that goes for the late flank, try to commit 2P5. But once you eliminate him, you know that now OpTic are going to tremendously slow down. All we have to do is hold our positions. Eventually, they find themselves in that 3v1 situation. Just great work from them to close out that round. Now tied up at 2 apiece. Dave Patty not able to hit the shot onto General, but at least gives the information to his team.
And that is a confident type of shot as well. We know with Dave Patty, the recent interviews, Jay, he is all about the confidence. I had a chance to interview him at Major 2, and
I love that.
He's ready. He's ready, man, to bring this team a championship. And you could argue this could be a great opportunity for them. A W here versus OpTic Texas. Maybe puts them through in groups, puts them in a great spot when it comes down to the bracket, but it's going to come down to maps like this. Big rounds such as this one. Is everything stalled out for the time? Bomb still sitting firmly in the hands of Vivid, and I'm sure he's just hoping, Jay, that a nade doesn't land at his feet.
Yeah, Vivid and Shotzzy so far this S&D have got a lot of nades at the bottom of their feet, but you see Shotzzy in a great position towards bottom middle. Can he get the first blood? He does. Onto Vivid, so that's going to be bombed down as well, but Awakening finds one, and Dave Patty with the sniper at least puts them in a man advantage, but now in the 2v2 with 25 seconds left.
Oh, Joe can make the play. Brings Dave Patty very low and does get a second opportunity. Sky's there on the challenge, and again, it is a 1v1 between these same two players. 10 seconds left. Is he going to have time? He's not. No. He's not going to have time. Is he going to find Scump again? Just toward his right. Scump fires out a few bullets, and Skies will know the round is over. Scump will get his revenge. It will look to be possibly the exact same story as rounds ago.
Yeah, it looked like it got a little scarier there when General missed those first couple of shots, but he eventually finds that kill, forces it to a 1v1, and then with 10 seconds left, Skies realized when he was trying to push towards bottom church, we do not have enough time to get towards that B bomb. We have to try to at least play it the same exact way we played round one, but this time Scump takes a different angle, checks that A bomb site, and just stays alive to close it out. OpTic now up 3-2. And once again, Awakening, the only player putting pressure towards the middle map. This time OpTic, they find that opening. Now they have full mid-map control.
And that Shotzzy just saying, okay, I'm going to go and do my thing. I'm going to challenge him in a 1v1, even though he knows that I'm coming. Great plays there out of the Ant-Man. As OpTic Texas with numbers early. Vivid falls as well. This guy's at least able to bring the numbers to somewhat of a more manageable position. Sitting on 4 in a row. Could be thinking about streaks. Something to keep in mind. If Dave Patty falls, it could be the round folded. But here comes General around the corner. 5 in a row now for Caesar. Brings it to a 2v2 now.
Now in a 2v2. He does get taken down. So now Dave Patty at least makes it a 1v1. Dave Patty versus Dashy. You have a sniper and you have an MP40 to work with. But you know, when Dashy has that automaton in his hand, it's basically a sniper as well. 30 seconds left. Dashy's just trying to locate the player in Dave Patty. So like Dave Patty might get great timing here if he just turns left, but he's actually going to go right. So there should be a free B bomb, free A bomb plant for Dashy. Now 45 seconds to work with.
Heads toward the field. That's exactly where Dave is headed. Dave is going to find the timing and will win out the 1v1. Dashy was pre-aiming exactly where Dave Patty was coming from. And just based off of really what could have been a number of different positions, he will find the answer in what was a monumental type of round. Some ice coming in out of the rookie there.
Yeah, Florida just clutched up a 2v4 right there. If you're OpTic, you find that first blood onto Awakening. Dashy finds the second. You just want to commit towards one of these bombs. You do not want to allow them to get one-on-one gunfights consistently. But once Skies finds the first, he eventually finds that player in general with the bomb down, turns it into a 2v2. Dave Patty immediately there for the trade. And that just can't happen if you're OpTic Texas, but you can already tell a sub is in. Probably if Philly's in the game, that doesn't happen.
I think a lot of the players like throwing their nades. At least it would seem 100%. That way. So we got a big thunderstorm hitting Tuscan right now. Nades expiring everywhere around the map, but specifically in that field side. With that being the case, it could be the bomb eyeing up a rotation. It is going to sit in Vivid's hands over at the well. Shotzi can find the timing. A few bullets in from top fire on the Dashy. Vivid caught out again, and Shotzi also will escape with his life. Sky is not confident enough to round the corner. And so with that being the case, it instantly puts the Mutineers in somewhat of a difficult position.
Difficult position indeed, as Vivid, he was that bomb carrier. He puts that bomb down towards bottom middle. So now in a 4v3 situation with only 30 seconds left, OpTic basically have full control of A. They have basic control of B as well. They're holding down top church. They're holding worried about middle of the map. But Awakening finds the first, and Skies finds the second. Dave Patty with the third. And what was just a man advantage for OpTic is now a 1v3 left up to Scump.
What in God's name just happened?
What's happening?
Shotzi had everybody on the map one shot, and somehow they all win their gunfights. Scump, a 1v3. 30 seconds left, and he'll hold on to this nade. He will say goodnight and bid adieu to Tuscan this time around. But what a wild sequence of events that was, Jay. It looked like OpTic had that round. I mean, what? I was like 90% confident that one was going to go their way.
100%. They had full A bomb control. They were holding down top church. They were holding the push through P5. They had everything cut off. Just that first gunfight that happens right there. Awakening wins that huge one-on-one. But then at that point, OpTic are probably thinking, all right, let's play the trade. But Florida had everything cut off on the crossfires to put themselves in a man advantage. That's two huge clutches coming from Florida, put them up 4-3. And you can already see the confidence is here as Awakening putting pressure through middle. Zig finds the first shot. He at least evens it up for now. But a lot of pressure from Florida already in this round.
And Awakening is going to get sniffed out. Scump there to drop him. Instantly Dashy with one of his own. Skies does not complete that kill. He does not complete the kill, but he'll find two in exchange for it. Now brings it to a 1v1. Tries to open up the door. And he'll clutch it out. How about the plays out of Caesar? What was that?
Oh my God, that's 3 rounds in a row where OpTic should have walked away with it. But no, Skies in the 1v3 lines it up beautifully. I know he doesn't finish that first kill onto Dashy, but at least spots his little toes underneath that truck. It lines up beautifully onto Scump for the 2-piece, and you know that the third player is committing towards a gunfight, puts himself in Church Alley behind the door, and is able to win the 1v3. I said it before the SD started. This is the guy you needed to shut down. 12-3 on a 4 spree, make it 5, not missing.
Dear God, what is happening? Awakening throws out the nade and somehow doesn't take down that player who will escape. I think that was General. No, actually it wasn't. It was Shotzi who stays alive. But my goodness, 13 kills right now from Skies. Dave Patty sitting on 8. These are the two players that you do not want to be in a 2v2 versus right now. General and Shotzi will do their best just to try and extend this Tuscan search and destroy bomb in the hands of Dave. And look, they're not connected right now. Sky sits in field. They possibly could be looking to join up with each other, but no real information for the moment. Shotzi and General make their way into the B site.
Hey, Patty's just trying to get any ounce of information of where these players can potentially be. But OpTic, so far, they were able to clear out this B bomb, so now they know that the push has to come in towards A. But Florida, once again, just keeping their mind games on point on their side as they're going to wrap in towards top fire, eventually drop down through middle, but
Shadow
able to pick up some information. They're going to commit towards B. What can General do now?
And General's going to be giving the call out. They're at B. They're at B. Does not check his corner at green. He'll get red. Skies with 1, and he'll have to close this round out. Shotzi actually takes him off the plant. What was a very confusing round there toward the end of that 2v2, Jay. I thought for a moment General not checking his corner was going to be the overwhelming problem, but Shotzi gets them off of that plant, stays alive, and just like that, OpTic keep themselves afloat here in this game number 2. Question being, can they force the round 11?
They have to, and they also need to shut down Skies because you do not want him to pick up this glide bomb as Dave Patty spots a lot of pressure coming in from bottom middle. Doesn't get a hit stun onto that player pushing in towards bottom church, but that's going to be Awakening with that first blood. So now OpTic in the man disadvantage. Going to try to slow this round down to try to play for a pick, but you do not want to give a free kill to Skies. You do not want to allow him to earn that glide bomb because then it's basically chalked.
The most difficult thing for OpTic as well is that their main man, their KD leader in Search Destroy, has fallen for the first blood, and it's going to all be on a Scump to try to earn that information with the SMG. Skies is here, but he'll get beamed. A lovely shot there from General on the bomb. Now looks to lay down that objective. And now apply the pressure toward the other side. Dashy with the headshot on to Vivid. A 2v3. Now for the Mutineers. Can they go clutch again? Job done for the first.
He spots his player in the back as well, and Awakening wins that gunfight. So now in a 1v2 situation was just a 3v2, all left up to Dashy. He's going to get spotted in towards Radio, and the pinch is coming in from Awakening.
Dashy trying to hold them off, Dave Patty. Great movement to try and stay alive, and he'll set up Awakening perfectly. The literal assist out of the rookie will be there for the defuse, and another clutch out of the Florida Mutineers to put themselves up 2-0 now in this series.
What an insane search and destroy from Florida. Definitely a couple mistakes. If I'm Florida, I'm making sure that, hey, we got to figure out a new bomb carrier because Vivid, he's going to be our most aggressive guy. He's putting the bomb down in a couple questionable positions, but they're still able to hit tremendous clutches round after round. That's got to be a tough pill to swallow on the side of OpTic Texas because in those 3 rounds in a row were all clutches on the side of Florida. 2v4, 1v3, does not matter. OpTic Texas, they were trying their best to keep themselves into this game, but Florida, they were able to clutch up towards the very end by a beautiful performance from Skies. Like I said before, he's number 3 overall in this game mode. Last time he played this team, he had a 5.5. And in this map alone, 14-4 with a 1v3 in his back pocket. Even a huge 1v1 to even start off this map.
Jay.
Great stuff from Florida to now take a commanding 2-0 lead.
We gotta watch that 1v3 again. I mean, that is without a doubt one of the best plays. I'm gonna go and say it now. It's probably the best play of the day. It could be one of the best plays of the entire season. Like that is absolutely wild. And here we go. Production is on top of it. We get to watch it again, Jay. Here we go.
So right there, you think like, all right, he doesn't kill Dashy. Oh, that's unfortunate. But then he notices him through the truck. He finds that kill. And at that point, Scump lines up right on top of him. And at this point, Shotzi, he's fully committed towards the gunfight. He does not have that SMG in his hand. So if he had the 40, it's probably a little bit better on the side of Shotzi. He's probably able to close it out. But since he had to commit towards that gunfight with the pistol in hand, Skies reads it beautifully to clutch up the insane 1v3. That's just unbelievable work from Florida to now take a commanding 2-0 series. This is a great series so far, man.
This is a wild one, without a doubt. Florida Mutineers finding themselves up 2-0 off of a number of different clutches in that Tuscan search destroy. That 1v3 from Skies was just a taste of what that game 2 was all about. But when we come back after the break, it is Florida versus OpTic Texas heading to Berlin Control. Stay with us.
The CDL Pro-Am Classic is brought to you by Belong Gaming Arenas. With high-end PCs, consoles, and community events daily, Belong is the place to go for gamers of all levels. Belong has arenas in Chicago, Columbus, Dallas, Houston, and Nashville, with more locations coming to a city near you. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Zenni. Armor your eyes with Block's gaming glasses starting at $24 by visiting zenni.com/CDL. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Mountain Dew.
Welcome back, folks, to the CDL Pro-Am Classic. What a day it has been, and what a day it is shaping out to be. I know just a moment ago, we saw that Ultra Academy North America is going Game 5 with the LA Guerrillas. Our defending Major 2 champs are being tested and sent to a Game 5. They also just lost a Berlin Hardpoint, Jay, which we know well. LAG great at Berlin Hardpoint. We got all kinds of upsets kind of going on right now, and I'm not sure you can necessarily describe this one as an upset given the substitute of General being brought in for Illy. I think it's definitely up there, but I don't know, man. Mutineers up 2-0 after what was a crazy Tuscan S&D.
Yeah, now if you're Florida, you're basically in the driver's seat, because now even if you lose this control to the best control team in the game, you still got that Berlin Hardpoint, which OpTic do not see a lot of success on. But this is a brand new map. This is going to be a brand new map for both, well, for only one of these teams. Is OpTic, they're sitting at 1-0 on this map. They won it earlier in their last series versus Toronto Ultra EU. They were able to win it by winning 2 offensive rounds and then 1 defense. So if I'm Florida, the only thing I'm really focused on is just doing it in the slaying department, because every single player in that series for OpTic were over a 1.2 or 1.1 in that entire map. Dashy leads the way with a 1.74. So you have to make sure you're shutting him down. But the way that Florida are playing right now, confidence right now for them is through the roof.
Yeah, it absolutely has to be. Confidence has to be through the roof, and we'll see if OpTic can start to slow things down a little bit, get their bearings, and maybe try to grab the opening attacking round here on Berlin Control. The same thing that they did in their last game versus the Ultra Academy EU. As here we go into the opening attacking round out of OpTic Texas. A solid start over at A. They grab the tick, but they realize that the presence is now going to be felt at that B zone. The early tick is through. They focus their attention. Skies with the instant flanking opportunity sets up the pinch, and there goes General.
And I love the play from OpTic. Obviously, you know, when you're playing Berlin, or at least control in general, A is usually a lot easier to capture. But when you cause a lot of havoc towards that A site, you saw that General only needed 1 kill to at least open up that first tick of progression towards B. So good work early on from OpTic, but now they have to relieve the pressure coming in from Florida. You cannot allow them to set you up in this trap, because they still have a player in towards P2. Eventually, Dave Patty does win that. Now with 50 seconds left, they basically have to try to fight out of their spawn.
And that's the issue. 50 seconds. They got to get some semblance going over at that A zone specifically, as Awakening starting to heat up now on 5 in a row, and he's hungry as well for the 6th. 1 away from the streak, and that could be troublesome already out of OpTic. Vivid waiting for them inside of the A zone while Awakening sits over top, watching OpTic possibly crumble in this opener. General found out. Vivid gets dealt with as well, and Awakening will enter into 8 kills in a row. That glide bomb is going to be earned. We'll see if he can halt this push once more. Shotzi able to weaken him up for the time. And the time, speaking of it, will stop for the moment. Awakening always found himself on the flank. Are they going to read him here? Are they going to see him? He hops in for a second. He's trying to make him double check. The flank finally found out, and there we have it. OpTic not easily grab that A objective.
So now they grab A. They already have a tick of progression towards B, and look at the push coming in. They're going to try to attack this from backfire. But there's only one player here, which is going to be Skies. Now Awakening. Both set up for this push to come in. General does find that first blood. Skies with the trade. Skies finds 2. Vivid with the 3rd. So now the only player closest to this point is going to be Scump. He eventually does get taken down, and now OpTic are going to be put in the back of their spawn. They do take down Vivid, so they're going to relieve that early pressure. But now with 45 seconds left, 13-8 in lives remaining.
And a lot of that is going to be because of Awakening. Right now, 10-2. A phenomenal performance, now making 11-2, as they'll find another one there on to General. 12 versus 6 in terms of lives. Maybe one more good push out of OpTic, and that'll be it. The farthest pushed up player in Shotzi will fall. And here you have it. The final go, the final attempt off what has been a solid defensive round so far from the Mutineers. The question really remains is just really how many kills can Awakening accrue in this first one? 2 more to go.
2v10. Yeah, you see OpTic, they're just going to slow this down. They do not want to try to feed streaks, but Skies eventually does take down Shotzzy. That was a beautiful defensive round coming in from Florida, because you saw early on, OpTic had a great push. They put that early pressure on towards A, but they opened up that pressure towards B with General fighting that huge one-on-one. And usually, you find a lot of success capturing that A point quite quickly. But this time, it took them a little bit because the way that Florida was set up, Awakening did a great job of just slaying out towards trains, what eventually allows his teammates to get pushed up on the left side. When you have a player pushed up towards this right side of the map and a player pushed up towards that boat side, you're basically going to spawn all of OpTic in towards the warehouse. And that's exactly how Florida were able to do it in that slaying department. Like I said, that glide bomb is going to be in the back of the minds for the OpTic players now.
Yeah, and as we've already learned, and I've learned especially last night after our casters on the climb session, it's very easy to get put in a spawn trap here on Berlin Control. OpTic learning that quite nicely in early here in their opening round versus Florida. Nice little sequence there at a Dave Patty. Runs into shots there with the automaton and looks to slow the pace down, wait for a few teammates off spawn, and that's exactly where somebody like Vivid can begin to go off. Mutineers try to establish somebody inside a fire, but they get broken down. No presence yet at that A zone and off spawn. That very well, most likely, is going to be their target.
Yeah, so that's going to be a clean 4 dead. So now OpTic can put a little bit more pressure towards this train side. Try to influence all of Florida to spawn out towards that boat side of the map. As Dashy finds another kill. 3 players in towards trains. Eventually, Florida should be able to get on this 8 point. So they're trying to attack this from the middle of the map. First tick is on its way. As Dashy sitting at 4-9, our #1 control player so far in this game. First tick of progression is in at this 8 point, but if you're Florida, you want to try to complete this, but you also want to keep that pressure on towards B. You see number 8 on your minimap, Awakening, trying to find some spawn kills.
Awakening trying to cause some problems off spawn, while Vivid as well takes down Dashy. Scump, the last player here, to try to contest, and he gets dealt with as well. But Shotzzy on the flank deals with 1. 2 ticks through at the A zone. Finally found out, and already Awakening is thinking about the future. Jay, he's on another streak, about to make it 6 in a row as long as he can stay alive.
Oh my.
Dodging, hopping from desk to desk, he stays up, and meanwhile Florida captured that A objective. Another minute on the clock. And we'll see if they can do any more damage now toward that B zone.
Now, OpTic, all you have to do is just focus on holding on this train side. Great 2-piece coming in from them to at least keep map control for now, but do they know the positioning of Awakening is going to work his way back in towards Secret? He finds that first kill. Gonna try to slide out with his life, but that's gonna be 3 dead in the feed. Last player up is gonna be General. Players coming off spawn now for OpTic. If you're Awakening, all you have to do is play these cutoff kills, and that's exactly what he's gonna do. You can also invest his glide bomb as well if you want to. But he's not missing right now. Another kill in the feed for Awakening.
He's a human glide bomb, for God's sake. It actually gets exploded. Okay, he is a glide bomb. It's confirmed, but you can't do anything if you're exploded into pieces. The Mutineers, excellent sequence there as they have got OpTic right where they want them. Running into the blender as Skies and Vivid lock down the objective, seconds away from going up 2-0. And there you have it. Florida answer on the attack. And my goodness, what a spree it was toward the stretch of that round.
And it all starts with Awakening. Like, him coming back instead of committing towards that flank was such a heads-up play, because he finds that opening kill onto Dashy, which eventually allows his teammates to get somewhat control of that train side of the map. Skies eventually finds the second, and then Dave Patty with the third. And that point, when you're 3 down, all spawning out towards backfire, OpTic Texas just basically have to sprint forward. But Vivid was there to play the cutoff, and that was a beautifully executed offensive win for Florida. And that puts them up 2-0.
This is a great sign as well if you're a Florida fan, as we've talked about numerous times, right, with this team. A number of different players who can go off, right, to talk last year about Skies and Awakening. They both can't have great performances at the same time. So far at Major 2 and here at this event, they have had their opportunities for some highlight moments, but both of them do get dealt with there from OpTic. Dashy specifically trying to be that beacon, lead the way into that B zone, but Awakening again being a problem. A 2-for-1 trade will be another setback here for OpTic Texas as Scump deals with 1 and now focuses on the A objective.
Now this is going to allow Florida to start to get pushed up towards that train side. to influence those spawns for OpTic towards water.
Goodness.
Awakening with a huge one-on-one versus Shotzi, and he's going to commit towards the flank. General, beautiful read to pick up that kill. But now it's not allowing Dave Patty to potentially set up for some spawn kills before he eventually does get taken down. So OpTic already with 1 tick in, should be able to close at this 8 point fairly easy. The only play they have to worry about is Vivid, as he does find that first kill.
Vivid's the one to contest. Shotzi able to take him. Still, player number 6 is going to be in range. Skies, more specifically, somehow finds the kill, stays alive, dodges the nade. Scump there to take him down. Is Florida throwing every body that they have got left at this A objective, trying to halt any progress they can from the OpTic end as they re-challenge once more. Shotzi left in another 1v1, but Skies is there to take it. The A objective still will be captured in the final moments. OpTic will get that extra minute added to the clock, but now they're found in the back of their base.
But now look at the pressure coming in from Florida. They know that Dave Patty, the position that he's in towards back trains, is influencing the spawn for them to spawn out water. Big kill coming in from General to take him down. But now you have to worry about Awakening. 26 and 10 on another 3C before he eventually does get taken down. So now OpTic can have a lot of pressure towards this train side. Scump finds that first kill, but their most important has to be the location of Vivid.
It's gonna be Shotzi. Spots the boot of Awakening while the streak does come in. Does not find anything, so with that, Shotzi able to clear the air for the time. OpTic try to stack on through as watch the objective begin to flow. Florida now with the contest. Vivid hops on through as they both will trade on out. Florida will break through successfully as Shotzi flies through the window. He gets dropped as well. It is all out chaos at this B zone, but as the dust settles once more, it is the Mutineers coming out on top, ending any of that progress that OpTic made. And now a 6v7, one last good push here from OpTic. If they get found out, this is going to be a 3-0.
The Skies, he frees the first player. Shotzi does find one. So now if you're Skies, all you want to do is just try to play your life, but no more respawns remaining for OpTic Texas. General able to find a 2-piece in the feed to now relieve some pressure, so they're able to get on this point. Not a single player from Florida are going to be close towards this B point, but look at the play coming in from Awakening. He's going to commit towards this flank. Works his way around like a shark. He finds that first kill, makes it a 3v3, finds the second as well. Now in a 3v2.
A few more left. It's a 1v2. Dave Patty versus General. Now is your time, my friend. Prove yourself. Dave Patty just behind him is going to spot him in the hallway, runs out of ammo. General on the objective, stops the clock at 10 seconds and probably has a handful of HP to work with. But here comes Dave, pistol in hand, wins the 1v1 and will give Florida Mutineers the 3-0 in control and the 3-0 in the series.
In that final round right there, you saw OpTic. They were able to at least get some pressure in towards Train. They were able to find 3 kills, but the most important kill that they did not find was Vivid. Scump was still putting on pressure towards that top plat, picking up kill after kill. They even got Awakening to invest the glide bomb without picking up a single kill with that either. But did they not figure out the positioning of Vivid? He was the player that sets up the flank, basically breaks their entire setup on the side of OpTic Texas. That was just beautiful, beautiful work from Florida from start to finish. A dominant offensive win, followed by 2 great defensive wins. I really enjoyed this map. When you talk about all 3 of our control maps, on Gavutu, it's like 75% defensive wins, 25% offense. On Tuscan, it's probably 65-35. But for me, at least on this map, I think it's 50-50. And just the way that Florida played this, the fact that this has just been added to them, this is going to be a great map for Florida, just the way that they played this. Now, going forward, if they can consistently continue to put up these numbers, get this map in their pools, in their map sets, oh man, the way that Florida playing with their confidence, that's 2 series now in a row where they were able to beat OpTic Texas.
That's right, my friend. Back-to-back series, and as you said, I mean, this is going to be the continuous talking point here, obviously at the tournament, obviously moving forward into Major 3 is, you know, how good our team's going to be at Berlin Control. Obviously, the Florida Mutineers, they would love to have this map, as you said, buddy, in their rotation. And the same thing as well for OpTic, right? Known as the best control team in the game. Obviously, do not have Illy in this match, but in their last one, when they faced off against Ultra Academy EU, they won Berlin Control, and especially in that round 5 dominance. So you're thinking, you're looking forward, and obviously there could be a lot of positives really for either of these 2 teams. You see the final play coming through from Dave Patty. It just felt like the entirety of this series came down to clutches. And it was the Mutineers who came out more often than not on that occasion as they get the job done here in 3. As we said, against an OpTic Texas team who is not going to be at full strength. I know Illy, I'm sure, is watching this game off to the side. Hate to not be involved in this matchup, but we do wish obviously the best to him. You want to see that thumb fully healed up and ready to go when it comes down to Major 3. A hard loss for OpTic Texas, Jay, but one that you can't be, I guess, too mad about given the recent adjustments.
Yeah, you definitely can't be mad about it. You could definitely be frustrated, though, because if you're OpTic Texas, you want to go out and try to win every one of these series, especially when you have such a great core 3, even with Illy not in the roster. You can just tell, though, without their main leader in their comms, everything was just off. Dashy puts up, I'm pretty sure, -10th for the first time in control ever. So the morale, everything was just off with OpTic Texas from start to finish of this series. Florida, they were able to capitalize on it. Now puts them 2-0 in this group with their last match going up against Toronto Ultra EU Academy. That's going to be a huge one. They could potentially go out 3-0. And now for OpTic Texas, tied at 1-1. Their last match is going to be against Minnesota ROKKR. So that's going to be an absolute banger of a series. Basically a sub on one side and a brand new player on the other and have it.
Yeah, without a doubt. But obviously, in regards to this series, there is a very, very happy team on the other side of it, that being the Florida Mutineers. They get the job done 3-0. But now it is time for our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. We send it down to Slack, who's joined with Awakening.
Hey guys, I'm here with Awakening with our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight. You guys just came off a big win, 3-0 versus OpTic. I know you guys probably wanted to play the original roster, but you guys got their hands on them at the major. You got to play them again. You're 2-0 in pools. How you feeling, Joe?
We're feeling good. We're super confident in the team. I'm feeling great. I'm on a mission. I tweeted out, I'm on a mission. Like, I'm here to win this event and like prove everyone wrong. So we're feeling good.
Yes, like as a player, how does it feel to like hit that form? Like you said, you tweeted out you're on a mission. You know, when you get into that rhythm and that morale as a player and everything is just super confident as a team and as an individual, do you feel like you can be stopped right now? I know a lot of people have kind of given you guys a rough time throughout the year and, you know, about AR players, this and that, whatever it is. I mean, you guys are showing that you guys can do it.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think every team right now in the CDL can like compete at the highest level. So like we go into every match like just like going hard and like anyone can beat anyone. So we just like go hard in every match.
And then, you know, you guys are sitting at, like I said, like at 2-0. I think you guys play, who's the last match you guys play tomorrow? Toronto EU, so you guys will be going for them to try and end up 3-0 in your pool. Try and end up at the first seed is the ideal goal. What's kind of the morale of the team? Are you guys just going to continue to do what you guys have been doing and clutching up?
Yeah, just probably watch VOD and S&D because like it's our weakest game mode right now. But yeah, just go into it confident and just play our game and win.
And lastly, I'll leave it open to you. What do you want to say to all the Florida fans and supporters and friends and family at home that are watching you guys?
I just want to thank all my family for the support and all the fans, and my girlfriend, and yeah, I love you guys and thank you.
All right, that's been our Game Fuel Victory Spotlight with Awakening. Thank you so much, and we're sending it back over to you guys at the desk.
Big Wake to Slack, thank you so much. And by the way, Big Wake, congrats on that big win. Florida once again beats OpTic, not a 3-1, but a 3-0 this time around. You love to see it, but kind of sucks though. Illy's not in the game, and it shows how important he is to OpTic.
Yeah, it shows how important he is to OpTic as the in-game leader. And then, you know, looking over on the side of Florida, it just shows how much they've actually improved, right? Like a team's not going to come in with a substitute player. It doesn't matter how good you are and take them out, right? Awakening played amazing throughout that series. Skies as well in the search and destroy with that 1v3, and just overall throughout that map, like he was phenomenal. Florida looked great. But I got to say, that match was awesome. But I've been looking left and right, and we have an amazing match right now. We have Toronto Ultra NA versus LAG. It's 4-4. I mean, I got it down right here.
Let's see it.
I'm looking back and forth, so let's pull that up and see what's going on.
All right, LAG versus Ultra Academy.
Hixie is frying Allie. What did he do on that game 4? Please enlighten the folks now.
Scrappy win, 32-17 in that game 4, and in the control, Hixie went 32-17, and Scrappy the game before went 41-21 in the Berlin back-to-backs. And LAG, it's been back and forth. It was 4-3. LAG went it back and tied 4-4, and now we're heading to game point. But I don't know, and it's been back and forth.
Yeah.
I think Toronto might push again around 11.
They just might. I mean, we've seen Hixie playing extremely aggressive. I mean, if you're Toronto Ultra Academy NA, I mean, this is the perfect map draw for you. You get a bow cage where you can play aggressive, send Hixie to get behind enemy lines and just make it a little bit mixy. But we'll see if they're able to clutch up here, man. This is LAG, the team that just won Major 2 with their backs against the wall versus Ultra Academy.
But yeah, we gotta kind of call it what it is, right? LAG won that as dark horse of the event, especially with a sub. And the question is, can they keep that up?
Yo, Vickle and Mohawk are selling right now. I need you guys to get one. Just get one. There you go, Vickle.
Big blood.
That's a big blood. Hixie's gonna do everything else. I just need you guys to get one there.
I'm confused as the play that LAG was trying to make right there. They sent Hook up mid to like sort of gather information. He just peeks into Tool, takes some damage, and then nobody was there for the help. So now this is a very tough spot that they're in. They're gonna have to decide which bomb they want to go to and push as a unit. Looks like they're gonna try to make their way over towards B.
He sneaks out alive.
That's a big kill. Trade comes in from Scrappy. Bombs down as well. So looks like we're headed to a round 11 unless we can see a miracle on the side of LAG. Spark does catch some good timing. His presence is going to be known. Going to have to back up and reposition with only 30 seconds left.
They're hunting, though. I mean, that is all of Ultra Academy NA just hunting for these players. I mean, you can see them all three moving around the map together just to get those picks for heading into a round 11. And it's a little confusing. Ultra Academy NA is actually the purple ones on the minimap, but when I looked down initially, I was like, what is going on right now? But just so everybody at home knows, Ultra Academy is going to be the purple squad, but Scrappy and Hixie, they've been doing it all. Literally, Mohawk and
Big
Vikal.
pull in that round. That was
He did
wonderful.
find the first
He got
blood.
the first blood. He wrapped
But he
around,
needs to do it here, too.
played the trade and picked up that very last kill at the end. So
for the bread.
Shout out to him there as well.
Winner takes all. Winner takes all right here. 5-5, baby.
They're on offense, so Mohawk's still sitting at 3 and 8. Hixie is 11 and 4, but on the flip side, Asim is 10 and 7. Again, these are our Minnesota ROKKR champions going up against the open bracket champions. The bomb, though, is by itself over by the A site.
Keep your mini-map. Slasher's in a very big position right now. He's going to get pressured by 3 people on the side of Ultra Academy NA. He's going to get back down. He's one shot, has to reposition. The rest of the players on LAG starting to wrap back around. But look at number 2 on your mini-map. That's Scrappy. He gets through. He gets through Tool, and he has an opportunity to make a play. Right now, he's behind Spart. If he can pick up this kill, he can blow the setup open on the side of LAG.
Get the kill, get the kill.
No Slashers here.
Let's
go.
Bombs down.
Timing.
Bombs down. Asim finds one, no, 2v2. 2v2 bomb down, and one player's playing on top of the site. He gets the read on Hook.
No shot.
1v2. It's Asim, he gets the win!
shot.
They've done it.
Ultra Academy NA in round 11 fashion.
In Game 5, Round 11, they take out the Major 2 champions. I mean, this is the Ultra Academy NA squad. This is the team that won the Minnesota Open, and they come in here and they beat your most recent champions. They got to be feeling on top of the world right now.
That's a reverse sweep. That's a reverse sweep. They won the Berlin Control, the Berlin Hardpoint, and then the Bow Cage S&D in round 11 fashion.
Sheesh.
All right, there you have it. There goes your Major 2 champs falling to one of the amateur teams. And that's the beauty about the Pro-Am Classic right here and the CDL. That was hot, right?
I need to know.
It was so hot, I ripped my mic out.
Because if they win, like, imagine a world where LAG doesn't make it out of group stage.
But that's the beauty of it, right?
I think that's the world we might be heading into, to be honest.
Possible. Yeah, we shall see. But there goes your winners right there. Ultra Academy NA, when we talked about teams coming up from challengers that were going to make waves and beat some pro teams, I don't think anybody's expecting a team to beat the champions from the last event. And Ultra Academy NA just did that day one.
I'm going to throw it out there. I agree with Big Wake in that interview. I think that anybody can definitely beat anybody, especially mid-tier, that level. And the thing is, LAG, yeah, they won Major 2, and I love the team, by the way. Like, Asim and all of them are fantastic, but they still have to prove that they're in that upper echelon of teams, and this is their repeat event. So the question is, what are they really made of at the end of the day? We're going to find out. But on board with Ultra Academy EU versus Minnesota ROKKR, and this is live, by the way.
All right, let's jump into here. Another close one. We're here in map number 1, Bow Cage. And, you know, Hardpoint has been the struggle for the Minnesota ROKKR over the last few months. They bring in Havoc, and this is really like our first look at them, at least on Alpha, seeing what ROKKR's able to do. And so far, Havoc not having the best start. But that's what we've seen sort of in some of these changes. We saw Kismet earlier in New York. When he popped in, he had a really rough map 1, and then he really got comfortable and started to fry later in the series.
Somebody told Furious that we were watching. I mean, he was just holding the front of this P2 by himself. It was a very good hold, though. But one player managed to slip through. That's going to be Havoc in the hill. Wow, what a break from them. Very close game, by the way. I don't know who's letting a player by the name of Beans go 35 and 34, but I'm all here for it. I'm all here for it.
There we go. Spawns on the side of the ROKKR. Trying to get this remaining 15 seconds. Rotation's going to come in. This is the typical Bow Cage that we see, okay? Coming down to the wire, 200, 200. Earlier, I know we saw a blowout. That is not usually how it plays, and usually comes down here to this P3 hardpoint. So far, so good for Ultra Academy EU on this rotation. And also, keep in mind, Raffi replaced Harry. Harry was actually on this Ultra Academy EU squad at the Minnesota Open, and then Raffi comes in for him because Harry gets brought up to London Royal Ravens.
Furious did just enough there to hold this bottom crim on sale, but Havoc finds a two-piece of his own, 242. They only need a couple more seconds here. Ultra Academy EU were kind of in the driver's seat. They had that early rotation, but they didn't stack enough people in Hill, but they're able to break it. If they can hold the rest of this time, they can steal away this first hard point, 245 to 233. But again, Minnesota ROKKR, you can't count them out. One player behind enemy lines, it's gonna be Havoc.
Check out Standy. Standy is the one trying to make a play right now. He's gonna get taken out. They get on inside, and that's going to be GG. Minnesota ROKKR holding on strong. Hardpoint looking a little bit better.
And there you have it. Minnesota ROKKR looking good so far in a really close game against Ultra Academy EU. And by the way, Rafi, starting off the day, was looking kind of cold, especially being a newest member of that roster, replacing Harry. But he seems to look a lot more comfortable now. So the question is, can Minnesota ROKKR keep this up?
Well, we shall see, right? Like, they've been a team. I mean, they take Major Maniac, they put him on the bench. He was sort of like their leader, the guy that kept composure. But, you know, when you look at, like, their statistics, and we talked about it in the pre-show earlier today, Attach actually played very well, especially in the respawns. And he had a 1.07. He had 700 more damage per map than Major Maniac when it comes to the hard points. So try to get Attach over in that AR role, get more comfortable, more reps. And then you bring in Havoc for that added aggression. Maybe it fixes your hard point problem. So I think that's sort of the mentality that the coaching and the roster had when they decided to make this move, because Major Maniac, I mean, he's disciplined, right? There's not too many class acts out there like him, so hopefully it works out.
Yeah, not a lot of players like him out there as well, I'll tell you that. But I'm also shout out to Attach, I believe, dropping a 37-38 bomb right there. But, ladies and gentlemen, it's about time for a very small break as we get the next map ready. And when we come back, we're going to continue on with more CDL Pro-Am Classic action. It's been a blast so far. We'll see you guys soon.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League. The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Game Fuel. Victory in a can.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the CDL Pro-Am Classic, and I'm here on the desk. I'm your host, breaking things down with Ali and Nameless, and the words of Bryce at Major 2, nothing ever makes sense, Mike, because we just saw the Major 2 champions fall to Toronto Ultra Academy NA, and that was phenomenal. Great search and destroy game, but also we saw Florida beat OpTic, where Awakening got the Scuff play of the game.
What's crazy to me is that they played OpTic on their best maps as well. Like, even without the likes of Illy making shot calls, letting Florida do this to you is insane. I mean, Wake gets the best timing. I mean, she was every player in the back. There's number 3, looking for number 4. He makes the easy read. Even the pistol is out. I mean, that's insane. Wake has been having a huge day thus far already. I mean, against ROKKR earlier, he went 32 and 17 in the Berlin hardpoint. He went 25 and 15 in the Gavutu, 32 and 28 in the Tuscan. Like, then just the list goes on for this guy's
At the beginning of the year, I didn't know what to expect for the Mutineers, but this team is nasty, by the way. But also, we got some more Call of Duty action for you. Let's go ahead and jump into ROKKR versus Toronto Ultra EU, because that game is currently going on, and as you guys see, Ultra Academy EU up 2-0 in Search and Destroy.
And you know what? It was a close game one. I mean, it was 250 to 230 something. There was a lot of control on the side of Ultra Academy, but Minnesota ROKKR, again, you can never count this team out, even when they do make a roster change. But it does look like Ultra Academy EU is up so far in the Desert Siege Search and Destroy.
Yeah, this is an Ultra Academy EU team. I expect them to be very good at Search and Destroy. I mean, their coach is Josh. He's been around forever. I competed against him plenty of times. He's a great Search and Destroy player. And then looking at this roster, also Vortex, the guy has virtually been winning everything when it comes to EU Challengers the last couple of years. I mean, he won MW and Cold War EU Challengers finals. He's just been waiting for his opportunity to get into the Pro League, and this is the closest he's been in a while. So looking at this round, they take that W there, and this is an extremely important match, especially for the Minnesota ROKKR. If they lose this, they're out of the tournament, basically.
I mean, both these teams are 0-1 right now. EU had fallen to OpTic earlier, but on the right side of your screen, I don't know if anybody noticed, 3 players on the likes of Toronto Academy EU were on a 3 spree. I believe they were all 3-0 across the board.
I need context.
I believe one of them was on a 4 spree, so I just want to know what in the world is going on for none of these players to have even fallen yet. That means the last 2 rounds that we missed were in a very dominant fashion. Vortex is 4-0. Rafi's the only guy that's died. B's got the sniper. Oh, how is that a hit marker?
Hey, put some respect on Bean's name. I heard what you guys were saying in that last map there.
I was just saying, how are you going to let a guy named Beans drop 35 on your forehead? I mean, that's just me.
On Beans.
But I need some respect on that hit marker. I mean, I feel you.
We need some respecting kills on the side of Minnesota.
There you go, 2-2 situation. I mean, this is another one of the reasons like why they're bringing in Havoc. I mean, in these clutch situations, nobody has more experience than a guy like Colt Havoc. He's been playing 2v2s his entire career outside of scrims, so this is where you need him to turn up. You got attached with the sniper. Currently sitting at 0-2, going to need to turn it on, but
smells it.
Right below him is Beans.
He smells it.
Oh, attach. Nice. Oh, it gets traded out. Rafi's right there, 1v1. Bomb is going to be in the hands of Havoc. He's 2 and 3 so far. More than most of his teammates together.
Yeah, really good info for Havoc, though. He was able to see the direction that Attach got killed by, and all it's about is a search now.
It's a lot of patience game, though. You can see Rafi just sitting in the corner. 23 seconds is going to be on the clock. Bomb needs to go down. Havoc needs to lay it. Rafi might have made the play, but Havoc made the better one by reading that corner. Minnesota put themselves on the board.
Yeah, Havoc hit Rafi with the drive-by and just made it as simple as ever. So Minnesota ROKKR is going to be all about gaining a little bit of momentum from that win right there and see if the boys can pull out strong. And like we said before, I was really hoping for something special at Major 2. But hopefully this is their good turnaround event.
Yeah, I mean, for the Minnesota ROKKR, this will just be an absolute disaster. I mean, let's not get too ahead of ourselves so far. They still are up 1-0 in this series, but, you know, they have to come out and get top 2 in groups here. This roster, to make a change like that, and, you know, it's pretty controversial. Getting rid of a player like Major Maniac, got to come out and win. And this is, like I said, why you want Havoc on your team. Plays extremely aggressive, gets up close and personal mid-map, pops the big 2, and he's going for the third. Going to back up and try to play his life, regroup with his teammates. Slow it down on defense, and Ultra Academy EU in a very tough spot. Gonna have to try to play for that pick and push one of these sites.
Now, when we talk about the open bracket teams, again, I'm not very shocked by the scoreline right now, just because it has been the S&Ds that all these challenger teams have been able to kind of steal a map away from these pro teams. I mean, Toronto Ultra, let's see, Strike X got a 6-4 Tuscan over Toronto Ultra earlier in the day. Academy EU got a 6-5 Berlin over OpTic earlier in the day. We just saw the 6-5 Bocage on the likes of Ultra Academy NA versus LAG. So they've really been showing that they have a lot of S&D stars under their belts, right? But it's the respawns where you can see the pro teams and the amount of work that they put in the pro league really come into play.
Yeah, and you know, it's another element of like when you're with these pro teams, you're so used to playing all the other pro teams. You're playing sort of, you know, these amateur teams that, you know, they're throwing you for a loop. You haven't played against them before. They're coming in with a little bit different strategies, and you have to adapt and get ready mid-game and make those adjustments. So for a team like ROKKR that is very great in search and destroy, even through this year, they've been solid in that game mode. You know, got to adjust when you're playing a team like Ultra Academy EU. You're not familiar with these players on a day-to-day basis. You're not scrimming against them. They're going to come at you with some different looks.
Beans looking to, I guess, just play his life there as nobody really peeks in the 1v3 situation. There's just not a whole lot you can do. Minnesota ROKKR, that's going to be 2 in a row for them. What was looking a little bit scarier when we first loaded in is starting to pull back a little bit on the back of Havoc. I believe Priesta still has yet to find his first kill on the board. Now, that's a player that's been talked about for the past couple of years as one of the most up-and-coming, as maybe one of the more aggressive and high-slaying, but I feel like we have yet to really see that out of him. He is 0-5. Looks like Bomb's going to make his way towards mid-palace, so as this is going to be the play for the Minnesota ROKKR, is just get this mid-map control and then make the decision off the pick on which bomb site you want to head to.
Wait, Ali, did you say you haven't seen Priesta high slaying?
Yeah, he's 0-5 right now.
Well, yeah. In this game, we haven't seen.
Yeah, no, in this game, that's what I meant.
He's established at this point, so I'm hoping Priesta comes back. I think that was part of the decision, was like we need to be more aggressive, and getting rid of a guy like Priesta isn't going to make us more aggressive. So they're just hoping that he figures it out. But in this round so far, Standy with the big 2K early in the round with bomb in hand over by A, and that's sort of just a blunder by Ultra Academy EU throwing themselves out there, and doesn't get that bomb down. Vortex hits them with the nice nade, but Havoc looking to make a play through mid-map, going to get through those bottom doors and gets the information on Vortex up top, and the collapse should come in shortly as they did spot him, but bomb goes down. Gets to take a breather for a quick moment. Havoc lost track of him.
Vortex.
I mean, he finds one, but Bomb's down, 30 seconds on the clock. You gotta isolate 2 different gunfights, and he's almost able to do it, but he was still weak from the previous engagement. That's like one of the most basic Desert Siege strategies, is to just get that mid-map control in bottom palace and play off that pick. Standy finds those 2. I mean, there's just not a whole much you can do on the retake, because the second you had your way mid, like we saw, Havoc got that information right off the bat.
If Vortex won now, I would have put $50 down.
Yeah, I thought Havoc. Yeah, I thought Havoc got the info there. Maybe there's a little bit of X-ray or spectator lag or something, because I thought they would collapse right if they saw Vortex up top in a 3v1 situation, but I think he just lost track of him. Either way, they're able to close out the round. So here we go. We're now in the swing round, round number 7, typically where teams are able to run away with it. Looking at Ultra Academy EU trying to make a play towards this B bomb site. Beans with the sniper. We've seen him earlier with the hit marker. We know what he's capable of. Bomb going down early. No tacticals in sight on the side of Minnesota ROKKR. Trying to gather that information, but they're located over towards mid and left side.
I love this play. Priest is the only player to really have any information on this, and the fact that they got bombed down so fast and Havoc didn't just make the decision to push out. You can now see Furious gets that pick on him once he decides to push down mid. Nice. Vortex is going to find the second pushing up to the bomb site. I mean, this is just a beautiful B plant from the side of Ultra Academy EU.
A little bit easy, right? Like, they just walked up to the bomb and planted. No tax came in.
Oh.
It's the information. Oh, wow. Attached with the big 2K. Furious, though, going to even out those odds, give them an advantage. Finds the two-piece at the very end, and Furious goes huge in that round.
I thought we were looking at selling for a second attached. That was nasty staying alive there.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's about that time to check in on another match. Orlando and Steady with Toronto and Seattle. Take it away.
Thank you so much, friends. Yes, here we go. We are back and ready to get in the action, Jay. Seattle Surge
look at this.
versus Toronto Ultra. Oh, my goodness, a quick little 3. That could very well could give Ultra the opportunity to close out the game here.
Yeah, they can close it out here. Kleenex trying to do everything he can from P5, but Pred and Mac are able to find 2. Now it's time to put the pressure on. Insight sitting on a 4 spree, trying to do everything he can because Ultra can still close it out here, but kills going back and forth. 7 seconds needed for Ultra to take map number 1.
It looks like it could be done. Can anybody from Seattle slide on in? Mac is here, but Vance prepared, ready to go. Takes down 2 and also will find the tick. And just like that, Toronto answer early. My goodness, we were talking about how they can't win a hard point. Now they can't seem to lose a hard point.
Insane stuff from them. What is that? In that last like 23 hard points, they're 5 and something. Like that's 3 in a row for Toronto. So far, that's a good starting point going into Major 3. If they can start winning some hard points, Toronto Ultra can definitely shoot up in the power rankings.
My goodness, they absolutely can. As now we'll go take a look at the Charlie side of things. We've got Minnesota ROKKR going up against Ultra Academy EU. I know the desk was doing some commentary on this one as well, making some highlight moments, but a few different players. But so far, Priesta not off to a great start. The 1-7 performance there from P-Dog as we head into another interesting round of some Siege. Currently level at 4-4. Vortex off the rip, finding the nice little angle there onto Havoc, and he's hungry for a second one. Deals with attach as well.
So now in the 2v4 situation, Furious just finds that kill onto Standy. Now it's all left up to Priest, the guy who's not putting up the best stat line so far in this map number 2. He gets taken down, and Ultra Academy EU are 1 round away from tying up this series. This has been a back and forth S&D. Like Ultra EU, they went up 3-1 on this map, but then Havoc started to take over, winning clutch after clutch, finding 2 pieces to open some of these rounds up. So Minnesota, you can never count them out in Search and Destroy specifically, even though they're currently 1 round away from losing this map. But they're going on the attack. It's got to be Priest who steps up, man. Sitting at 1-8, it's going to be really difficult to try to win, but just the pressure that Havoc puts on in Search and Destroy, looking at him to try to step up to try to win this map for his team.
Edge with the sniper. Might have to deal with Beans here in a moment, but Vortex again on the flank instantly makes his presence felt on the backside. And how about another one? 13-5. From a man who all he wants is just a chance, and a chance right now at grabbing this W. Very likely now, a current 2 versus 2. Attach and Priesta try to bring this one back. Priesta does find a kill. With 50 seconds left, that bomb is sitting right over at that B site, Jay.
Yeah, you see Vortex, he's not moving. He's just head glitching that B bomb, waiting for someone to turn the corner on those steps. But with 40 seconds left, Attach is trying to get any ounce of information where he can spot a player. But Priest is stepping up in this round 10. Finds 2 kills in the feed. So now turn it into a 2v1 situation. Bomb is going to be planted. Beans does find 1, so now it's all on the 1v1.
Let's do it, Beans. Let's cross it off your list, buddy. Now could be the time. And oh my goodness, dropped, and Minnesota will stabilize a little bit of a 1v1. And no, we're not going to restart it. Maybe we'll remind ourselves tomorrow. Minnesota.
I don't think they can see that.
I don't think they can either. I would hope not. No. I would hope they can't see that, Jay.
But now we're going into round 11.
Here we go.
Here we go. We're going to have Minnesota on the attack. It's looking like a lot of pressure going to come in towards the middle of the map. Attach finds the first, Havoc with the second. So now it's going to be an immediate 4v2 situation, all left up to Beans and Rafi.
It's going to come down to the young guns. Can they go clutch? Rafi looking for some info. Not currently going to find it. Minnesota plant down the bomb, and Priest in a big engagement. Able to back himself up. Beans, meanwhile, now brought into the 1v3, hits the first. But a big job to do, a tall task still to try and accomplish. Minnesota will cut them down and go clutch. And the round 11 now up 2-0 in the series.
And I'm pretty sure, at least in the first map, it was a very, very close hard point between both of those teams. They clutch up in the S&D, winning in the 6-5, but that's going to be it from us, Lando. Let's send it back to the desk.
My God.
Let's send it back to the desk.
That was the cast curse if I've ever seen it.
It was.
They started casting and then what happened?
By the way, we got to throw it out there. Yo, Beans is built different. Have you seen that boy's mechanics?
He was ego challenged.
Yeah, you remember that vocabulary lesson we had earlier? That sniper snap-on was 100% the most biggest ego challenge I've seen yet.
You got that right now. Ladies and gentlemen, remember when the Los Angeles Guerrillas, Major 2 champs, lost to Toronto Academy NA? Well, Slack actually has an interview with Scrappy from that exact roster. Let's go ahead and give it a listen.
Ooh, baby, Veli, I'm here with Scrappy. He actually just took down the reigning champions, LAG, in a Game 5, round 11. How you feeling, bro?
Feeling pretty good. I mean, first thing I'm going to say is I'm not surprised. I knew we could beat them, but I don't know. First two maps, we started off slow. We need to get used to it. And we came back and got it done.
Yeah, you did. You ended up having a 1.36 through the series, what we were talking about. Very impressive stuff out of you through really the last two events and coming here to the Pro-Am. You obviously get to play against the pro teams. You and I were talking a little bit off camera about how a lot of these guys, these are your guys from your circle, people you hang out with and talk to. So I'm sure it feels really good beating Spart. And then tomorrow we were talking, you get to go up against Capsidal and TJ and Methods. You know all those guys. Are you excited for that match?
Of course. I can't wait to play TJ. Respectfully, guys trash, but we're going to see. We will see.
And last thing real fast is I want to talk to you about, a lot of people have seen some videos and talked about a little bit of a trash talk. Is it something that just kind of gets you hyped up, get your team going, and kind of just gets you locked in the zone?
Nah, of course. I just know that if I get hyped, my teammates are going to get hyped. They're all going to all play better, play confident, and it's good to see it.
I love it. Well, best of luck in the rest of your guys' matches. You guys started off strong, like I said, with a big win versus the reigning champs. So I wish you guys nothing but the best in the rest of the tournament and hope you guys can continue to do your thing. But that's it from me and Scrappy. Back over to you guys at the desk.
Perfect interview from a perfect individual, a.k.a. Slag. Shout out to Scrappy as well for the big win.
He got some sauce, man. I'm telling you.
A natural, my guy.
He's an absolute natural.
You know what I'm saying? Champion and game champion with the microphone. It's just what y'all do, right? But, Ali, it has been a really fun day so far. But talk about all the matches that we've had. There's been one that really stood out from the game field tactical play, and you called it during the kickoff classic, actually, where
Listen,
Mac was so important for this team.
I remember sitting in the green room and being like, guys, I think Mac is probably one of the smartest players in the game right now. And Anthony goes, what? And he calls Jeremy Study and is like, you won't believe what Ali just said, bro.
After last year, he learned a lot. He's gotten so much better, and we will give him his flowers. He's been playing absolutely phenomenal throughout this year. And, last year on that New York team, it was tough, right? It was a blender, and it put him through a lot, but he rose to the occasion this year, and he's improved so much as a player. And it almost seems like at times he's the leader, the guy, the aggressor out there getting those first bloods and search and destroy, which is what we saw today. So looking at Seattle to bounce back in the series that they're in right now as they're down 0-1 to Toronto.
Hey, speaking of which, hopefully Seattle can get out of the groups. We keep talking about how good their players are. Speaking of groups,
very true.
Let's go ahead and get the graphic on the screen to see how everything has unfolded in day one so far. Listen, we saw upsets. We've seen champions fall to amateur teams, but Group A, you got Faze, you got Ultra on top, by the way, ladies and gentlemen.
3-0 on Hardpoint, right?
3-0 on Hardpoint. Okay, let's go. Okay, Group B, Florida. Okay, Florida 2-0, OpTic Texas 1-1. Yo, Florida just they just demand that respect now. I don't care what anybody says. I love this team.
Yeah, I mean, make sure you go check out. I mean, that group can get very interesting, right? Because OpTic, they did not look great when they had Jordan General on the team, and then Minnesota ROKKR, Ultra Academy U's giving them a run for their money. So go ahead and check out the other streams and stay tuned.
I'm going to tell you now, Beans and Vortex, that's the duo. Group C, shout out to NYSL, getting a big win with their new roster change. That seems to be the theme with them right now. London Royal Ravens, though, 1-0. I can't wait to see how Harry's doing on that team. Last but not least, Group D. It's kind of crazy. Boston Breach, Ultra Academy, NA are on top. 1-0, and at the bottom you got Paris and LAG. The champs, they find themselves in a little bit of trouble right now, Allie.
Well, they do. I mean, 0-1, you fall to the Academy team. But again, coming out of the bracket, we all said Ultra Academy NA is going to be the first Challengers teams to be watching out for. And again, they won the Minnesota ROKKR as well in their own respective ways. They won the amateur bracket. But on the touch of the London Royal Ravens being 1-0 right now, Harry actually in their match against Team War, Harry went 10-6 in the Desert Siege. They actually lost that map. But then when they head into the Berlin, 250 to 161, he dropped 36-21. So they not only have him subbing in, he is absolutely frying.
You got that right. All right, so that pretty much wraps up day one. But the thing is, you know what? If you want to continue on watching more CDL Pro-Am action, we have other streams. Make sure you check out the Bravo, Charlie, and Delta stream throughout the entirety of the weekend. And you can close out the end of the day on those streams as well. But Nameless, we took a month off. We came back with Warzone. We're back with the Pro-Am. I mean, tell me it feels good to work again.
Oh, it feels absolutely phenomenal, man. And I know the fans have been so patient, but today has just been spectacular. I mean, you had an amateur team beat our most recent champions. What more could you ask for? Tomorrow's going to be lit. And then moving into Saturday, a single elimination bracket, I can't wait.
You got that right. Big Wake, once again, I'm just going to reiterate it. He says, you know what? We feel like any team can realistically beat any team in this game. We're fighting that out right now. Allie, with that being said, anything you want to say to close out this desk?
I hope to see a couple of open bracket teams make it out of pools into Saturday. I think tomorrow is going to be a very special day for us.
You know, I'm going to do something special to close out the show. Usually I close it out with whatever I have to say. I know you guys are tired of me. Allie, go ahead and close out the show and tell the beautiful people at home we love them.
It's been a hell of a day. We love you guys. We'll see you on the other side. Again, there are still other streams going on right now with matches still popping off. Again, Minnesota ROKKR and Toronto EU are going at it to go 0-2 heading into tomorrow. That is not a position you want to be in. We'll catch you guys tomorrow for even more Call of Duty action. Love you.
That was perfect. Let's go. See you guys. Gotta take it easy. Love you.